That's right, the title is not clickbait. I, Shagrot, a person who can barely organise a 10-minute long video, will be ranking and analysing all 205 plants from the Plants vs Zombies franchise. There's a lot of PvZ ranking videos out there, something I frustratingly learnt 3 weeks into this project, but none of them are as extensive and all-encompassing as this one. And for good reason, this video absolutely sucked to put together, but here we are. This video will be ranked from least to most favourite plant, but what will I actually be considering when ranking? Well, the short answer is everything. I'll be factoring in the visual design, gameplay, utility, plant food, accessibility of every single plant. I'll even be considering some really stupid aspects of the plants, like how good the pun is and how it incorporates its real world inspiration into its design. Not all these aspects are weighted equally, however. Ranking videos like this are fundamentally a personal endeavour, and I care about visual design much more than, say, raw power. The only plants that are omitted from this list is any plant that exclusively appears in a spin-off, as it became basically impossible to compare them gameplay wise. Finally, just because I'm so good to you guys, I've reached out to all of my favourite Plants vs Zombies YouTubers and I've asked them to do a segment on their favourite or least favourite plant. These segments will be sprinkled throughout the video and it adds a few different perspectives to the mix. Plus, I just think it's cool to see which plant other creators consider their most or least favourite. This video took an obscene amount of time to put together, so make sure you subscribe and turn on your notifications to make me feel better about myself. Without further ado, I present to you my ranking and analysis of all 205 plants. I hope you enjoy. Plant number 205.
My absolute least favourite plant in the entire franchise is the Sundew Tangler. Someone's least favourite plant in the entire franchise is always going to be an inherently personal and biased pick, so let me explain. The Sundew Tangler is based off the Drosera, which is my absolute favourite plant. I actually have one that lives on my desk. They're such beautiful and interesting plants, and at least visually in-game, the Sundew Tangler does do a pretty good job of representing its real-world counterpart. The way it subdues and drains zombies for sun mimics the way these plants get nutrients by sticking insects in its weird globby bits in real life. So what heinous sin has this plant committed to end up at the very bottom of this list? Well, to put it bluntly, it's like a half-finished product. When I saw this plant for the first time, I was so excited to illegally download it, but after watching it in action, it's so depressing. First of all, its animations are awful. The way its face moves around and warps, it makes it look like a VTuber with facial rigging. Being a premium plant, this is obviously designed to be broken, but it's broken in a really lazy way. This plant is like functionally immortal, so anything that instant kills like a Garg or Torch zombie will just waltz right through it, to which the Sundew Tangler doesn't even react. Like other carnivorous plants, this one needs to rest after killing a zombie, but it just greys out and goes kind of translucent. It looks awful. I don't think any other plant in the game does this, and it just leads to it looking incomplete. It's such a shame as well, because this plant in real life does go dormant, so it would have been such a good opportunity to have a plant like wilt and go brown. So because of this, this is the only plant in the entire franchise that truly feels incomplete and unfinished. Perhaps my least favourite part of this plant, however, though far from exclusive to this one, is the fact it wears makeup. This is mostly a symptom of changing art style between games, but keep in mind as I switch between plants from the first and second game, the plants from the first game are almost entirely androgynous in design, which I really like. I don't mind that they're giving genders to plants, but I wish they explored some sort of sexual dimorphism in the plants, instead of just randomly assigning genders by giving them full faces of human makeup. I think there are plants out there that are more offensive in their gameplay than this one, but none of them let me down as much as the Sundew Tangler. Just barely escaping the rank of very bottom is the Rhubarbarian. And this guy's down this low because he dares to step on the toes of one of my all-time favourite plants, the Bonkjoy. And there really is no escaping the Bonkjoy comparison, as he's just another leafy macho man that munches up whoever's in front of him. But the Rhubarbarian is emblematic of one of Plants vs Zombies' lesser talked about issues. Everyone knows that power creep runs rampant in the game, and it's pretty unavoidable after so many years. But one that I think is almost a bigger issue is design creep. Think about it this way. In a game as simple as Plants vs Zombies, all plants boil down to Peashooter, walnut, sunflower, chomper, or cherry bomb. All plants in the game are some variation of these 5 flowers. Cactus is just a pointy Peashooter that pops balloons, Goldbloom's just an overpowered sunflower, so on and so forth. And eventually, after designing so many plants, you really need to push the limits of what makes a plant stand out. So what does the Rhubarbarian do to distance itself from the Bonkjoy? Too much is the answer. First of all, when you plant this prick, he explodes in a 3x3 area, stunning zombies around him. After that, it's just a bonk choy but stronger, and he sometimes randomly instantly kills zombies for some reason. And then once he clears everything in front of him, he somersaults forwards to kill more zombies. It does way too much wacky just to compensate for being a lamer version of the bonk choy. And I find it all a bit silly. Its name's probably inspired by an old German nursery rhyme about a woman that serves rhubarb to barbarians. It's kinda cool, but that song became trendy recently, so it kind of rubs me the wrong way. The Rhubarbarian was originally like 40 spots higher, but every time I talk about a new plant, I realized I disliked this more and more, and I just kept moving it down and down till it eventually reached the second bottom spot.
Number 203 is very easy pickings. It's the sea Flora.
Sea Flora could be based on practically anything with a name so generic, but Wikipedia says it's based on this. Now, to get the one thing I actually do like about this plant out of the way, I can respect a premium plant not being overpowered. An underpowered premium plant is kind of a niche if you think about it, but what I can't forgive is just how boring it is. Her shtick is that it can be placed on water without a lily pad, and it becomes a free-peater if you do so. The obvious issue with this shtick is that she can only be stuck on one world out of 11, Big Wave Beach, and that's if you wanted to run her in the first place. Now, this can be remedied with the use of the Aqua Vine, allowing you to unlock her potential on any stage. The flaw here, however, is that the Aqua Vine costs 125 sun, and Sea Flora herself costs 175 sun, placing the combo at a total of 300 sun. You know what else you can do for 300 sun? You can just use a free Peter. Now, I'm not saying that the free Peter is stronger than this combo, but it is free to play and infinitely cooler. And I saved this point for last because I don't want to dwell on it, but what's going on with her face? Whatever she's doing, she's enjoying it far too much.
The missile is very tired. He is eepy.
This might be a hot take, I don't actually know to be honest, but next up is the homing Fistle. Now, credits where it's due, it's a pretty good pun, and it does do a good job of representing its plant of origin. But it's this low down on the list based purely off redundancy. We had a plant that shot homing spikes into every lane, and she was perfect. And I know, the cat tail can only be placed in water, so this is the answer to that issue. And you know what? I would have accepted that. If this Irish tickler wasn't introduced in Big Wave Beach, the perfect and maybe only time they could have added cat tail to the game. Maybe they was worried that cat tail didn't make sense existing alongside the lily pad proper, but if these two losers are unlocked in the same world, that is no excuse. Again, the homing Fistle's design is totally competent, other than looking suspiciously like a sex toy. But his addition to the game is not only redundant and beyond poorly timed, something about this guy shutting out the cat tail just kind of feels transphobic, and I'm not going to elaborate why. Next up is our first free-to-play entry on the list, the Nightshade. This plant has a really unique reason for being this low down, which I think is kind of cool. I have no idea how strong the Nightshade is, as I've only used it a few times, and out of every metric I'm considering for ranking plants, power level is probably the one I care least about. But what I can say about this plant is it feels the weakest, bar none. The petals that this plant fires just feel like they have no impact whatsoever. The issue starts with its long wind-up animation, which makes you anticipate this big attack being charged up, but when it fires, it molts a bunch of leaves, which almost obscure the projectile that's being fired. And when it does hit, it makes an absolutely pathetic sound. Think back to the humble Peashooter, especially in the first game. Despite being a baby weak tutorial plant, it feels good because it has such a distinct popping sound when it fires, and a mushy pump when it lands. The Nightshade feels like it has no weight behind each attack, and it just ends up feeling like a lame riff on the Bloomerang. If the Nightshade was a premium plant, it would probably be at the very bottom of the list. Number 206 is going to be one of, if not the newest addition to the game as of rating this, the Mango Fire. Mr. Mango is emblematic, yes I'm using that word again, it's a good word, of one of PvZ's weirdest issues that it finds itself in. Plants vs Zombies 3 is here with a brand new art style, but PvZ 2 is still being supported. Supported much in the same way the dairy industry supports cows by keeping them shacked up and constantly pregnant, but supported nonetheless. I actually adore the new art style of Plant vs Zombies 3, and the original Plant vs Zombies art style shaped a generation of indie games. And at first, Plant vs Zombies 2 art style felt like a very natural progression upon the first, and it's maybe my favourite looking of the three, but over time it evolved to be increasingly distant from the first game and significantly worse. Like almost all the plants I've mentioned so far have this issue, but none of them have it as bad as the Mango Fire. Like, who is this dude? This isn't a Plant vs. Zombies character. This is an American cereal mascot, or something you'd find on some Polish mystery juice. His expression upsets me the most. Go take a look at your favourite plant from the franchise right now, and I almost guarantee you it's going to have a super simple face, probably just black and white eyes and a simple black and white mouth. Or the mouth is seamlessly worked in the design, like the Peashooter. But this is just a guy. He's got these bright eyes and a human mouth with human teeth, and I think there's even a tongue in there. Its gameplay gimmick is fine, but you reach a level of overpowered premium plant killing power that it doesn't even matter what the gimmick is, because you're going to just blitz through the stage regardless of what you're doing, so its stupid firing mode just doesn't matter. The cherry on top of the shit pie is the fact the Mango Fire might have the worst pun in the entire game. The portmanteau here is that he's a mango and a magnifying glass, because you know his super iconic plant food where he shoots down a beam of light from the sky? What's this got to do with mangoes? I've been holding this mango up to my skylight for like an hour and nothing's happened.
This video is proudly sponsored by GamerSupps. Let me be real with you guys. Recently, I've been hit by a pretty nasty wave of depression, housing issues, and terrible back pain. But then a month ago, I started drinking GamerSupps. It didn't fix any of those problems, but now I drink a delicious energy drink that's packed with vitamins and caffeine, is keto friendly, less than 1 calorie, and 0 sugar. And are you being plagued by those lame adverts that are like, but what the hell are nootropics? Well, GamerSupps has those in it too. And for you freaks of nature out there that don't need drugs to function, just like great tasting drinks, there's caffeine-free versions as well. A problem of mine that GamerSupps did actually help with was my productivity issues. I'm not sure if you guys have noticed, but since my channel's been sponsored by GamerSupps, and they've been sending me their products, I've released my videos literally twice as quickly. And I've saved the absolute best selling point for last. Do you guys like anime girls? That was rhetorical, guys. I've seen your profile pictures in the comments. Well, just look at some of these flavors. I personally recommend Anime Girl 5 flavor, but you can't go wrong with Cherry Limesicle, Sweet 6-Pack, or Titty Milk. And if you're a bit more normal, you could just go with Blue. That one's actually my favorite flavor. You know the flavors are good when I have to censor them to retain my monetization. Click the link in the description to check them out for yourself. Using code SHAGROT at checkout not only saves you 10%, but it also majorly supports me. So click the link in the description to get yourself just a good fucking drink. Thank you to GamerSupps for sponsoring my channel, and thank you guys for being supportive about it in my last video. That was nice to see. I hate the Blocky. I was never too fond of it to begin with, but upon finishing this video and double checking that everything is here, I had left out the Blocky, which means I'm going to have to go back and correct every single number I cite in this entire video. And that will be an entire day's work. So thank you very much, Blocky. You're getting marked down even further for that. I've already complained about newer plants being too big, but the Blocky is far too big. It definitely gets a bit of leeway being a wall plant, don't get me wrong. It can be much bigger than other plants, but this is just way too big. I despise its eating grin, and it's got a very unappealing face in general. But the thing I like least about the Blocky is that this doesn't look like a broccoli. It's broccoli shaped, sure, the stem looks fine, but whatever the softer, darker green parts of a broccoli is called, that's not what this looks like. This looks like warts and boils. For anyone familiar with Warhammer 40k, this looks like Nurgle's arse cheeks, especially when it slams its arm together. This plant is really ugly and I'm not fond of it at all.
Next on the chopping block is the bean sprout. Now I'm not gonna lie, I don't have too much to say about it past it being kind of ugly. But man, this is a really ugly plant. I particularly hate its enraged form. It just looks like someone's cropped out its mouth and enlarged it in Photoshop. Truthfully, I've never actually used this plant before, but I have stood behind Huey for hours watching him do his bean stuff, and I can say without a doubt, this is ugly. But ugly alone won't get you this low down the list. He's on here for another reason. He's a really redundant plant, as the Kiwi Beast does practically the same thing, but looks much cooler doing so. Again, I don't really care about power level at all, but this plant food is so underwhelming. It does these big meaty ground pounds, but they don't even kill a buckethead. By the way, this part of the design is the bean sprout. Everything else is just a random gradient that doesn't mean anything, and an ugly one at that. The olive pit's this low down on the list for a really unique reason. It's one of the most annoying plants in the game, but not for the zombies, for the player. This might have the worst sound design in the entire game. The olive pit periodically spawns goo, which does barely anything, and each time it does this, it makes this squelch sound, but there seems to be no volume dampening on it. So if you choose to make this plant the focal point of your strategy, you become subject to a truly unholy cacophony. For that alone, it's getting dumped this far down the list. But I've not even gotten to what the plant does yet. I'm going to read you guys the description of this plant straight from the wiki. When planted, Olive Pit buries itself in the ground and acts as a pitfall trap, swallowing and instantly killing any zombie that steps on it. Damn, that must be strong, right? It can instantly kill any zombie in the game. Any zombie, except all Gargantuas, Cardio Zombie, Roman Caesar Zombie, Z-Mech Zombie, Cake Tech Zombie, Dr. Zombos, that one's understandable, Imp Cannon Zombie, Z-Scorpion Zombie, Treasure Yeti Zombie, Shield Zombie, Zombie King, Zombie Medusa, Barrel Roller Zombie, Hamster Ball Zombie, Mecha Football Zombie, Road Code Zombie, Discotron Zombie, Piano Zombie, Rodeo Legend Zombie, Zombie Bull, Zombie Bolstered Team, and Zomboni. Plus whichever ones are written in the horrible blue font that I can't read. So basically, it instantly kills any zombie except for the ones you'd probably want to instantly kill. To be fair, a lot of plants have restrictions on zombies, but they don't normally claim to instantly kill all zombies. It's a bad plant that I don't like, which is such a shame because visually I adore it. This thing would not look out of place in the first game, it's just masterfully simplistic, I'd love it. It's just a shame that you only get to see it for half a second before it becomes a gaping orifice poking out the ground. Total letdown.
Hi, I'm Goldblum.
Peter. I've already lost count. Is the Goldblum. Let me state from the very start that this would be dead last if I didn't really like its visual design. I love almost all the sun-producing plants, they have a really sweet sense of optimism to them, and Goldblum's design is so simple and void of any weird human eyes or makeup. And if it had been there in the first game, I think it would end up being pretty iconic. The Goldblum's a premium plant, and here comes another zany Shagrot hot take, but I don't mind the £5 plants at all. A £5 is definitely a bit steep. If I had a mobile game, I think £2's a good price to make a microtransaction without people feeling like they're getting sucked off. But at least you're getting the plant you're buying when you purchase them. It's the seed premium plants that are a disgrace to the game. Getting kids hooked on gambling mechanics and spending well over what they otherwise would have if they could have just purchased the plant outright. I'll go on record and burn any bridge for a potential EA sponsorship and say that
Peter.
EA and PopCap do everything in their power to skirt the laws that protect people, particularly children, from gambling. So why hold yourself to a higher ethical standard? So yeah, in comparison to that, I think regular premium plants are fine. In fact, I have very fond memories of a decade ago when my nan offered to buy me 2 premium plants I wanted, and I chose the Snappee and Power Lily. I played the entire game of those 2 plants. Anyway, that huge tangent was to say that the Goldblum isn't this low down because of her premium status or her visual design. She's here because I believe she's the only plant in the entire game that actively takes away from your experience. Goldblum instantly giving you sun on demand removes one of the few fundamental challenges of the game. I don't understand why you'd even want to play with the plant. The game is balanced around a sun economy, and by using the Goldblum, you just completely skip the setup phase of the game. The only cost to using this plant, other than a £5, is the seed slot, which is irrelevant because who uses more than 4 or 5 plants anyway? I understand for a lot of people out there, everything I said is the selling point. But this is my ranking, and I think a plant that strips away all challenge and difficulty from the game is worse than a plant that's just boring or hard on the eyes. I will say, however, the Goldblum is fantastic for collecting gameplay footage. I used it in like all of the clips you're seeing.
Hello, we are about to launch an all-out attack.
The next plant is this low down for a lot of reasons, including the same reasons why I dislike the Rhubarbarian. Pakora is power creep incarnate, but you guys know that. I want to start off with a criticism of this plant that I've not actually heard anyone talk about. This problem is present in many newer plants, but I first noticed it the very first time I used Pakora. Ready? The Pakora is massive. I guess this is a weird symptom of visual design creep, but the newer plants tower over the older plants. Once you notice how fat Pakora is, spilling into almost every single tile around it, it's hard to unsee. I find it really distracting. There's a lot more nitpicks to make here. She's based on the ladyfinger, and yes, I did have to restrain myself hard from taking the low-hanging fruit. There's a lot of room for fun gender-themed design when making a plant on the ladyfinger, but slapping on eyeliner and eyeshadows is such a lame cop-out. But the obvious issue here is the absurd power creep in this plant. The bonk choy is an awesome plant with loads of room to innovate on, but just making the bonk choy solo a gag is not interesting in the slightest. She has some sort of projectile thing going on, but it's void of any gameplay impact as she's just going to one-shot anything anyway. I think most people are in agreement that this plant is so broken it's lane, so I'm not going to dwell on it for too long. For what it's worth, I do at least prefer her to the Rhubarbarian, because at least she doesn't start doing f***ing somersaults after soloing everything.
Fresh frozen? Yes, chef. There's no such thing.
The Ice Bloom is like the Ice Shroom, but instead of Shra, it's Blah. I was going to leave her entry there. I do not care for this plant at all, but there is a slight difference. This plant does do a bit of damage in a 3x3 where you place it, and any zombie killed by that blast will create a walnut-like ice block. That's not nothing, to be fair. It's just that we already had a plant that did the same thing in the Ice Shroom, and if the Ice Bloom was at least a visual upgrade it would be fine, but it's just so boring. I don't know, I don't care for the Ice Bloom at all. I actually find the Inferno to be a hilarious plant. It's a pretty good bit of wordplay with the plant of origin being the fern, but I just love the idea of some lone PopCap designer watching the news while some part of the world, probably Australia, is getting absolutely ravished by wildfires. And he just has this little eureka moment, and he puts all this shit together. He's like, yes, that's our plant. Anyway, that's my headcanon as to why this guy came to be. I think we're already at the part of the ranking where all the plants I outright dislike are out of the way, and now we're just getting to the pretty generic category. And I don't know, I just looked at all the plants from the franchise when ranking them, and this guy just is a bit unappealing. It's also worth mentioning the way this guy knockback zombies interferes with a lot of stunning mechanics in the game, meaning he has a lot of anti-synergy with other plants. So if you're planning to use this plant, you kind of need to go and check whether it even works with other plants first. And I've not spoken too much about plant food yet, but this guy has one of the lamest in the game, just sending out a slightly bigger tornado.
Ah! Stop! I could have dropped my croissant!
Next up, I'm ranking a couple of plants together, because I'd end up repeating myself too much otherwise. We're ranking most, but importantly not all of the vine plants. Specifically, I'm ranking these ones. Fundamentally, I like these guys a lot. I'm a huge fan of plants that can buff other plants, and I wish there were more combos you can do in the game. Like, peas have it good. You can stack a Peashooter of your choice on a pea vine, one of the vines suspiciously missing from this section, throw a torchwood in front of it, and then use the appeasement for a pretty fun result. But that's pretty much it as far as combo gameplay is concerned. And the vines could have been a fantastic way to do more of this. PopCap feels the need to make every single plant a 1v9 super carry, so of course the vines are all individually OP in their own right. Like, I'd love to build an entire comp around the electric Blueberry, using the power vine to amp up the little blue guy's damage, making him attack faster or hit harder. But instead of powering the thing it's wrapped around up, it just powers up more power vines. I don't know, again, we're at the point where I don't dislike these plants anymore. These guys do have a lot to like about them. They just absolutely reek of wasted potential. If you're a fan of vines, Sylvia has a great video where they beat the entire game just using the vines, which kind of proves my point a bit. Anyway, to rank these guys in order: Power Vine, Pyre Vine, Explodo Vine, Shine Vine, Gloom Vine, Blastberry Vine. I think Blastberry might actually be the worst looking, but I can't deny it has a really satisfying attack pattern. He's the top of the bunch, but not by too much. These guys do get points for being accurate to their source plants, as vines do tend to grow around other things. I spent a large part of my childhood waiting around for PopCap to get their shit together and add the Doom Shroom to the game. He was one of my favourites in the first game, and come on, he's the Edgelord nuclear missile, he was everyone's favourite. But it turns out we had him this entire time in the Puffball. It pains me to put a mushroom this low down the list. I absolutely love mushrooms, they're one of my weird interests. I don't know if I like them more than carnivorous plants, but I think those two plants together are some of the most interesting organisms on the planet. I wanted to do a mushroom only challenge so bad, but it just seems too easy of all the powerhouse mushrooms in the game. But I'd never paid much attention to the Puffball. First of all, he aces the transition between real life and video game. I'm not sure if Puffballs are poisonous or not, but if you smack one, they explode into an unfathomable amount of spores. Where this one falls short for me, firstly, is the visual design. He doesn't have the expression of someone that's about to explode. He has the expression of someone that hasn't slept in 4 days and hasn't shit in 7. I'm really not fond of his gross cancer skin either. The biggest problem though is how busted he is. He deals damage to the first 3 columns, which might as well be a Doom Shroom, because that's where 90% of the zombies are going to be. His damage ignores armor, which on one hand I actually do like. It kind of sells the idea that zombies aren't being blown away like a cherry bomb, but instead they're slowly choking to death on the 7 trillion spores this can deliver. That's real, by the way. These mushrooms are so fascinating. The issue with its damage being so high and its cooldown so low is that you can just bring a Puffball and an Imitator, and that's basically an AFK strategy, just placing one randomly every couple of seconds. This might be another case of me starting to like a plant the more I write about it. I might end up placing them a bit higher. Just for the record, I mentioned moving plants around a lot in this list. That's just how I've written the script, but wherever they land in this video is the final position of them. It's official, guys. It only took us 20 odd minutes, but we're ranking our first plant from Plants vs Zombies 1. In fact, we're ranking a duo, the Grave Shitters. I don't rank many plants in this videos in groups just because I think it's a bit lazy, but these two are so identical I pretty much have to. Starting off what I do like about them. They're dead simple. Want to get rid of some graves? Grave Busters. They're cheap and only really come at the cost of a seed slot. But where these guys fall short is I just don't think I've ever been in a situation in any of the Plants vs Zombies where I really felt like I need one of them. When the tombs do appear, which is like 2.5 worlds in Plants vs Zombies 2 and even less in the first game, they're just total pushovers. The Grave Busters are a solution to a minuscule problem. It's like killing a spider in your bathroom with an 18th century French guillotine. It'll get the job done, but it's a bit overkill. That said, this is a definitive ranking, and there's nothing definitive about tying two plants, so I'm going to put the old Grave Buster on top. Visually, I actually like the newer one better. He looks more organic, and he's ribbed and dotted for her pleasure, which is always a treat. But man, the sound design of the old one is top notch. I absolutely love the sound of the stone dragging on stone. It's great. Quick update, it looks like I'm a victim of the Mandela effect, because these are the same plant. I swear one of them was called the Grave Buster and one was called the Grave Digger. And I don't know, I thought they were two different plants, but they're not. They're the same plant, just with a bit of a visual rework. So yeah, I guess they're not tied. Or they're just one ranking. It's one ranking. Moving on. My regular viewers will know that I have a complete inability to keep my interests to myself. And one thing I'm very fond of is snow. So naturally, I'm a sucker for the ice plants. I tried so hard to defend the iceweed, but I just can't. I've already harped on about not enjoying overpowered plants, and for my money, the iceweed might be the only one to come close to Pakora. My first encounter with this little rascal was during the Nut Challenge. It was one of the very early worlds where I was stuck on a difficult level and needed to come back to it. So I decided in the meantime to clear it using a renter plant, just so I could try some of the new plants added to the game in the 8 years that I hadn't played it. And despite using all these busted plants, I was still losing the level. It was just very difficult. But when I tried the iceweed out, just 2 rows of the iceweed soloed the entire stage. I couldn't believe how much it trivialized the game. I didn't hate it at all, it was oddly fun to sit back and watch the rapid fire jabbing. But that sort of gameplay doesn't stay fun for long. I think what annoys me the most about this plant is that it would be so easy to make balance. Just make it do less damage than the spikeweed to compensate for the slowing ability. That way it becomes a genuinely useful utility plant that brings its own damage. I guess just for me personally, a lot of the fun in this game comes from viewing my lineup of plants as a team. To go back to the nut days for the example, the exploder nut and the gum nut would deal with the big hitters and the gimmick zombies, and the walnut and the primal nut would hold the line while they're on cooldown. The tall nut would block all the pesky flyers and the peanut would clear off chaff. That dynamic was central to the fun I had while playing through the game. But what team building or strategy could you possibly come up when everything just heals over and dies 2 steps in? I'm sure for a lot of people, these uber strong plants are some of your favourite, and I totally get it. There's definitely fun to be had using these plants blitzing through the game, but this is my ranking video, and I think the OP plants are just kind of boring. The last thing I want to say about him is that his plant food gives him a permanent buff, and he looks pretty cool in that form. He gets some bonus points for that.
That may be fine for you, but I was one of the beautiful people.
Yeah, that's right, losers. I think the Tomb Tangler is actually better than the Grave Shitters. I love being a bit of a contrarian, and if a character in a game is considered underpowered and unpopular, chances are it's going to be one of my favourites. I don't know why, I just have this little snail that lives in my ear and tells me to pick the uncommon variants. Now, Tomb Tangler is far from a favourite, but I do like the fella. There's no escaping that he's ugly as sin. He kind of looks like Patrick Star mixed with Executor and the vagina from the movie Teeth. That's a movie about a vagina with teeth, by the way. And whilst when I first saw him, I was definitely repulsed, he's grown on me over time. The plant he's based on is called the Strangler Fig, which grows around other plants in a way that supposedly strangles him. That's actually a really cool source of inspiration, and I think they do a good job of incorporating it into his gameplay. He also steals the current health of the tombstone and claims it as his own, which is a small detail I like. And as for the reason I actually like this guy more than the Grave Buster, it's because when you do see a tombstone in a level, You get to see it as an opportunity to bring this guy, who, to be fair, after getting buffed, is pretty strong, and it makes him feel like a niche and powerful asset. Whereas I've never seen a tombstone as an opportunity to bring a gravebuster, as they're just such nothing plants. As for the things I don't like about it, firstly, he might be a contender for the worst plant food in a game. Now, to be fair, I've never actually used this plant food before, but I have used the gumnut's plant food a shitload. So I can say that hitting 5 zombies randomly feels bad with the gumnut, and at least that leaves behind a tornut. The womb Tangler instantly kills 2 random zombies when he plants food. This is going to hit the most useless trash like brown coats and cone heads and stuff most of the time. Another annoyance comes with his regular attacks. I actually like the smug attack, it's quite unique, but it has the olive pit problem of being powerful but too limited. And a plant that can only appear in 2 out of 11 worlds does not need to be matchup dependent. If I have to cross-reference a list of zombies to see if a plant's even worth using, I'm probably just not even going to bother.
Ooh, what does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button.
Next I've chosen the buzz button, a plant that feels visually really messy. That's not necessarily a bad thing, there's a lot of messy designs in other games I like, especially when it plays around with bright colours. But I couldn't really tell how I was supposed to interpret this plant until I saw the plant it was based on, which is simply called the buzz button. It kind of looks like the yellow bits are supposed to be a large fluffy beard, but the over-designed feminine makeup on the eye suggests otherwise. Unless they're going for a Tolkien-esque bearded dwarf, which I'm actually a fan of to be fair. But I doubt that's what I'm supposed to be seeing. At first glance, it looks more like a fire plant as well, with the yellow parts sort of looking like flames. But the name buzz button obviously means it's an electric plant. Because of this was originally a very low rated plant, but I gotta admit I kinda love its gameplay. I watched a lot of videos for this because I wanted to see how the community felt about these plants as well. And then a lot of videos about the buzz buttons, there were so many comments saying they were unsatisfied with the ability. A lot of comments calling it underwhelming. And I just don't see what they mean. It costs 50 sun with a 15-second cooldown. It's not supposed to nuke the entire board. It does a great job of clearing chaff and moderate health enemies in a way that's visually interesting. I like the way the lightning bolts arc around and jump from enemy to enemy. It's a fun plant. It has a really interesting plant food as well. It gets supercharged and blows up zombies around it at the cost of sacrificing itself, which in my mind is a little shout out to the Pokemon Voltorb. It's not a crazy overpowered plant food, it has a clear use case and a clear drawback, and I really wish more plant foods were designed like that. I think it's a really fun plant held back by a kind of underwhelming visual design. We're hitting a pretty big milestone with this one as we're ranking our first Peashooter, the Fire Peashooter. The sins of this plant is twofold. Firstly, it's egregiously boring. It's a premium plant, admittedly a gem premium plant, but watching 1 squillion adverts to use this burnt prick for free does not make me feel any better about it. And as a premium version of the Peashooter, a role hotly contested may I remind you, you need to offer some explosive power, something I don't really care for, or some really unique gameplay or visuals. The Fire Peashooter's shtick is that he functions as a Peashooter and a Torchwood in one. And that's fine to be fair, roll compression holds a bit of value, but the issue with this roll compression is that the Torchwood is sick as fuck and I actively want to use it. Ignoring the myriad of benefits the Torchwood has over this loser, it's just a cool plant that people want to use. The second and much bigger reason I dislike this plant is that it's a paid solution to a problem that PopCap invented in frozen plants. This irks me beyond belief, and I rated the Fire Pea very low when I wrote this section because of it. But after I did more entries, and to be totally fair to PopCap here, they do give ample ways to deal with the frost, and the Fire Pea is far from a necessity. And if I'm to give them full credit, he has got a really sweet sausage skin. And originating from the old Facebook game does come with some swag points. He's been boosted up the rank a fair bit, but overall I do dislike him for being just a bit too boring.
Want a Sprite cranberry?
Cranjelly, unfortunately, is an objectively better jalapeno. This design space overlap, combined with my personal bias and love for the jalapeno, means the Cranjelly was never going to have much luck in my ranking. But considering the jalapeno is also a premium plant for some reason, which is unbelievably lame, I decided to give Cranjelly somewhat of a pass here. And whilst Cranjelly is much stronger than most free-to-play instant use plants, its ability isn't that wild, it's just too cheap. And its recharge is way too quick. Like, this could have been a fairly balanced plant, but 10 seconds is insane. I really do like the visual design of the Cranjelly, which is a miracle, because this is a Thanksgiving themed plant to my understanding, which has always been a very confusing holiday to us Europeans. Like, we know what it is because it's in every cartoon we watch, but I've just never understood the point of a B-Tech Christmas. Due to the insanely simplistic nature of this plant, I just don't have much more to say. It's cool, very broken.
I'm a dog. I'm biting the fart bubbles in the bath.
Plant number, wherever we are now, is the Vampicini, a plant I actually saved for much later on this list, purely going off the name and visuals. But it actually had to come all the way down here on the list, because I think this might be the hardest to understand plant in the game. And it's not because it's got a super complex effect or anything, it's just really unintuitive. For those of you looking at this plant but don't really know what it is, what plant would you guess this is inspired by? In the same way there's countless instant use plants that take from the cherry bomb, what would you say this plant's inspiration was? I'm guessing not many of you would have said the walnut. And here's the first major issue. This thing just doesn't look like a wall plant. And worse than that, this thing costs twice as much as a walnut, and might actually be worse. You see, the way in which this acts as a wall plant, its whole gimmick, is that it drains the life of zombies nearby, which is really cool in essence. And I love that it has a really varied animation. They clearly put a lot of effort into this. But for starters, no matter how much health it steals, it's capped to 4000 HP, which is about the same as a walnut, and it drains HP so slowly that it's going to be eaten all the same as a regular walnut, and again for twice the cost. But while it's draining HP, zombies can just walk right through it, meaning it kind of fails the one job it has. The plant food is also kind of terrible. Unless I'm misunderstanding it, its plant food allows it to use its drain ability on command. But it doesn't seem to be any stronger. Zombies will still walk right through it, and I don't think it can even kill a brown coat zombie. It's just a really weird plant and clearly not a very good one, but it has such strong visual design. It's based on the bleeding tooth mushroom, and turning that horrific image into a vampire mushroom is just brilliant. And as ineffective as it is, I'm always going to favour plants that at least try and push the boat. Like, even if this plant's bad, which it is, I'm always going to prefer this to cabbage pulp number 26.
Want to buy a box of Thin Mints?
Sure, I'll take 2 boxes.
How about 2 million?
No, 1 million.
Okay.
I want to take a pic.
Next up, we have a huge conglomerate of vegetation to talk about. And for the last time, I'll be grouping plants together because it's just kind of lame. The mints. First complaint right off the rip, as someone who got back into Plants vs Zombies 2 at around the same time I made the Nut series, which is to say about 10 years of not playing the game, it is not obvious in the slightest how you're supposed to unlock these plants. I know they're all tied to the arena mode now, a game mode which I won't touch with a 10-foot weed whacker, but the game needs more ways to denote where you actually unlock these plants from, although that's obviously just part of their FOMO marketing. I cannot tell you how much I want to love all of the mints. They're so close to what I want out of the newer plants in this game, but it boils down to the same issues I had to the vine. They're just all too powerful in their own right. Like, for example, we'll take a closer look at the peppermint, the one that amps up all the damage of your fire plants. How cool would it be to build a comp around a single row of snapdragons, all protected by pyre vines and dealing amped up damage with the peppermint? That's the kind of combo gameplay I really want to mess around in this game. But in this scenario, the snapdragons are doing sweet fuck all as the peppermint just nukes the board with 5 chili peppers for 0 sun. I don't know, these plants are all just so powerful that there's just no fun left to do with them. Even though they're all bonkers, they do vary in power and application, so I'll still be ranking them separately. So in order, last is peppermint for the reasons I've already stated, then it's enlightenment for breaking the already fragile sun economy and being the least exciting to use, then it's the filament for being virtually the same as peppermint, but this one does score bonus points for the extra thought they put into how this one interacts with the blueberry, changing the chances of targeting certain zombies. That's actually a really cool idea, and they could have just left this as an awkward plant that doesn't really benefit from the mints. The filament loses points, however, for boosting the ultimato and magnifying grass. That's just dumb. Concealment is fine. I prefer killing a couple of random zombies to a full board wipe, but the upside of granting shadow plants the shadow buff irks me the same way a lot of shadow plants annoy me. They pretend that using the moonflower is some sort of negative and you need these strong plants to boost it, but you want to use the moonflower. It's like a great sun producer. Next is the almond. It's probably one of the most bonkers broken board clear effects in the game, and it's for 0 sun like all the others. Bombardment is actually really cool, to be honest. I love the randomness of the explosion it lets off, but it upgrades a group of plants that don't need upgrading at all. Like the Exploder already wipes out everything in one hit, so the extra damage is basically irrelevant. The devs clearly knew this, so they tried to staple on some other effects, like the plant food effect of the Exploder Nut giving an extra 8,000 health, which is the health of the tall nut, but that's a plant that wants to be eaten. A lot of the time that's a downgrade. And also at first glance, this kind of looks like it would be the electric mint. Then there's the reinforcement, which for 0 sun will give you like 20 free plant food. It's absolutely broken. But at least it's a lot more fun than just a map full of chili peppers. And at least the power feels like it's in the ball of the plant you're actually using and not the mint itself. Turbo minus swag points for allowing this plant to combo with blowover, but not the spring bean. Now we're getting to the ones that I actually really like. And starting with armament, I'm just a sucker for artillery style effects, so I'll always be a Ziggs main at heart. Spearmint spawns 5 Spike Rock, which is crazy broken, but I just can't deny how cool it is. The main issue of this one is sometimes I just don't want every level to be carried by Spike Rock. It can really steal the thunder from whatever plant you try to use, but God, it's just so cool. Then we have the Winter Mint, and again, I'm just biased, I love the winter plants, I'm just such a snowhead. Freezing the board instead of just wiping out all the zombies actually lets the plants you're buffing do something, and sometimes it's even better against super tanky targets. Appeasement is this high up just because it actually combos with the P Vine, meaning you get to pull off some really silly wombo combos, which is just awesome. I really dislike that the Ps are the only plants that get this treatment. I think Enforcement is the first plant on the list that gets an overall rating of really good. I love the plants it buffs up, and shrinking 10 random zombies while buffing melee plants, that's just cool. And it gets mega bonus points for giving the Bonkjoy the ability to actually carry a stage. The Enhancement is on here as one of my favourites purely for the really wacky upgrades it does. Witch Hazel will start summoning Puff Shrooms and Toadstools and Hypno Shrooms, that's incredible. And the Zoybean will start printing out melon heads. And my absolute favourite of the mints is the Contain Mints. Very simply because it boosts such a weird collection of plants. Since they're so weird, a lot of them can't just be given damage boosts, so there's a really fun selection of upgrades here. Like the Grave Buster just starts exploding after it eats a grave. And it makes some of the stun plants last up to 20 seconds. I really like this mint. Originally the mints were a lot further down the list, but after writing them all out, I realised I liked them a lot more than I initially thought. I bumped these guys up significantly because they're the only real form of buffing plants in the game, even if half of them do boil down to Big Cherry Bomb. As I mentioned towards the end of ranking the mints, we're at the point now where I genuinely really like the plants I'll be talking about. I've been very negative in this video so far, but that's because we're just ranking the plants worst to best, and we still have close to 200 plants left to rank. It can't be understated that Plants vs Zombies designs overall are incredible. It's probably the biggest contributing factor to the success of the franchise. Okay, I think this will be my hottest take of the entire video. Coming in next is the Cherry Bomb. Now I, like everyone else in the entire world, adored the Cherry Bomb as a kid. The Cherry Bomb might be the epitome of perfect balance. Other than the Doom Shroom, nothing came close to its destructive power, but that power came at the cost of a very long cooldown. So not only did you need to consider the sun cost of using the plant, but also its opportunity cost. Everyone took this plant into every level with no exceptions. In Plants vs Zombies 2, this plant feels irrelevant. It's hard to care for the humble Cherry Bomb when every other explosive plant does its job but better, with a fraction of the cooldown. And why would you even need the Cherry Bomb when Pakora does Cherry Bomb's damage every second? But that's all fictitious. You guys know by now I don't really care about the Cherry Bomb being power crept. The raw power of other plant isn't the demerit of the Cherry Bomb, especially since we're considering multiple games. Here's really what I think holds the Cherry Bomb back. I remember when Scaredy Shroom got leaked for the second game, but the mockery was so widespread that the memes had spread outside of the community. But honestly, I think the Cherry Bomb had a significantly worse redesign than the Scaredy Shroom. And to be totally honest, I didn't even notice it until I made this video. This is what I see when I imagine the Cherry Bomb, and I'm sure most of you do as well. But after spending weeks playing and researching the franchise for this video, I got to see both iterations to the plants next to each other, and it's ridiculous how much of a downgrade this is. They turned my guy straight edge. The Plants vs Zombies 1 Cherry Bomb oozes character. The uneven and misshapen eyes give off a sort of unhinged feel, as if they'd lose their temper at any moment. They have these bucked teeth and dented head that lead to the impression of almost a stereotypical country hick that's quick to anger. One cherry smaller than the other with a single tooth, almost signalling a younger brother type relationship, or perhaps something less developed, like the little face on the Pokemon coughing. Also, they have jaundice. But in Plants vs Zombies 2, the Cherry Bombs are void of character. They look so much less mean. They're shiny and perfectly spherical. They're so much brighter and have fully formed eyebrows, and their livers are clearly working. They look more like an explosive power-up from Candy Crush than the Cherry Bomb that I know. Overall, I adore the Cherry Bomb. It's beyond the classic. I think the Plants vs Zombies 2 iteration just lets down the legacy a lot. It appears in Plants vs Zombies 3, taking a lot more design inspiration from Plants vs Zombies 2, but it works fantastic in the new art style. The eyes are warped and stretched, and the purple adds a lot to the design. There is so much to shit on Plants vs Zombies 3 for, but personally, I love the art direction. As I said just a minute ago, we're at the point where I do really like the plants we're talking about now, but if Plants vs Zombies didn't drop the ball on this design, this could have been a top 10 plant for sure.
Oh, okay.
Next is the Bramble Bush. I'm very partial to the plants that grew around me in my childhood, and growing up there were loads of brambles near our house. I used to pick the berries on the walk to primary school. That is literally one of my earliest memories. The bramble plant has a slightly unclear visual gameplay cohesion, as it really looks like a vine plant, but it isn't. It's a newer take on the spikeweed actually. Zombies walk over it just like the spikeweed, but instead of taking small incremental damage, they're instantly killed. Which is obviously a pretty big upgrade, but the Bramble Bush only has 3 charges denoted by the berries on the plant, which fall off every time it kills a zombie. I really like that detail, that is clever. The plant is significantly stronger than the spikeweed and the spike rock for that matter, and no matter what it was going to be that way as a premium plant. But I want to point out to contrast it with the iceweed how it differentiates itself from the weed brothers. The iceweed is an objective upgrade on the original weed plants, and unless zombies are immune to freezing damage, which happens 1 in 11 worlds in the game, there is no reason to use the original weeds over the iceweed. It's a direct upgrade with 0 gameplay alterations. Whereas the Bramble Bush takes the weed formula, which is pretty simply just spiky plant that hurts zombies when stepped on, and takes it in a new and pretty inspired direction. The humble spikeweed can actually outvalue the Bramble Bush over a long game as it racks up more and more damage. Where the Bramble Bush can take down huge threats, which the spikeweed doesn't stand a chance with. It sits firmly in the category of plants I really like, but I wish I didn't need to gamble on loot boxes for.
Are they helium balloons? I told you, the car's not even balloons!
The boom balloon flower is such an interesting plant. It's sort of like a potato mine making machine. It kind of reminds me of the Spike Factory from Balloons. I love that one. It grows balloons that can be placed anywhere on the map and act like potato mines. And because of that, it kind of separates itself from the banana launcher just enough for me. I kind of like the fact that you can stack the balloons on the same tile for big damage. It's a small but neat feature. I can't explain why, but it feels kind of arse to play on an emulator. But it wasn't designed for an emulator, so I'm not going to mark it down for that. I've never been too fond of the plants that you need to micromanage, and it's a seed premium plant that it just ended up being a plant that I just didn't care about. Until I saw its plant food for the first time. And damn, yeah, that's probably the coolest plant food in the game. It lost a bit of swag points now that the Doom Shroom's a usable plant, but it gets bumped all the way up to the good section just for that plant food. I love it. Also, if you can't tell, all of a sudden, starting from this segment and the next couple, I've fallen very ill. But we're like a month into this project now. The show must go on.
Sir, finishing this Big Mac.
Next up is the bamboo Spartan. A plant that, I'll admit from the very start, I didn't want to like. It should be obvious now, but I freaking love the bok choy. And any melee plant that doesn't do enough to separate itself from the bok choy is going to have a very unfavourable comparison. And yeah, the bamboo Spartan definitely doesn't do enough. It does a lot more than the bok choy. Bonus damage against obstacles, piercing damage, which is probably the biggest upgrade. And he's a wall plant for some reason. And on top of all of that, if his little shield is broken, he does triple damage. He's just a broken version of the bok choy, which is a very lame design for a plant. And every fibre of my being wants to hate this plant because of it. But I just can't deny, this design is brilliant. It's so simple. Just a bamboo pole with a spear and a shield. But for me, it just works so well. I normally hate the over-designed faces, but this one does such a good job of making him look disgruntled. And while I don't like that the shield mechanic's so broken, I just adore the fact that it emulates the idea of the Spartan's noble last stand. There's not much else to say about it. It's such a boring and broken plant, but it has some of the strongest visual design in the entire game. The Solar Sage is an unbelievably powerful plant, to the point where it's kind of obnoxious. It acts as a Hypno Shroom, except it's infinitely stronger. And whilst it's obviously fine to power creep plants that were never good to begin with, this one might have gone a little too far. Any zombie that comes in contact with the Solar Sage finds religious enlightenment, which I can't deny, it's a very cool idea, especially on a visual level. These zombies will periodically produce sun, and they have a small chance to infect other zombies. That's obviously a powerful effect, but it's its plant food where it gets silly. Its plant food will immediately infect all zombies within a 3x3, and it increases the chance of those zombies to infect each other. But each newly affected zombie also can affect other zombies, and it causes this crazy domino effect. So in practice, it's kind of like 3 chili peppers that just print sun. And all of this extreme power comes at the cost of literally nothing. It costs 0 sun. This plant is ridiculous, but on a visual level, it just works. I do really like the Solar Sage.
It's satisfying to perform simple tasks.
Next up is one of the vine plants that was conspicuously absent during the group ranking, and that's the Aqua Vine. The Aqua Vine's another victim of gameplay design creep and PopCap insisting that every plant individually needs to be strong. I love the option of using aquatic plants on land. It unlocks a whole new roster of plants that otherwise can't be used for 10/11ths of the entire game. And you guys know that my favourite monkey from Bloons Tower Defense has always been the paddling pool. But here's a little announcement that's relevant to this plant. I've been planning another challenge. I want to make it a sort of yearly affair so I can keep doing content I want without it becoming oversaturated. And I really liked the idea of only using aquatic plants. I think that could have been such a stupid and fun idea, but for some reason beyond my understanding, the Aqua Vine's kind of broken. It shoots jets of water that knock back zombies, and when it has a plant sitting inside of it, it shoots high damage piercing shots. It means that it would kind of steal the show from the plants that I was trying to highlight. I get this is a very personal bias, but this is my ranking and that's just how it is. There is one saving grace to this plant, however, and I bet none of you guys noticed this, but if you zoom into this plant and pay really close attention to its extraneous member, you can see that this thing's supposed to be a pitcher plant. That's like one of my favourite plants ever, that's really cool. Plus it does have a serious use case in letting you use aquatic plants outside of Big Wave Beach. It's a good plant that I can respect. I just wish it didn't do so much damage on its own.
I hope no one looks at my plants while I'm sleeping.
I think that Boomberry is the first plant on this list that I've never seen or played before. So looking at it right now being my first impression, I've got to say, I don't like it. It's just a tad too boring to look at. Despite me harping on and on about good visual design, I don't actually know any of the fundamentals that go into making a good design. I just know what I like looking at. Maybe this one's just too simplistic. I feel like I spent a lot of time asking for simple black and white facial expressions. And I mean, here they are, and I don't like it. But these are just simple stickman faces on circular gradients. What I do like about this plant, however, and why it's so high up on this ranking, is its really unique gameplay. It's a lobbing plant that deals AoE damage and stuns. Plants that stun on hit are practically always broken, but this one's balanced by only targeting the furthest zombies in its lane. That's actually really cool. I spent hours watching Zach Scott games for this project, and it looks like the targeting is a huge hindrance for this plant. And that's a good thing, I think that's how it should be. This plant deals AoE damage and it stuns. It's fine that you need to invest in other plants to protect it. I think too many people consider good plants ones that you can just place 1 or 2 rows of and call it a day. Think Pakora or Bamboo Spartan. Imagine if the peanut was a new busted plant and the entire challenge was just me planting 3 rows of peanuts 25 times a video. It's boring. The Blastberry is a slightly boring plant which is very well balanced, and I can respect that. It's also identical looking to its IRL counterpart. I think if I could change one thing about this plant though, it would be its sound design. There's way too much emphasis on the projectile being lobbed and not enough on the projectile exploding. So instead of sounding like an explosive carpet bombing, it sounds like someone put a funny filter on a keyboard and is pressing the same key 20 times a second. Too much swish swish and not enough boom boom, you know. We're very professional here. Alright guys, it's time for another patented Shagrot hot take. Coming up next on the list is the Nightcap. Now let me remind you guys before you threaten to dox me over this one, I do like this plant. We're well into the good section now, but I think this plant is heavily overrated. I think we should start off with my biggest gripe first. Tell me that this does not look like someone's self-insert OC. This plant really feels like it was drawn up by a fairy that goes by XXX Dark Shadow Wolf. Its dynamic pose is cool, no dip, but it's just too edgy for my taste. I'm also not a fan of how it has legs. Does any other plant in this franchise have legs? I understand that this plant comes from Garden Warfare, so it probably looks a bit funky because it's been adapted, and again, I can't stress this enough, I do like this little rascal. Especially since it's a mushroom, and I love those things. But man, I don't know, it's just leaning a little too hard into being cool. Its gameplay also feels like it was created in one of those one-upping contests where one developer was like, oh yeah, my plant does 1,000,000 damage and it becomes invisible so zombies can't hurt it, and it does poison damage to anything that passes through it. And they went hard on making this thing immortal. I get letting instant kill zombies like the torch zombie waltz through this thing, that's pretty strong, but I get it, you've got loot boxes to sell. But come on dude, immune to octopus and wizard zombies can't be pulled by the fisherman. There's nothing on a visual level that indicates this plant would do that. Most obnoxious of all, if Dr. Zomboss does its instant kill ram attack into this thing, it body blocks it and stuns Dr. Zomboss. That is like exactly the effect that someone's OC plant would do. At that point, why not just sell people a difficulty switch that turns off all the mechanics in the game? At the very least, this plant does cost a lot of sun. That does, in some minute regard, resemble a form of balance. I don't know, I do get that people just like powerful plants, and that is fine. And again, I do think it's a cool looking plant, I just think it's seriously overrated. This one's just not for me.
Nah, I don't think I'm in the mood. Are you sure?
Electric Peel is this high up because I just kind of find it a bit funny. Electric Peel is a good plant and I actually do love its design. It completely foregoes the simplicity of the original plants, but that's fine as the extra details do make this plant look pretty good. I think it's a great looking plant. It looks a bit funky floating on water, but I get it, it's an electric eel and all that. But what I find really funny about this plant is that in the same patch they released this guy, they added a zombie to Big Wave Beach just to counter it. I'm guessing a lot of you out there don't keep up with the game and didn't even know this, but the Raincoat Zombie is completely immune to electric damage. I have never seen a plant get snuffed so hard like that. Have they done that before? Have they ever added zombies to the game just to counter specific plants like that? It's just so weird that I can't help but love the electric peel. This plant food effect looks pretty cool, I guess. I don't know, it's a silly reason to like a plant so much, but it is what it is. This does also mean that we're now one banana plant away from me considering a challenge run using only bananas. Make it happen, PopCap. The Solar Tomato has a very nice face. I've seen that this plant can enable some pretty ridiculous strategies on the endless mode, which is pretty cool. He's just a stun plant that generates some sun. And he can generate an obnoxious amount of sun. Gauging by how much I drilled the gold bloom, you'd think that I would hate this guy. I actually don't mind that at all. It costs 100 sun and requires a lot of zombies on screen to be effective, whereas the gold bloom can be used from the get-go. In trading card games, there's a concept called win more cards. They're cards that have really powerful effects, so when you see them, they seem super powerful, until you realise that you can only really utilise them once you're at a stage of the game where you've basically already won. And Solar Tomato is a bit like that. It is incredibly strong, there's no denying it, but by the time that this plant is generating serious sun, you've probably already won the stage anyway. There's not much else to say. I'm not a big yellow guy, so that keeps him from being a bit higher.
Kneel before Christ! Ah!
That's right guys, a second Peashooter has hit the tier list. The Electric Peashooter. This guy, to me at least, is one of the poster childs to power creep. It doesn't pack quite the same punch as Pakora, but when you compare it to its parallel, the Repeater, the difference is absurd. But as you might be able to tell, I don't actually mind it. I mean, let's be real, the Repeater isn't exactly the bar of excellence. The Electric Pea is a premium plant, but it's one of the ones you can buy for a $5 with no FOMO, so it's a bit more accessible. Truthfully, I think my perception of this plant is just a little skewed, as Zach Scott uses this guy in like every single one of his videos, and it's max level and just goes bonkers ripping apart all the zombies. I get the feeling it's his favourite plant. The thing about this plant which separates it from the other broken plants in my mind is that I definitely get why people would want to use this one. Its attacks are really satisfying. It makes this really nice little crackling sound as it tears up zombies in 3 lanes. I do distinctly remember this guy being very strong in Garden Warfare, which I believe it appeared in first, so that's a nice little throwback. I'm not entirely sure why I like this one so much. Its plant food effect is very underwhelming, but I do like the way the little peas fly off of it. I think I mostly like it because it's very simplistic in its brokenness. No need for instant kills or fucking somersaults. Just strong and clean and above all, very satisfying shots. Doing yet another plant that I wanted to dislike, the Snappee. This might come as somewhat of a surprise, as I'm a huge enjoyer of carnivorous plants, but at first glance it kind of gave me the same impression as Rhubarbarian. The way that plant functions identically to Bonk Choy, except it's somersaults. God, I can't believe that plant just somersaults. It pisses me off so much. I'm thinking that might actually be my least favourite plant. I'm thinking I'm gonna have to lower it even more. Anyway, its stupid somersaults gave me the same impression as the Snappee, as in, it's a chomper, but with loads of extra little bits it doesn't need. Just to briefly go over the Snappee, it will dive underground and eat a zombie from range, and then the Snappee will fire the head out like a projectile when it's finished chewing. And if the Snappee's facing a zombie it can't eat, it will fire peas at it, albeit very slowly. It was that last one that actually got me thinking, however. Unlike the somersaulting douchebag, these are kind of logical progressions to the chomper. I still think the diving underground is a little bit silly, but as far as gameplay is concerned, I think it's fine. It costs 50 sun more than the chomper and chews ever so slightly slower. It's definitely better than old Chompy, but by a surprisingly healthy margin actually. And then there is the other side of the Snappee I've not mentioned yet. He looks fucking sick. When I returned to the game for the first time, this one really jumped out to me. I wanted to use it so badly, and then unfortunately learned about what a seed premium plant is. Which really is a shame, because this is one of the very few plants in the entire game that I would have spent £5 on. Also, a little bonus fact direct from the wiki. If this plant eats the Medusa zombie, the head it spits out will turn a zombie to stone. That's just such unnecessary attention to detail, and I absolutely love it.
Krakatoa!
Up next we have the Lava Guava, an instant use plant that is pretty much the same as all other instant use plants. I always thought the lava puddles it leaves behind looks like the British childhood classic Cherryade. Imagine a lemonade but cherry flavoured. And upon doing research for this video, it turns out this guy's name comes from the cocktail called Guava Lava. So I guess it's actually an intentional design. That's really cool. It's really hard to find things to say about the instant use plants. They take up so little screen time and they all do virtually the same thing. But I do have one major gripe with the Lava Guava. I had absolutely no idea that this thing was a premium plant. And I bet a lot of you watching didn't know that either. And that's because the Lost City had a ridiculous amount of conveyor belt levels, and pretty much all of them make you use the Lava Guava. I always thought this was just one of the plants you unlocked in the Lost City. And it's actually really lame to push it that hard if it's a premium plant. Although, to be fair, it's gem premium, which is like the lowest form of being premium. Although, I actually find the £5 plants less offensive. That's it really. The Lava Guava is a fairly inoffensive plant, which shouldn't really be a premium, but I do like that it's a soda reference.
What the hell is that?
Oh my god, it's a little me! Well, looks as if he's more fully formed than we thought.
Up next is another Peashooter, and this one's pretty iconic and also from the first game, the Split Pea. This is fairly low on the list for such a classic plant, but let me start with what I do like about it. Firstly, it's a fantastic interpretation of the real-life Split Pea. A regular Peashooter with a vestigial repeater stapled onto it for only 25 extra stun. It's a clean-ass design and it's super simple and effective. It has a clear roll, which it's pretty good at. And I think this is one of the very few plants in the franchise to get a major upgrade from the first to second game. The environmental effects of the second game, particularly the Wild West, really let you play this guy in a different accent that you just can't in the first game. This really is a fantastic plant, so why isn't it higher? Well, for me, this is one of the few plants in the game that you get pressured to use. There are zombies early on that require you to use this, like the Prospector and the Miner. There's better answers to it later on, like the Foom Shroom, but while you're playing through the game, you practically need to use this guy. And when you're all but forced to use a plant that for 70% of the game is just a Peashooter, it does feel a little bad. Not awful, thanks to the Split Pea just being a really cool plant, but a little bad. I love its plant food. When I was really young, I always felt like I was getting so much value when I plant fooded this guy. It's like 2 plant foods, but for 1. Even if one of them's shooting my own plants.
A potato flew around my room before you came, excuse.
The next plant on this list is here for much the same reason as the last, the hot potato. Why is this one above the iconic Split Pea? I just like how it looks a little more. He's got a cute little face, and hot potato is a very funny name. But for a much better and in-depth breakdown, I present to you guys the grandfather of overanalyzing plants on YouTube, Mr. Creep20.
For some reason, Shagrot made the great mistake of giving me a platform to complain about a plant of my choosing. Which of course means I get to talk about what I consider to be the absolute worst plant in all of PZ2. Hot potato. So let me explain exactly why. Hot potato is a tool plant, essentially meaning it's a plant intended to deal with a single gimmick in a single world. Other tool plants include Lilypad and Greybuster, for a more simple comparison. These plants typically do a good job of countering the things they are meant to. Lilypad is the only real answer you have to counter tides in most cases, and if you need a grade removed in a perilous spot, Greybuster is your best option. Hot Potato's job is to counter Frostbite Case's frost mechanics. It can be placed on any ice block and, after a few seconds, it will melt, freeing the plant or zombie inside. Its low cost of literally free makes it the most cost-effective method to remove an ice block in the game, though this does come with a 10 seconds recharge. This isn't unusual for a tool plant, Greybuster has the exact same, but this recharge is much more of a problem. Frostbite Cave's gimmick isn't that plants get frozen one by one at random. In Frostbite Caves, plants build up frost from the frost winds themselves, and hunter zombies build up frost in stages. Hot potato is absolutely no way to counter this, only being able to be used on specifically fully frozen plants. And here's a kicker: when frost winds freeze a plant, they rarely freeze just one, they freeze the entire row at the same time. The only time they can immediately be used is if plants and zombies already on the field as the level starts. For zombies, you typically want to deal with them later, as your defense will be stronger by then. And as for frozen plants, they don't appear nearly as often as you would think. And even then, you typically can afford to wait on getting them, especially as Hot Potato takes a C slot, and won't be doing much else for you. Because trust me, it's a terrible source of anti-frost in the world. When an entire row of plants get frozen, let's say 3 to 4, it takes 30 to 40 seconds to unfreeze them all with Hot Potato. A cherry bomb takes 35 seconds to recharge. This is extremely slow. When using Hot Potato as your only real counter to frost, you'll more or less be relying on other plants to destroy ice blocks with raw damage. While this isn't utterly inviable, it is typically far worse than simply not letting them turn to ice blocks in the first place, which is a totally overpowered ability, and I'm sure the literal next plant in the world will not do that. Regardless, if such an ability were to hypothetically exist, it would completely render Hot Potato's ability to destroy ice blocks obsolete when it comes to plants freezing over. After all, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. Or if you're not American, 28 grams of prevention is worth 453 grams of cure. That doesn't exactly roll off a tongue nearly as well. So yeah, Hot Potato is entirely worthless. Under the specific circumstance, that is totally not actually the case. If you want to hear me talk about more things that are worthless, and some things that are not, then you are in luck. Over at my channel, I frequently do video essays on PZ2 plants and worlds, in a hell of a lot more depth than I've done here. Somehow. Anyways, Shagrat will get back on a pet-pult and... oh, God damn it.
That's a lot of fantastic points, Mr. Creepy, but I'm still keeping him high up on the list for visual flair alone. My question is, what is he smirking about?
I got a little punny, Batman. I got a little punny.
Bungie is a plant that I had extremely low expectations for. It's a melee plant, so once more we need to beat the lamer version of bonk choy allegations, and for the first time on this list, I think we've actually separated ourselves enough from the goat. The Bungie has sort of a combo build system where after a set amount of attacks it'll do a knockback attack. So it's just bonk choy but with an extra broken ability, right? Well, not really. This knockback attack really is the focus of its kit. It's obviously better than the bonk choy, but it really does play like a different plant. With the bonk choy you're playing protection, lots of walnuts and freezing to allow the bonk choy to deal DPS, but with the Bungie you're much better off spamming slows like Sap Fling and Stallia, so that Bungie's knockback carries more weight to it. Yeah, this is definitely the first melee plant to differentiate itself enough from the old Bonky, and because of that, I do really like this plant a lot. There is one major issue I have with this plant though. Something is majorly off of its animations. I can't really tell what though. It's either too stretchy, or its body gets warped whenever it's attacked, or I think maybe it's a bit laggy. I don't know, but its animations definitely hold it back, but I do like this plant.
Oh. What are you... oh, my ass...
Number wherever we're at now, I've lost count, is the Aki. I'm sure you've noticed by now, but there really aren't many adventure plants on the list so far. And that's because while they're not as explosively powerful or exciting, they're just so much more consistent. And this is because, unlike premium plants, they're designed for the story, and as you're going to unlock them anyway, there's no need for flashy incentives to make you buy. And as a result, after years of receiving nothing but premium plants, they do seem a bit boring in comparison. The Aki is an exceedingly simple design. It's just an orange gradient with a simple face, and I think it works to its credit. Aki is actually an acronym for Autonomous Catapulting Ejectomatic Emitter. And while I do like that they're experimenting with the name kind of suggests that it's a robotic plant, maybe something you'd find in the far future, but just looking at it, it seems fully organic to me. I think maybe the biggest downfall of this plant isn't even its own fault. It's outright rude to introduce this plant in the same world as the Parasol Zombie. Like, there's no world in the game where this thing is less useful. And when you do use it, it's not very exciting, but the bounces of its pellets are fairly satisfying. Ultimately, it's a very simple plant that doesn't really get to serve its purpose, at least not in the world it was introduced, but I'll take a simple and ineffective plant any day over a somersaulting douchebag.
Oh, I'm playing some Minecraft, so I wanted to grab a Soylent.
We've had a lot of plants already that have been very disappointing to me, but the soybean disappoints me for a very specific reason. But first of all, obviously, being this high up on the list, I like this guy a lot. I'm an absolute sucker for any sort of summoning mechanic in any game. In fact, that was the concept behind my very first YouTube video I ever wrote. It never came to fruition, but it did kind of kick off my passion for YouTube. So when I saw this little loser printing out zombies, I was super eager to give it a go. But I never did end up using it after learning the hard way that this was a premium plant. But one fateful morning, when I suggested to my roommate that he should try doing a beans only challenge, I got to see this plant get used a lot. And man, this might be one of the weakest premium plants in the game. Like, it's fine, it definitely gets the job done, but it's super limited by only printing out brown coat zombies. And for 200 sun, I generally expect a lot more. Visually, it has to have one of the best plant foods in the game. Making the Gargantua takes me back to playing the PvP mode in Plant vs Zombies for the Xbox. That was always such a blast. But being on the weaker side of plants is not enough for me to dislike it. In fact, I normally like the weaker plants. But man, when I saw this thing can make bucket heads with melons on their head, but it's locked behind the fucking leveling system, I don't think I've ever been more disappointed by a plant before. Other than maybe only the Sundew Strangler. If this plant had a really small chance, I'm talking 1 to 5% of printing a cone head or a bucket head instead of a brown coat zombie, this would have easily made it to the top 5 on this list. I would have used this thing in every single level, but locking such an awesome feature behind the leveling mechanic is unbelievably lame. For this list, I've only been considering level 1 plants, and that's because that's just how I use my plants. But this has to be the single most gutted plant when it comes to the leveling system. Even if you do level this to unlock the higher tier zombies, I don't want to only use the melon heads. Having an element of randomness would have made this 100 times better. This is still a plant I like. It's one of the only summoning mechanics in the game. And it's extremely unique, don't get me wrong. Plus, as a diehard soy boy, I do feel personally represented by this plant, but again, if it wasn't for the leveling system, this could have been an incredibly high rated plant.
My favorite fall vegetable is a sweet potato.
The sweet potato is kind of weird. Conceptually, it should be a fairly easy plant to design, at least on a visual level. It functions as a reverse garlic, right? So instead of being ugly and repulsive, it needs to be cute and attractive. Well, that's why the sweet potato just falls short for me. Like, why does it have such weirdly human eyes? This isn't attractive, this is weird and off-putting. And it has this weird, tiny, toothless mouth. It seems almost baby-like to me. And I'm not sure that's how you're supposed to read this plant. And this feels like one of the last plants you should be making a premium plant. I really struggle to see anyone forking out a $5 for this. So it's an unappealing plant that you have to pay for. Why is it this high up on the list? Well, it almost has to be here by default, because it's one of the only plants in the entire game that enables weird combos. On its own, attracting zombies into a different lane, it's very lackluster, but combining it with a chili pepper or something similar, it's just too satisfying to ignore. And that's really it. There's so few plants in the game unless you do this kind of thing. One of the only other plants that come to mind as truly enabling different playstyles that no other plant can do is the garlic, so it kind of comes together full circle. I think the only issue with what I said about enabling combos is that, have you seen the state of instant plants these days? They do not require any setup at all. Like, yeah, the sweet potato into jalapeno is very fun and very cute, but the puffball just wiped out the fucking map for half the cost. I quite like the red stinger, but PopCap loves the red stinger. The entirety of the Lost City makes you use this plant, and they try so hard to convince you that the red stinger is some sort of one-size-fits-all utility plant. But if you place this thing literally anywhere else than the far left of the screen, it feels awful. Like, I've never been in a situation in this game where I'm so desperate I'll pay 150 sun for a shitty walnut. And even when I do use it as a repeater, it doesn't feel that good. Like, this is never a plant I'm going to be building a team around. But man, it has such a classic design. Like, this would not look out of place in the slightest in the first game. I honestly think if this plant was in the first game, this would have been one of the mascots. And I think PopCap must have known they were onto a banger here, at least on a visual level, because they really make you use this plant in the Lost City. I think this is the most push plant in the entire game. And I'm not a total fan of it, but I do get it. And because of that, I just feel like I can't place it any lower on this list. This is an incredibly well designed plant.
Sit on me.
What?
The spikeweed is probably way too iconic to be this low down on the list. And I guess we're not low on the list anymore, but for something this iconic to the franchise, this is fairly low. You need to understand, this was one of my favourite plants from the first game. I feel like everyone that played the first game had a phase of trying to make a full board of spikeweed with a single row of tall nuts protecting the house. That might have been one of the most iconic setups from the franchise. It was one of the first and most simple gimmick plants in the franchise, doing a tiny bit of damage and being untouchable to most zombies, and one of the very few plants that you want to put at the very front of the lawn. One thing I'd actually never noticed is this plant was reworked visually between the two games. I'm not really sure which one I like more. I think I may be leaning towards PvZ2. I like its bulbous eyes, they're a lot more noticeable, but I do really like the shifty demeanour the first one has. They're both great. But unfortunately, the spikeweed is this low down for a reason. Almost every original plant in the franchise has been power creeped in some regard, and ranking plants lowly based on power creep is a very slippery slope. As if you follow that logic, why would you ever use, say for example, the Peanut, when the Super Turbo Mega Gatling Cannon is just so much better? And whilst that's still definitely power creep in raw power, I think people underestimate how much visual design goes into wanting to play a plant. The Peanut is infinitely worse than the Super Mega Gatling Shitter, but it just looks and feels different to play. But realistically, why would you ever play the Spikeweed when the Spike Rock exists? This is triply true when you factor in the Iceweed and Bramble Bush. This is mostly a criticism for a second game. I'm quite the enjoyer of the upgrade system in the first. And because of the way the upgrade works, they're functionally the same plant, but in Plant vs Zombies 2, with the Spikeweed and Spike Rock being separate entities, it's really hard justifying ever using this plant, especially when the sun economy is so whack. Now I deliberated a lot whether to rate the Spikeweed or the Spike Rock lower for this reason, because the Spike Rock has the same problem when you consider the other options, but there is a very clear reason why you use the Spike Rock over the Iceweed. It's free. The Spikeweed is a fantastic and iconic plant, but just one I think no one ever ends up picking. Let me know in the comments if you have ever picked the Spikeweed over the Spike Rock. I'm genuinely curious to know.
The Jack-o'-lantern is very lucky that it got reworked, else it would be very low down on this list. I used to use the pre-buff Jack-o'-lantern, and it was an awful feeling plant, maybe the worst a plant has ever felt to use to me personally. And the game devs must have agreed, as they removed the part where you need to press down to fire. I do actually like most of the manual firing plants, this one just was not it. Maybe it's because you needed to hold down instead of just click, I don't know, it felt terrible. Post buff, I can't say I'm the biggest fan, but this is one of my girlfriend's favourite plants in the game and she'd be very upset if I ranked it any lower.
Yo.
There's a lot to say about the simplicity of the Cold Dragon. There's something almost ballsy about taking a plant, making an ice variant and just slapping cold in front of it, but I think it works out pretty well. It's just the inverse and significantly stronger version of Snapdragon. I really like how they went almost Yeti-like on its design. It isn't very draconic, but it's cool. There's a lot of really small details that really make this version work. Its stem is a lot more frigid and sharp than the originals, which does make it feel cold and brittle. Its teeth are significantly blunter than the originals as well, which would be better suited for a frozen meal. The tufts of hair that fall over its eyes call back to the original caveman-like forehead that sits upon its eyes. I didn't think this would be a plant that I like so much, but yeah, this is really cool.
Hey, that's mistletoe. You know the rules, gotta kiss whoever's under it.
Next on the chopping block is the mistletoe. Off the bat, I really like this design. Its idle animation is really sweet. The emphasis on it charging up its attack looks really good. You can tell by the detail on its face it's a newer plant, and it's one of the plants that are really gendered, which I'm not normally a fan of. I like a bit of gender ambiguity in my plants, mostly because then I can call everything guy, but it kinda works here. It's a very cute plant. I do have a unique gripe with this plant, however. Typically in games, the silhouette of a character will tell you how it plays. You don't even need to know what game these characters are from, but you can guess which one of these is the tanky fighter and which one is the mage. This sort of visual identity is really important, as it allows the player to understand how a character works without needing to be explained via a tutorial. And now looking at the mistletoe, if you have no idea what this thing does, like I didn't just 20 minutes ago, you would have no idea that this plant costs 500 sun. I'm sure there's a lot of you out there that have never used this plant, despite being familiar with the game, and would you believe this is a reskin of the banana launcher? It does not sell that idea in the slightest. This isn't actually a huge problem, as Plant vs Zombies is a single player game. There's no competitive edge by hiding what your plant does. And there's definitely merit to the juxtaposition that is a tiny, frail, cutesy plant that hurls nuclear missiles across the map. What is much less forgivable, however, is the underwhelming projectile. When the screen's busy, you can barely tell this plant's even done anything. This is a really cute plant, I like it a lot, but myself and I imagine a lot of other people will just be sticking to the significantly cooler and free to use banana launcher. The pepper pot is one of those plants that's built to serve a single purpose. This is a free to play means of beating the ice world, and in doing its job it's very effective. A bit plain. I don't know if anyone's eager to use this thing outside of Frostbite Caves, but it undeniably does its job well. I think a large part of the reason he's so high up on the tier list is that I just really like Frostbite Caves. I have such a good memory of day 19 of Frostbite Caves when I had to defend 2 pepper pods. That was definitely one of my favourite levels in the whole nut challenge. Man, I'm actually already out of things to say for this plant. It's cool. A bell pepper's a bit of a weird choice for a fire themed plant, but I can't deny the orange and green looks nice. That's about it, the pepper pot's cool.
Check out the suggestively sized Sticky Bunny. You're gonna want to stroke it, but not too much, it'll make a mess.
Sticky Bomb Rice is an extremely strong plant that maybe does a little too much. It's a lobbing plant that stuns on hit, which is always very powerful, and explodes after a short delay. It's a fairly satisfying plant to use, although I do think the explosions are lacking a bit of weight behind it. It also shoots into other lanes, which doesn't really sit right with me, as most plants that shoot into other lanes have a visual reason for it. Homing Fistle shooting homing missiles makes sense, and the Three-Peater has a head for each lane, which is awesome, but this plant just does it for the sake of being strong. It's not bad, I do like the feeling of blowing up big groups of stunned enemies, it's just not one of my favourites. And also, I hate this face, why does it look like an angry bird?
These are great. You know, these are great. The dirtier the better.
I think of everyone who's ever had an opinion on the intensive carrot, I might actually hold it in the highest regard. Now don't get me wrong, I don't like it that much, but I respect it a lot. Someone who does not respect it as much as me is the ethnically ambiguous up-and-coming sensation Brando.
Hey, I'm Brando, but that doesn't matter because I hate this orange twat. Intensive Carrot. The only thing intensive about him is the way he's looking at you. Intensive Carrot, costing a charitable 100 sun, has the ability to bring your plants back to life. Kinda like Jesus, but you have to give him a tenner every time your nan passes out. And you may be wondering, how does this, carrot have such an amazing ability? In a word, vitamins. Vitamins and sorcery. Well, that's 2 words, you stupid screwdriver. I don't get the point of this plant other than if you maybe plant the blue melon head and the zombies get a bit carried away. But even then, how bad of a player can you be to let this tanky 500 sun looking bowling ball be eaten by the zombies? But what if multiple bowling balls get eaten alive? I hear you ask, watching this video on the living room telly. Oh, well, not to worry, because you only have to wait 20 whole seconds to use them after a revive. I might as well buy my own melon seeds and throw them at the wall. I'll still have a better chance of reviving them instead of suggestive parrot. Anyway, I've been Brando. You've been the viewer. Bye.
What is he? He says twat like an English person, but no Brit in the history of Britain has ever put an American flag in their bedroom. Making this ranking has really made me realise that I'm just a natural born hater. There's so many plants that I've just wanted to hate, and the Ultimato might be at the top of that list. I do not like how this guy looks. All the detail in its design is concentrated on his face, and the only detail on the rest of his body is his weird cancer skin. But man, this is a fresh plant. His gameplay is actually really cool. To get the most value out of this plant, you need to level it up by placing extra Ultimatos on top of each other, each one becoming more expensive than the last. But you are seriously rewarded for doing so. At max level, which is 3 tomatoes place, this guy shoots cherry bombs, absolutely wipes the board. But I believe most people consider this plant too expensive to be viable. But for my personal tastes, I think that actually makes him even cooler. Not because of my incessant need to be a contrarian, but because this is one of the few plants in the entire game that you actually have to work for, even in the busted sun economy. On top of all this, the Alternator has a fantastic plant food, nuking the entire board a la Doomshroom at the cost of sacrificing itself. Which is huge damage at very large cost. That is a fantastic plant design. Again, I really wanted to dislike this, I think it's kind of ugly. But its gameplay is so genuinely rewarding, it's so unique. It's such a balanced premium plant.
If you're still struggling with consent,
Just imagine instead of initiating sex, you're making them a cup of tea.
Electricity is one of the stronger puns in the game, which definitely resonates with me as a British person. That's not true, I hate tea. But regardless, I was going to say that as a relatively newer plant, he has a fantastic design. But then I noticed this plant came out 7 years ago, dude. Life is flying past me and there is nothing I can do about it. Oh well, this plant kind of functions like the buzz button. He needs to be eaten in order to do an AoE blast. He does kind of have a really pathetic attack it can do in the meantime, like it barely kills imps, and truth be told, I think I like the buzz button's effect more. Like this does far more damage, it's essentially just a cherry bomb. But I like the long range chaff clearing ability that the buzz button provides, and it's at a cheaper cost. That said, electricity smashes it out the park in visual design. I love how simplistic this guy is. One thing that's really holding me back from placing this guy any higher is that it specifically needs to be eaten in order to explode. Unlike, say, the Explodo Nut, which just needs to be destroyed. That means there's an insane amount of scenarios where this plant does not go off at all. And that is really frustrating to use. That's everything I have on this. No, actually, this thing does have a really cool plant food effect. Next plant.
Goop! Goop!
The Goo Peashooter is an exceedingly simple plant. It's a Peashooter that shoots poisonous peas. It does significantly more damage than the Peashooter, killing a Buckethead in the same time a Peashooter kills a Browncoat. But then again, the Peashooter is not much of a benchmark for damage, is it? At first I wasn't sold on Goopy visually, it's just a slimy Peashooter, big whoop, but they really sell it with the animations. Almost unanimously, the newer plants have kind of awful animations, they're so stretchy and stiff, but the Goopy really does feel gelatinous. And that's not an easy thing to sell. Its plant food is very simple, just a big AoE, but it's certainly satisfying. And Goopy sounding like Goopy is an awesome name. That's all there is to this plant, I really like it.
Disgusting black creatures, get out of my sight.
The Shadow Pea is so diametrically opposed to the Goopy, it's kind of funny. The Shadow Pea is just like a regular Peashooter, it also only costs 25 extra. When powered up by the Moonflower, it becomes a really broken laser beam. It does very respectable damage, while also applying a really heavy slow. And on top of that, if zombies somehow make it through, it becomes a Tangleweed and instantly kills a zombie. All of that for 25 extra on a normal Peashooter is kind of ridiculous, but it does look pretty cool while doing it. If I sounded more positive about the Goopy, why is this guy higher? Well, no matter how much I harp on about plants being simplistic and overpowered plants being lame, there's just this little tick implanted in my brain, it's been there since childhood, that just loves watching a mushroom cloud blowing up enemies in a video game. And the Shadow Peashooter's plant food does just that. It's very edgy with a silly little face, but I don't know, I just love it. It's just so ingrained in me to complain about the new appearances in Plants vs Zombies 2. I guess as we grow older we just become more critical to things, but I just really like the Dragon Brute. I think this is largely another one that comes down to bias. When I was in primary school, I must have been about 7 or 8, I remember we had a foreign food festival and I got to try a dragon fruit, and I remember absolutely loving it and begging my parents to buy me one. You can get these in Tesco's nowadays, but 15 years ago these were hard to get hold of. So dragon fruit almost became like a mystical thing to me. And when I was an adult and I finally got to have another one, I actually didn't like it that much. It was too seedy for me, but I still enjoy the memory of liking it as a kid. The Dragon Brute is more than just good memories though, this thing looks awesome. It's over designed to shit, but sometimes if something looks cool it just works. I absolutely love its gimmick of splitting into baby ones as well. It's just all around a cool plant, but it does have its issues though. Firstly, this thing has no visual indication at all that it's a moon plant. And if I didn't watch Zack Scott use it, I never would have known it was a moon plant. Secondly, this thing's animations are rough. It has a really weird delay after it dies, which is kind of annoying. The whole thing just has this weird stretchiness to it. A lot of the modern plants suffer from this, and I don't think it takes away too much from the overall design, because this is a really cool plant, but its death animation's terrible.
Oh, it's just Weezer. Weezer? Oh my god, it's Weezer!
Holly Barrier does complexity right. Or so I've been told. It functions like an Endurian that can spawn mini Endurians a la Banana Launcher. I wasn't too fond of that idea truthfully, but after using it myself it does feel pretty damn good. We had lots of holly bushes around my house growing up, so I do relate to the zombies in the fact that these leaves are sharp as hell. Of all the combination plants, the plants that are just two other plants smushed together, this is probably the most unique of the bunch. My main issue of this plant is whenever I say Holly Barrier, Weezer begins to play in the back of my skull. That's very unfortunate.
Hey, you! Did you steal my buddy Glimbo's gold?
You have a lot of choices how you want to handle sun generation. Some are much better than others, and because there isn't too much gameplay difference in how you generate sun, there's very little reason to pick anything but the best. And Gold Leaf just kind of isn't the best. That's understandable because the Gold Leaf comes with the utility of not taking up a spot on the map. But the main issue of this plant is that space just isn't really an issue. When one row of Pakora will clear the entire game, it's just not a problem that needs a solution, but it's definitely a luxury. And I can definitely appreciate not wanting to use up space for a sunflower. At first I didn't know what the Gold Leaf was supposed to be. For some reason I thought it was supposed to be tobacco, but when I thought about it, I realised they're probably just referring to those thin sheets of gold that are referred to as leaves. The kind they put on ice cream and then charge you 100 quid for. So yeah, my verdict of the Gold Leaf is that it's just a bit unnecessary, but I totally understand why people want to use it. But then I read further on its wiki, and checked out its gallery of images. And did you guys know that the Gold Leaf can go fucking Super Saiyan mode? That's so random but weirdly perfect. I don't know, I love that. I kinda wish they saved this outfit for a plant that actually stayed on the screen, but regardless, it got knocked up like 20 spots on the tier list for that. I've spoke a lot about power creep in this video so far, and with the game being dragged out for as long as it has, it's just inevitable. But this might be the most egregious power creep in the game, which is weird because the Sling Pea isn't obviously a strong plant. Like, it's clearly good, but I don't know if it's anyone's go-to example of power creep, but man, this is actually a pentuple cabbage pot, and it only costs 25% extra sun for 500% of the damage. Like, that really is crazy when you think about it. Like, again, this is far from the strongest plant in the game, but it does show you the insane difference between premium and non-premium plants. The Sling Pea is actually one of my favourite peas in the game though, purely for the fact it has some top-notch sound design. Like, it makes such a satisfying popping sound whenever it fires. And it really does sell the idea of mortar fire. If the sound design for this plant was done by Foley, I'd be so interested to know how it was done. I know it's almost unfair to keep making comparisons to the cabbage pole. Again, it's hardly the bastion of amazing damage. But look at this plant food. It's literally just 3 cabbage pulp plant foods and then a stun. Sling Pea is one of the more simple peas, but it's just kind of fun, and it makes a funny sound.
We put the they in them!
This might be my worst justification for a plant being high up on the tier list yet. The Heath Seeker is a very unsubstantial plant. I'd actually go as far to say it's one of the more boring instant use plants in the game. I'm sure when you compare this to the free ones, it's a lot better. I'm only going off of gameplay footage that I've watched, but damage wise, this thing seems to be a bit underwhelming. And at 125 sun and a 22-second recharge, this thing is mad power crept by other premium plants. In fact, this one's definitely worse than the Grape Shot. And it's not a very cool looking plant either. His face is a bit derpy, but that's about it. Its sound design is fine, and there's no plant food to consider, so why is the Heath Seeker so high up on the list? Well, here's a riddle for you. Primarily in Plants vs Zombies 2, but in the franchise as a whole. Off the top of your head, how many pink plants are there? It's insane, there's like 2 pink plants in the whole franchise that I can think of off the top of my head. And I've spent the last 6 weeks of my life writing up about every single plant in the game. I don't think every game needs loads of pink characters, but pink's a fairly common colour in nature, especially for flowers. When I was thinking up new ideas for challenge series, one of my first ideas was using only pink plants because despite all my branding being green, pink is by far my favourite colour. And I was so excited to go through all the plants and see what I could use, and I was actually dumbfounded when the answer was like 3 plants at a push. So that's that video on the shelf. Heath Seeker is kind of here because it's one of the only pink plants. Now to be fair, its design is actually pretty competent. You know how much I love my simple black eyes. And I don't think it's a bad plant at all, just I'd be surprised if this is anyone's favourite. I think we're now past the good plants, and from here on out we're going to be talking about the plants that are genuinely great. And I want to kick this section off with the Tiger Grass. Tiger Grass is one of the most unique plants in the game, and easily one of the most visually striking. It definitely has that new plant busyness going on, and if you sit and stare at a still image like I currently am, you can definitely find things to nitpick about it. But with its swaying animation, it really does just work. I've not really spoken about what many of these plants do, mostly because they're so simple. But I'll go over this one just in case anyone doesn't know, because it's really cool. Upon placing a Tiger Grass, you'll get a tiny grassy tiger cub that lives in the grass, and will attack zombies when they come close. Over time, the tiger will grow, becoming stronger and stronger, evolving visually like a Pokemon. I really love this plant. The tiger can actually get eaten, in which case you'll eventually get a new cub. One small complaint of this plant is that you need to sort of track to see if the tiger's been eaten or not, because otherwise it'll be defenseless for 6 seconds. And that can become very difficult if you have a lot of these tiger grasses out, because it becomes hard to follow which one's which. But that's not really enough to put me off the plant. I'm guessing I'm going to have a lot less to say about each plant going forward, because there's just less to complain about, which is good because we still have like 150 of these pricks to do. That said, I've just done my taxes for the first time ever as of writing this, and let me tell you, I am feeling very hateful all of a sudden. So I'll find ways to be negative. It's my British birthright to complain.
Oh, which way to the living without a brain seminar? Don't be late, turkey.
The turkey pulp's weirdly shit in a way I kinda love. This was the first plant I ever wanted to pirate, because I thought it was just so unique, and when I finally used it, I realised it was kind of a worse version of the kernel pulp. And feeling worse than a plant from Pirate Seas is rough. But that isn't totally fair to the turkey pulp. It combos really well with stuns like the Ice Bloom, as it allows the turkeys to stack up for more damage, but even then it's a bit of a push. But I like this plant for how stupidly unique it is. Plus, giga bonus swag points for the little pumpkin heads on the turkeys, that's so cute. And then minus that same amount of bonus swag points for locking it behind a level system. In fact, no, I'm bumping it down for locking those adorable pumpkin heads behind the level system. Quick update and apologies to the turkey pulp. I'd actually just assumed that the pumpkin heads were locked behind leveling, but no, they're actually part of the plant food, and that is extremely cool. So, bumping them way back up. I like this guy. I mean this in the best possible way, but the Dartichoke looks like it was released 15 years ago. It's unbelievably simplistic, which works in its credit. Literally the only thing that separates the Dartichoke from a Plants vs Zombies 1 plant is the purple shading, which I think it looks really good on it. But what I really like about this plant is its really weird priority system. So the Dartichoke attacks in a straight line, and only hits one zombie at a time, but it has a priority targeting system that determines what it will hit, with primary, secondary and tertiary targets. And if none of those are present, it will just attack filler. This may seem fairly straightforward, but it's kind of weird when you think about it sometimes. It feels a bit unintuitive, but I actually really like it. For example, if it's attacking a wizard zombie, it's not targeting the wizard because it's the closest zombie, because it does the most damage. It's attacking the wizard because that's the highest up on its priority system. It feels really weird to use, but I'm a huge fan of it. His weird targeting mechanic does leave it very vulnerable to chaff though, so you'll need to protect it with other plants. But I think that's great. I don't think you should be rewarded for spamming the same plant column after column. The Dartichoke is a super simple looking fella with a weirdly complex attack, and that's a fantastic combo.
It's another pleasant day for me, Peter the Strawberry.
The Strawburst does not look like a plant from Plant vs Zombies. It might actually be the furthest removed plant design wise. Like if I had no idea what this was from and you just showed me a picture asking what the context was, I would have assumed this was the mascot for a really sour sweet. His expression in particular, with his humongous mouth and teeth, really make him stick out compared to other plants, which I'm not really crazy about. But at least it's visually interesting, unlike the other plants that don't fit the art style, like the Mango Fire. As far as gameplay is concerned though, I love this plant. He exists in a sort of subcategory of plants that I like to call the cherry bomb factories. This one producing a cherry bomb every 25 seconds, which is extraordinarily slow, especially considering you have to get to 400 some before you can even plant one. But I'm more than happy to use a very slow and powerful plant if it's visually interesting. And I really do love the evolution on this guy. I've used this comparison before, but he really feels like a Pokemon, with a baby, middle stage and fully bloomed strawberry. It looks absolutely fantastic. But what makes this a plant I kind of love is how crazy its plant food is. Like, just take a look at this thing. This is more animation right here than probably the last 2 years of plants put together, and I absolutely adore it. In fact, if I'm being totally honest, this plant food is like 90% of the reason I've placed this guy so high. I just love the animation. I think if all the premium plants had this much attention to detail and were this visually striking, I don't think people would mind the £5 plants at all.
In my group, I was the first legitimate person to go up, which is about 2 feet up and about 2 feet forward.
Wait, you could levitate from...
Well, it's called flying.
You can fly.
Yeah.
Here comes professional contrarian Shagrot with another awful take. I think the Levitator became significantly lamer with its buff. The Levitator looks like a potato mine, but it doesn't function anything alike. Instead you plant it like a regular plant, and every 10 seconds it will slowly levitate a zombie backwards for 5 seconds. And on release, the Levitator had a 1% chance to instantly kill the zombie it levitated. and I think that's such a fun little critical hit mechanic. I thought it was incredibly cool, but the plant proved to be underpowered, or more likely underselling, so they upped the instant kill chance from 1% to 50%. I think that actually makes the plant feel worse. The Levitate was a fine stalling plant if you placed multiple, which isn't hard at 50 sun. They'd hold zombies back for ages, with the awesome additional effect to instantly kill zombies every now and again. When you up that to a 50% chance to instantly kill, it just completely changed the plant to a worse version of the cauliflower. The instant kill goes from being a really small charming mechanic that felt amazing when it did occasionally happen, to something that seems more of an annoyance. It's no longer, yes, I just hit the 1% chance. Now it's, fuck, I lost the coin flip, that feels bad. I think 10% chance would have been much more reasonable. It's not about raw power, it really does feel like a lamer plant now that it has such a high chance. I originally had this placed much higher, but after writing this out I had to move it down a bit, which is such a shame because it's a really cute plant. Okay, for this next entry, we're changing up the formula a little bit. I'm ranking 2 plants at the same time, not because they're here for the same reason, although they are, but because I can't decide which one I like more. So by doing these at the same time and deliberating and comparing, I'm going to decide on the spot which one I like more. Our contenders for this little comparison are the Wasabi Whip and the Parsnip. Now it's probably really confusing why these 2 plants are fairly high up, as I've spent a significant amount of time lecturing you guys on why melee plants need to differentiate themselves from the bok choy, and out of all the melee plants in the game, these 2 may actually do the least to differentiate themselves from the bok choy. I'm not sure if there's a single way gameplay wise that the bok choy is different to these, but I'm going to have to put my hands up here and admit that I'm a hypocrite. I just love these designs. I think it's kind of obvious now that I prefer good visual design to powerful and even well designed gameplay. The more eagle-eyed amongst you might have noticed that I've not placed a single spicy plant on this list yet, and that's because I'm an absolute fiend for spicy food. Anywhere I go, I'm ordering the spiciest option, which means I'm kind of fond of the Wasabi Whip. As for our other contender, I can't say I'm the biggest parsnip fan, but sometimes a plant just looks cool, and that's enough, and I mean, this plant does look really cool. It reminds me so much of that one lobster Pokemon, but it's just such a good design. But once again, it does practically nothing to separate itself from the bok choy. And while it obviously pales in comparison to the bok choy, next to the Wasabi Whip, I can't really tell who I like more. On a surface level visual comparison, I'm gonna have to say this is a tie so far. So comparing them gameplay wise, these are like the same plant. Literally the only thing I can tell that's different is that the Wasabi Whip can attack from behind. I think this one's gonna have to come down to the plant food. Taking a look at the Wasabi Whip first, for a spicy plant that is quite bland. It just sort of hits the Jada Smith, but taking a look at the parsnip, never mind, that's no contest, this plant food is way cooler. You know that any sort of summoning mechanic makes me go bonkers. It does kind of bother me that they only send out 2, they should have made it 3 but even out the damage. But what can I say, I'm a sucker for the rule of 3. Also, now I look closer at the wiki, I realise that the parsnip has the Guacadal passive and sends out a little parsnip. I think that seals the deal. Parsnip wins this competition and earns the prestigious title of being 1 spot higher than the Wasabi Whip.
Hey Apple! Hey! Apple! Hey Apple! Hey Apple!
Next up on the list is a plant that I don't want to like, and in fact, I still don't like it. The Apple Mortar. I wouldn't call this a bad design in the slightest. He kind of looks like he has a Joe Swanson chin, which isn't a negative at all, that might be my favourite thing about him. Unfortunately, I don't really have a good answer as to why I don't like its design. Maybe it's because much like how I love the bok choy and don't like the plants to step on its tail, the Apple Mortar comes after the Freepeter, another one of my all-time favourites. It's not blatantly overpowered, its design's fine, I'm just not keen on it. All catapult plants have basically the same plant food, so they're not pushing the boat out here. So the question is, why is the Apple Mortar so high up on the list? Well, the Apple Mortar is actually the top of a bunch in a metric that I've not even mentioned yet. The Apple Mortar has, bar none, the best flavour text in the game. And before I reveal to you Apple Mortar's insane flavour text, let me teach you the importance of localization in games design. You see, if you want your game to reach a global audience, it's not enough to translate it. Sometimes literal translations won't hold any meaning in other languages, and sometimes literal translations can be downright offensive. A couple of examples of localization in gaming that most people have probably encountered would be switching out, say, a Japanese character's name for something more Western, or removing imagery of skeletons to fit the Chinese sensibilities. One form of localization, which is near non-existent, is the localization between different forms of English. Relevant to this plant, the Apple Mortar, is the very minor differences between American English and English English. Now here's the Apple Mortar's flavor text. Apple Mortar stuns 3 zombies dead in their tracks. Spaff, that'll show them. That'll show them all. But to spaff on something in the land of crooked teeth and bad weather means, well, you can probably guess what. But the implications of what the Apple Mortar is doing to these zombies is just too good for me to mark down. So for pure mental imagery, the Apple Mortar ends up being a plant I love.
Look, sir, droids.
Look, a penny!
Up next is a plant that I'm pretty sure not a single person watching about has even thought once since the start of this video. This plant is perhaps the single most useless plant in the entire franchise. Something that for many people would get this plant placed low. And I don't know, maybe it's just because I'm a full-time YouTuber so I also contribute nothing to society, but I think being the least useful plant is one hell of a charm. The plant I'm referring to is of course, the golden magnet shroom. Now to explain to you guys just how useless this plant really is, our special guest Sylvia has made their own presentation, which saves me a nice chunk of time on editing, so thank you very much.
Hey there, I'm Sylvia YSI, and I'll be talking about Gold Magnet here. This plant is one of the plants of all time, and it comes from PVZ1, so that's something, I guess. This plant isn't really based off of any real-life plants, but I'm sure you could assume that since the name is just wordplay. You know, gold magnet. It's a literal gold magnet. I think that's fun. As for how it functions in gameplay, it's a direct downgrade from Magnet Shroom, as it's limited to picking up coins and gems exclusively. That's, pretty sad for an upgrade plant, I'll be honest. You would only really want to use Gold Magnet if you're running some kind of low maintenance setup in Endless, but even then, why? Just use the Zen Garden for your coins, it's not that difficult. If it wasn't obvious already, I kind of dislike this plant. In fact, it's my least favorite plant in the PVZ franchise. Say what you will about PVZ2's Tomb Tangler and Popcorn from Adventure, but at least they serve some kind of purpose. Gold Magnet is completely pointless the second you decide you want to play the game.
Oh, come on, man, I can't have shit!
Oh, and even Chinese PVZ2 had the right idea, seeing as how Flower Pot came back before this thing's ever gotten a chance. Damn. Well, thanks for having me here, Shagrot. I'm gonna go back to my weird little channel now. Steam happy, peace.
Road work ahead? Yeah, I sure hope it does.
Here comes the last vine that I suspiciously left off the group ranking, the P Vine. Now why is this one so highly rated compared to the others? Well, it's pretty simple. This is how I wish all of the vines functioned. First of all, its own attack is negligible. It's not nothing, it's basically another Peashooter. And for only costing 125 on top of its other utility, that is quite the bargain. But more importantly than its own attack, any P that sits in this thing gets a fairly large buff to its damage, as well as a nice visual of a mini P orbiting the big P. I think that's pretty simple. It just buffs the plant it's sitting on. And I've said this before, but I really think Plant vs Zombies is missing that element of gameplay. I wish there was more combos you could do. I would love to pick a plant and build a full team around it instead of just building 3 or 4 rows of it. I find it such a shame that only the Ps get that kind of privilege. Let's just say you wanted to push the regular Peashooter to its absolute limits. Just off the top of my head, you could place that bad boy in a P Vine, whack a Torchwood in front of it, and then place an Appeement down, and all of a sudden, the regular Peashooter is doing a real respectable amount of damage. I think it's such wasted potential that you can only do this with P plants. And I do understand it's kind of the P gimmick, but I'd love to do that with other plants in the game, it'd be so fun. Not for nothing, this is also probably the best looking vine plant in the game. It's so simple, I love it, it's got a funny little squished face. This is just a fantastic vine plant. I really wish this is how all the vine plants were. I'm going to start off with the one negative thing I have to say about this plant, just because there's so much good to talk about. This plant has a really boring plant food effect. That's it, that's all the negatives. The daisy chain is one of the few ramping damage plants in the game, most of which normally take the form of cherry bomb factory plants like the straw burst and banana launcher. But the daisy chain functions like a Peashooter, starting out with fairly weak attacks, but after 12 attacks, it sprouts a new head. Each time it opens a new head, it shoots out a gas cloud that stuns the zombies, and after 3 heads open, it will just shoot the gas every 12 seconds. It's so simple and so effective, and most importantly, one of the heads is pink, so yay. People do not like using the bamboo stalker to the point where I kind of feel bad for it. Like, this is an extremely unpopular plant, and I think I do know why. It's very unique with a strong visual design and identity, and it's a free to play plant. I really like its gimmick of being a wall plant that can also attack from behind. With its little rapid fire jabbing animations, they look fantastic. The issue with this plant that no one really talks about is the fact that you need to break symmetry with it. It's human nature that want to place everything in neat orderly lines, and due to the nature of this plant, you just can't do that. You need to be putting this up in fairly random spots to get the most value out of it. And that does sort of feel bad. It also really doesn't help that the world this is introduced in is chocked full of zombies that will just instantly kill it. It's just really not suited for the world it's introduced in, which leaves a bad first impression. But I just can't dislike a plant that tries to do something unique. This is a plant that I really admire. From afar, this thing is never touching my seed selection.
Potatoes.
The teleportation mine is a fantastic pun, but a bit of a contrived plant. I'll cut to the chase on this one. It's just kind of outclassed by the primal potato mine. They both explode in the 3x3, dealing, quote, extreme damage. The only difference is the teleportation mine arms 2 seconds quicker and recharges 5 seconds quicker. And obviously it has its teleporting shenanigans as well. But these come at the cost of a 30% point increase. But when you're talking about plants this cheap, that doesn't really matter. Primal does have a slightly better plant food, which doesn't really count for much. The real difference in these plants come down to the fact that one's free and one makes you gamble on loot boxes. You can draw that comparison between a lot of plants on this list, but none of the free to play and premium counterparts come this close in power level. I do like the telepotato. It's a potato mine at the end of the day, they're all great, but I and most people are just going to stick with the primal potato.
What kind of little bumbo clot dog this am I give? In can't bark louder blood clot. In can't defend me.
Bomber Granite is this high up on the list for a very simple reason, and I'm not going to dwell on it for too long. It's exactly a cherry bomb. Exact same cost, exact same recharge, exact same damage. The one and only difference between these two plants, gameplay wise, is that the pomegranate leaves behind a grid of dancing seas. And I don't know, man, I just love the way these guys are having a little rave. They're so cute. The Bomber Granite has a pretty good design in its own right. It has a stupid pouty face which I really like. Overall, I like it a lot more than the Plant vs Zombies 2 Cherry Bomb and a lot less than the Plant vs Zombies 1 Cherry Bomb. Alright, I know for a fact this one's a fan favourite. Up next is the Winter Melon. In the first game, this was the ultimate plant. This was the most expensive plant in the game, and I remember so fondly spamming these in Plant vs Zombies 1 endless pool levels. And the sound design is so meaty, especially in the first game. Like, I don't know if there's any other plant that feels better to use just off sound design alone. But my gripe with the Winter Melon specifically, who I still love but rate lower than the regular Melon Pult, is that it just outclasses the Melon Pult to a degree where there's virtually no reason to ever take the Melon Pult. Which is a real shame because the Winter Melon just doesn't feel as special when it's not next to the regular Melon Pult. The Winter Melon costs a bit more, but with the sun economy so broken in the second game, it's practically negligible. This isn't really a problem in the first game because the Winter Melon is not really a separate plant, it's an upgrade. But I just wish in the second game the regular Melon Pult did more damage to compensate. I know it's not a big deal, I just think it's kind of poor games design. But the Winter Melon does still place highly, purely for having that energy of the final weapon you look forward to after a long campaign.
Well, Alice, it seems we both got autism, haven't we?
Yeah.
Well, that's good to know.
Remember a while back when I said the sweet potato was cool because you could combo it with the jalapeno? Well, evidently, PopCap agrees with me, because for some reason they made that combo into a single plant, the Hot Date. I quite like the roll compression plants, mostly because PopCap are really good at coming up with creative ways of incorporating that into the visual design, and the Hot Date is no different. The visuals definitely match the gameplay, but I'm not too keen on them taking an existing combo and putting that into a premium plant you have to pay for. I spent so much time in this video complaining about the plants with too much detail on their face, especially when they become almost uncanny and human-like. And the Hot Date might have this worse than any other plant in the game. His face is so detailed and just so human that it kinda comes full circle and works. And again, I don't really like how they combined these two roles specifically into one plant, but they absolutely smashed it when it came to incorporating that into its concept, which lands it this high up on its own. Oh. The chili pepper is an unbelievably fun design. This is the first plant on the list that I really want to hate, and I know I've said that a bunch before, but I don't want to hate the design or the visuals or the game plan. I want to bully this dweeb. It's just so meek and goofy looking. I love it. I was a really slow child. I mean, I'm a slow adult, but I was extra slow when I was a child. And as a result, I had to have one of them special teacher assistants sit next to me in lessons, so I never got a chance to be a bully. But something about this doofus's design is just unleashing this pent-up urge to bully. Jokes aside, there's a lot of plants that try and be cute, and even more that try and be cool. And even a subcategory of plants that are trying to be edgy. But this is the first one of the plants that's trying to be stupid. And my god, I love that. The only thing I dislike about the chili pepper is that I wish the power creep wasn't so blatant. Like, I really like the idea of it freezing lanes in the same way the chili pepper burns. But I don't think it should have exploded and done damage the same as the chili pepper. But, I mean, that aside, I just love this plant. Also, major swag bucks for originating from the Facebook game. I used to play that. The headbutter lettuce is the first of a very niche subcategory of plants to be placed on this list, that being the butter plants. I can't really explain why, I just absolutely love the butter plants. I think it's because the mechanic is so far detached from being plants, but still feels organic enough to work, especially on a visual level. And I think that organicness is really important. That's why the boom balloon flower just didn't work for me, the rubber just wasn't organic enough. The head butter lettuce is the lowest ranked of the butter plants for a reason that should probably be obvious by now. I'd rather just use the bonk choy personally. But I do really like the head butter lettuce, especially on a visual level. They really do convey that energetic nature of like a small dog that's so absent on other plants. This is a really broken plant though, it does so much damage and just rapidly stuns everything around it. Special shout out to its plant food though, I love how it just goes bonkers. This really is a fantastic plant. I spent an unfathomable amount of time complaining about the newer plants from Plants vs Zombies 2. But coming up this high on the list, we have the most recent release in PvZ2, the Blast Spinner. The Blast Spinner is kind of a boring plant gameplay wise at least. It's essentially just a corn pole amped up to 11. It has an exceptionally boring plant vid as well, very little animation put into this one. And it kind of sticks out like a sore thumb. Like this barely looks like a plant from Plants vs Zombies 2. But man, you just have to recognize how much they've pushed the visual design in this one. Like this looks nothing else like in the game or the franchise as a whole, and honestly I think it works perfectly for this plant. It just looks amazing and incorporates the plant it's based on, the cobweb house leek, perfectly into its design. And the cute baby spider eyes just sell the whole thing completely. I absolutely adore the design on this one. It's one of the strongest in the entire video so far, honestly. I'm not too fond of its idle animation. Again, these newer plants rely way too much on this like stretchy look. Like the older Plants vs Zombies 2 plants have some of the best looking animations in the game. The way they bob and sway, they have this jovialness to them that the other plants just don't have. This animation ends up feeling a bit cheap, but not enough to take away from how fresh this plant is. I love it.
Burrito. Gonna get it? Gone.
Next is another really recent plant to the game as well. My first and maybe only complaint with this is I kind of hate the way it sits on the water. I'm guessing it's based on some sort of slightly amphibious mushroom, and that's the explanation as to why it can sit on water. I really hope it's not a random addition to just make it feel stronger for the sake of it, but this plant really needs its own swimming animation. I don't know, I just don't like the way it sits on top of the water. But holy shit, this may be one of the best applications of incorporating real world plants into its design so far. This design being a shaggy mess is based on the lion's mane mushroom, which certainly looks like a shaggy mess in real life. But I don't know, I just love how it translates into the cartoon art style. I think it looks fantastic. I absolutely love this thing's super unique ability. This thing is actually a wall plant, and for only 200 sun, this plant will continually summon little versions of itself on other tiles that act like mini chompers, and that's unbelievably cool. I've said this 3 times now, but I adore summoning mechanics. And this is easily the best application of summoning so far. And the animation of these little things biting into huge zombies looks hilarious, I love it. And best of all, other plants can actually occupy the spaces of these mini mushrooms, and they get boosted to their ability. And not just like bad damage buffs, they do whole new things, like for example the Scary Shroom will no longer hide. I really like this because it opens up a whole new design space. A small gripe I have with the plant is just how broken these little chompers are. Like they'll continuously spawn, but for some reason they can eat gargantuas in one bite. Like that is ludicrously strong. I wish they were toned back a little bit. This plant also has an incredible plant food. Not only will it spawn loads of the mini chompers, but it turns into an eldritch horror and starts grabbing zombies with tentacles. Like I just love this plant. Visually, it's incredible.
Now I'm going to cut out Princess Bubblegum's heart and make out with it.
Next up is one of the only other predominantly pink plants in the game, the Blooming Heart. I know that I've gone on and on about all the things plants need to be successful in my books, but I really am easy to please when it comes down to it. This is just the most pink plant, so I kinda just like it for that. Although there is a bit more to it. I really like how it has a flat damage that ramps up with each hit, meaning this plant pairs against tougher targets really well, but it struggles against hordes of brown coat, which is surprisingly rare in this game. Most strong plants will just handle everything. And as far as premium plants go, this feels like one of the weaker ones. And, of course, it has practically the same plant food as every other lobbing plant. I don't know what else there is to say, it's the pink plant and I like pink. It's been a hot minute, but we're once again ranking a plant from the first game, and this time it's the Ice Shroom. I think this plant ends up being so highly rated because one of my favourite strategies from the first game was bringing the instant use mushrooms into every level, including the daytime levels, and just waking them up with the coffee bean. And even though you have to put in the extra sun for the coffee bean, I think it used to feel really good. I used to think that was really cool, it felt like lighting a fuse, especially on the Doom Shroom. But I used to bring the Ice Shroom into everything as well. I think one of the single best things about this plant is its raw simplicity. It just freezes and slows screen wide, but it's such a strong effect. When it came time to bring this thing to Plants vs Zombies 2, there was obviously the issue of another plant weirdly jacking its shtick. So it had to receive a complete redesign, and you know what? I kinda like its redesign. At first, I think the initial reaction for everyone involved was largely negative. First of all, it looked completely different, which is really jarring. I almost love how weirdly high up the face was on the original Ice Shroom. He has this weirdly goofy but still staunch face. But to be honest, it's kind of hard to argue this isn't a visual upgrade. I just can't deny I really like what they've done to it in the second game. It's kind of a semi-melee wall plant that freezes and damages nearby zombies and also boosts nearby ice plants. And this might be a real stretch, feel free to comment and say this sounds ridiculous, but to me it almost feels like the Ice Shroom is returning as a veteran from the first game after missing for what, 15 years? And now it comes and backs up and almost teaches the newer plants by buffing them up. I don't know if that sounds really stupid, but to me it just feels amazing and I really like how they handled the transition. Especially since it had to change. I loved how simple it was in the first game, and I love the newly added complexity in the second game. I think the Ice Shroom is just a fantastic plant. We're now 2 hours into this project, and I'm assuming everyone still watching is either asleep or just here for the ambient noise. So I'm going to be switching up to a less intrusive editing style, something similar to what I was doing in the Nut series. It's a bit sad because I really like the transitions, but this project has already been a copyright nightmare and I don't want to have to delay it any longer. Power Lily is the OG premium plant, and I think this is the first plant in the entire franchise that was designed to be specifically stronger than other plants with the sole intention to sell it. And that kind of dictated the whole direction of Plants vs Zombies 2. But I'm not going to blame the Power Lily for the greed of big corporation. And like I said an hour ago now, I have extremely fond memories of my nan buying me this plant. And I used it in every single level. This thing helped me through the entire game. So there's obviously bias at play. When I stopped playing, I grew weirdly resentful to the Power Lily, as to me it embodied everything wrong with the game. Out of all the premium plants in the game, especially early on, to me this is the one that really felt like you was directly buying power. So for a long time I considered this a bad plant, but in recent years I've kind of come full circle on it. For starters, power level wise, this thing's been blown out the water by newer plants. So what it represents to me now is the single most versatile and visually interesting instant use plant in the game. Because that's all plant foods really are, they're just varying degrees of powerful board clears. I don't know, maybe it's because me and Power Lily have a history, but I just really like this plant. I've said basically everything I want to say about the Spike Rock in the Spikeweed segment, so I'm not going to linger on it for too long. But this is one of the few plants in the first game that really has an alternate playstyle. Your options really were Chomper that instantly killed things, and the Spike Rock that was a kind of trap. Massive shout out for being the only plant in the first game that could withstand a hit from the Gargantua. In my head as a child, this was the toughest plant in the game. From memory, I think even the Tallnut couldn't take a hit from one of these guys. But I might be wrong about that. But because Spike Rock could take 3 hits, it just seemed so insanely bulky to me. And I obviously loved it because of that, it's so iconic. We're doing back-to-back PvZ1 plants here. And we're doing maybe an even more iconic plant this time. The Foom Shroom. The Fume Shroom's always been a very simplistic plant. It's just a big chunky plant vs zombies style mushroom with a big puffy head that does give a very strong imagery of squeezing out all the fumes, almost like a bagpipe. Or at least that's how I imagined it works. But something I never liked about this as a kid is that this plant was introduced to counter a single zombie in the screen door zombie. And I never liked feeling forced to take a plant just to do a single thing, but it was never too big of a deal because this is quite a strong plant in its own right. Being off the top of my head one of the few sources of piercing damage in the first game, I actually can't think of anything else that can pierce in PvZ1. It's just such a solid and iconic plant, and for some reason I really can't describe, maybe it's because I had to use it for the screen door zombie, I just don't like it as much as other plants from the first game. One massive thing this plant has going in its favour though, is that it reminds me so much of the episode of Simpsons where Homer gets so fat that he has to wear a muumuu. To me as a kid this was the muumuu plant, and I think that's a fantastic thing to be known as. I can't believe it guys, but we are 3 for 3 on Plants vs Zombies 1 plants, and next up is the Sun Shroom. First of all, for a bit of context, at this point in the video, I've been at it for about 6 weeks, and from just typing so much, my wrists are on fire, so I've had to swap to voice dictate. And for some reason, it just keeps turning all the shrooms into shrimps. And I don't know why, but the idea of the Sun Shrimp is so funny to me. Anyway, the Sun Shroom is the answer to the issue that is night worlds in both games. In the night stages, no sun will naturally spawn, and you start with significantly less sun. And because of this additional challenge, the night worlds have always been some of my favourites. The Sun Shroom starts off as a cheap and significantly less effective version of the sunflower, but grows fairly quickly into a very strong sun producing plant. Thematically, this is fantastic, but I kinda wish they only grew during the night. I don't like in the second game specifically that it's kind of just an objectively better sunflower. I think even within the night levels they might be a bit too strong, it kinda takes away from the difficulty, but I can't stay mad at something so simple. One thing I do like about the growing gimmick of these plants is when you lose one to a random zombie, you really do feel the loss. Because not only do you have to pay for a new one, you have to wait for it to grow. I don't want to sound too negative, it's just because I've not had a chance to speak much about the first game, so I've not really brought up any of my criticisms yet. And even with all of its minor flaws, this plant is legions above most of the second game. The Sun Shroom is a simple sun producer that mimics the way mushrooms grow in the dark, and I just love that. I'm ranking the Imitator here more because I think it barely counts as a plant. I think a lot of people more obnoxious than myself would probably argue that the Imitator is one of the strongest plants in the game, and if you really want to overthink it, the Imitator's potential only grows stronger and stronger as new insanely powerful plants are added to the game. This plant kinda sits in the Power Lily school of design where it's one of the early premium plants that you're just paying for direct power. Like 90% of the time you're just using this guy to stack up on turbo strong plants. I do really like his ability though, don't get me wrong. I've had a lot of ideas for challenge runs that really rely on this guy, especially for pools of plants that don't have much representation. I also didn't realise until making this video, but the Imitator had a really large visual rework between games, and I'm pretty sure the only reason I never noticed this is because I must have suppressed the memories of the original Imitator down in my deepest trauma centres. Because the original Imitator is so freaky looking, it looks like it's had its mouth sewn shut. The new Imitator looks infinitely better than the old one. Not that the old one's bad, it's just freaky. I didn't initially like the primal plants that much. The first time I ever used them was during my nut challenge, so I only really got to test them during the conveyor belt levels. But prior to my nut challenge, I was absolutely binge watching Plant vs Zombies YouTube videos, and people would absolutely rave for the primal Peashooter. In fact, I had assumed that this was a premium plant because this was in so many videos and so many comments. It's a very simple plant really, it's just a Peashooter with a bit of knockback, but despite its simplicity, it's incredibly effective, especially against Gargantuas. I think I mostly just like him because he's a very powerful option that's also free to play. I bet it was also very hard to design a primal Peashooter without adding loads of needless accessories. Like I guarantee at one stage of development, this thing had a leopard print skin on. I think making him kinda hairy was a weird choice, but not a bad one. And I really do like his big fat forehead, this guy's definitely charming. He has a fairly standard plant food for a Peashooter, but it used to do splash damage, and they actually removed that from the base plant and made it a feature of leveling. That is ridiculously lame. But it's not the end of the world, this is a strong enough plant as it is. I was so ready to dunk on the tumbleweed, you have no idea. I was looking at this dweeb in his tiny yellow face, and I just knew something about this was going to be broken. But when I sat down and used him for the first time, I got so angry. I am so annoyed that I didn't know this guy was just walnut bowling. If I had known that, he would have absolutely made an appearance in the nut challenge. Gameplay wise, yeah, it's just walnut bowling. It's so cheap and its recharge is so quick that I'm pretty sure just using this plant and an imitator, you could probably clear a lot of stages. I do have one very large nitpick with this plant though. This plant has a very small chance to send out multiple versions of itself, which is cool. I really like randomness in plants, and I think that's a cool idea. But it also has another gimmick, where it changes visuals depending on what level it is, getting larger and darker. And to answer my question, which I haven't even asked yet, the answer is obviously money. It is always money. But what is the point of having these two separate mechanics? Why not make them one? Sending out two of itself is a nice bonus, but why not just randomly send out an upgraded version of it? That way, it also invokes the original walnut bowling even more. Once again, we have been absolutely robbed by the plant seed system. And this is what I hate most about the plant seed. It's not about making your plant stronger, because you can choose not to do that, but you actively lose out on huge aspects of some of the plants. Because of how much this plant has been ruined by the leveling system, it gets knocked down quite a bit, but I mean, it's obviously still here, it's high up on the list. It's walnut bowling, you have to love walnut bowling, but this really could have been a top 10 plant. Alright, quick update on the plant. I did wonder why this was an appeasement family plant, and it's because it's ignited by the torchwood, and that is just unbelievably cool. I had seen that in some YouTube video thumbnails, but I assumed it was just clickbait. But yeah, that is just an awesome little detail. Here comes another oldie but a goldie, the torchwood. To help with this colossal video project, I'd printed off sheets with every single plant from the franchise in, so I can keep track of what I've already done. And because of this, I've never looked so closely at the torchwood before in the first game. And I always thought it had this weird stretched out face, like maybe it was kind of facing backwards because of the placement of his teeth. But only now, looking at this paper, I'm seeing that he just has a really large grin. And I don't know, it's kind of hard to interpret from afar. This was the very first plant in the game that buffs other plants, and for the longest time its sole function was to buff Peashooters. But in Plants vs Zombies 2, this guy got huge upgrades. And by huge upgrades, I mean they stapled a bunch of stuff on him that I don't care about. Yeah, I don't know, I just don't care about all the stuff they added to him in Plants vs Zombies 2. I don't mind the dealing damage to zombies that are eating him, that's a small change but it's very thematic, I do like that. But I don't think it needed to be a jalapeno at all, that's really unnecessary. I think this makes its overall design feel a bit clustered, and it makes the individual benefits a lot less meaningful. Regardless, focusing on its main function of burning pea projectiles, it's still to this day one of the most unique plants in the entire franchise. And I absolutely love this interaction. I have such fond memories of playing Survival Endless and making rows and rows of Gatling peas supported by Torchwood. That was absolutely peak. For some reason, when I first started playing Plants vs Zombies 2, the Torchwood had my favourite plant food in the game. The way that you didn't get an immediate bonus, but over time you'd get so much value from the upgraded Torchwood, I absolutely love that. And I just love the way its flame grew more intense. This plant is so important to the franchise, and I just love the Torchwood. The Grimrose is an instant use plant that doesn't want to be. It sits at the back of the lawn and will creep up to the strongest plant in this lane Gengar style and instant kill it, dragging it down. Visually, that's just fantastic, especially for a free to play plant. Originally, this whole section was me complaining that this plant used to have free charges and it got removed, and I speculated that it was because of the leveling system, and I just ranted and ranted, but I forgot that this was a shadow plant, and I was just using it about the Moonflower, so it turns out I'm just a dumbass and complained about nothing. This plant feels the most shadow plant out of the shadow plants, and it does look amazing. I like it a lot. Also, this is the 69th plant you unlock in Plants vs Zombies 2. Do with that information as you will. I never really felt like a dumb kid. Despite being bottom set of every subject and unironically loving Fred and annoying Orange, I always felt like a pretty competent kid. But then I remembered that I refused to touch the Magnet Shroom in both games because it didn't deal any damage. The Magnet Shroom is such a simple idea, but it's so creative. Removing helmets from tanky plants is so cool, and it's undeniably a very cute design that lets you know exactly what it does just by looking at it. This thing gets even better in the second game though. Its plant food is so fun to use. Stealing all the helmets on the screen and using them as projectiles, that's a fantastic concept. But perhaps my favourite interaction with this plant is that it decapitates punk zombies because of all their piercings. That's not only such fun attention to detail, an amazing flavour, but it really does help you out of one of the most annoying zombies in the game. The magnet shroom does raise a very interesting question though. Is the mushroom the magnet sits on sentient? It doesn't have a face, it's just a regular mushroom. It's almost creepy. The kiwi beast is almost exactly a hybrid between the fat beet and the bean sprout, but I actually prefer it to both of them. It's a gem premium plant, so technically it's free to play if you buy that. I really like kiwi, so naturally I like the kiwi beast. But it runs into a major issue that a lot of defensive hybrid plants have. This plant wants to take damage in order to benefit from its AoE damage, but there's just far too many zombies in the game that will instantly kill this, denying it of its gimmick. Like, it's fine for the first few worlds, where there's only 1 or 2 zombies to deal with, like the Torchwood or the Barrel Roller, but quickly you'll be facing levels that just spam multiple different types of instant kill zombies, and the whole thing just becomes unfun. Kiwi Beast is far from the only plant with this issue, but it's one of the ones that feel it the most. The Hurricane, above all else, is just an absolute delight to use. It's not the strongest instant use plant, but it does have a very strong effect. But for 100 sun, you can do a lot better. But I'm really not sure if there's a single plant in the game that's just quite so satisfying. The Hurricane's blowing effect is really strong, and it's one of the plants that don't care about the toughness or amount of zombies in front of it. In fact, its usefulness scales the stronger and more enemies there are. In endless mode, this plant is straight up broken. And there are some ridiculously strong combos you can do with it. In one video I saw, I can't remember who made it, but I'll try and put it on screen. Someone comboed the Hurricane with the Solar Tomato, and that ended up in almost indefinitely stalling zombies and creating ridiculous amounts of sun. The Hurricane was a plant that I just assumed was free to play, but is actually a gem premium plant, which is slightly lame. I think I thought it was free to play because a lot of conveyor belt levels make you use this plant. But for how ridiculously simple and extremely satisfying this plant is, it has to go high up on the list. The electric current, as far as I'm aware, is largely considered a failed plant, and I'll be straight up and say I really don't ever see myself using this plant. It has a gimmick, and the gimmick doesn't work very well. That's pretty much end of story. But ages ago in this video, I said that in some way or the other, all plants directly derive from the Peashooter, sunflower or cherry bomb. And for the sole fact that the electric current at least tries to deviate itself is extremely admirable to me. And even if it doesn't work out that well in game, conceptually, I think it's a huge success. Creating electric gates that's an actual electric current by linking these guys together, that's brilliant. Like, on a visual and conceptual level, this is a fantastic plant. And it does do quite a bit of damage. It's just that the unfortunate state of the game that stops this plant being useful. The entire game revolves around instant kill zombies, and pretty much every single world has a zombie that will just run over this strategy. The last 5 or so worlds will have 4 or 5 zombies each that will just ruin it. But despite that, I just love the electric current. It's an unbelievably simple design. It's a berry with eyes, but I really think it's important for the game to have these plants that at least try to be different. I love the electric current, that's all. I think of all the entries so far, this is one I have the least justification for. The plantain is one of those plants that you're almost forced to use, and I've never been keen on the plants that the game makes you use to beat a gimmick. I don't know how to say this. I really hate this word. It's used way too much in marketing now and almost feels like a gaming buzzword. But this plant just feels so cozy to me. It's not a very organic plant, it barely counts as a plant. But its design just has such a genuine warmth to it. I don't know, it's just so iconic. Visually it's a fantastic plant. I don't really care for what it does in game, but sometimes that doesn't matter. I also suspect there's a weird population watching this video right now that agrees with me. If the plantain's one of your favourite plants, do let me know in the comments, I'm so curious. I almost considered ranking the 2 versions of the Mega Gatling Pea differently, but once I thought about it, they're not really that different. In the first game, this was the ultimate plant, something I might have said a little too much now. I like to make fun of kids for falling for content farms on YouTube, but there's no denying it. When I was 12 years old, I was watching Chinese versions of this game where people would just place down rows and rows of Gatling Peas instantly and just destroy everything. There's something so primal about watching someone cheating in the best plants in the game and watching it go ham. In Plant vs Zombies 1, the Peashooter had a fairly natural progression, going from Peashooter to Peashooter to Free Peashooter to Gatling Pea. It's extremely straightforward but very effective. And in Plant vs Zombies 2, it got modernized a lot. And it's probably one of the strongest plants in the entire game. For those that don't know, it functions identically to its first game counterpart, except each time it fires, there's a small chance it will randomly trigger its own plant food. Combining this with all the ways there are to buff peas in the second game, this thing just wrecks face. Initially, I didn't like how powerful this plant was. But I think if any plant has to be the most bonkers broken plant in the game, I'm almost glad that it ends up being the Gatling pea. It feels like we've come full circle from the first game. Also, I do like how it looks in the second game. I love the way the foliage on the back of its head makes it look like it has long hair. It's almost like time has passed since the first game. That's kinda cool. I've seen a lot of negativity online as to how PopCap are handling porting over older plants, but personally, I kinda like them so far. You probably won't count for me using the Gatling pea, but I do think it does a fantastic job in being the final evolution of the Peashooter. The Fat Beat is a totally respectable, if not slightly dated old chap, and it sits in the not totally vacant category of sustained 3x3 DPS plant. There's gotta be a better name for that. It's only hit me right this second, but I think this is kind of a spiritual successor to the Gloom Shroom. One of the absolute goats, but power level wise, Gloom Shroom this is not. You can get a lot better bang for your buck with other plants that don't require so much investment in protection either. On top of this, I'm not too fond of the 3x3 sustained damage plants. At that point I'd rather choose a melee plant, but I really do like how much team building goes into the Fat Beat. Like if you are planning to use the Fat Beat, you need some sort of stalling plant or a slowing plant, or maybe even a garlic to set up a death row. I'm just a sucker for any plant that plays differently than just spamming perfect rows. I had no idea the Dusk Lobber was such a powerhouse. This thing can absolutely solo the entire game as well as the Pakora can. Granted, it needs the Moonlight buff thingy. And whilst I've spent half this video showing contempt for powerful plants, I actually do love that this is such a powerful choice since it gives players a free to play power option. Although the trade-off is that you unlock this at the very end of the game, but it still means you get to use it in other game modes. That's not all though. This plant has ridiculously satisfying attacks. Like man, I love the delay between the second scattered explosion. This thing looks and feels powerful. Like there's a lot of broken plants, but very few feel this impactful. I was not expecting to like this so much, but from the visuals to the sound, this is such a strong plant. The Daffodil is one of the most needlessly complicated plants in the game. Like conceptually, it should be super simple. It's just a Peashooter with a minor stun attached to it. But there's just so many weird interaction with this plant, and because of that, I kind of love it. Now again, I normally start off with the parts of the plant I don't like, so I can end on a good note. And this plant is a major victim of newer plants being giant. Like this is humongous for no reason. Now for the things I do like. The Daffodil has a passive ability that slows airborne zombies in its lane, which might be one of the most nothing abilities in the entire game, to the point where it's just funny. Like this is a wind-based plant, it instantly kills flying zombies anyway. So the fact it also has a really awkward and just totally ineffective slow is so funny to me. A really annoying interaction this plant has is that it won't blow the seeds off a dandelion with its basic attacks or its plant food, but it will if it's boosted. I'm 90% sure this is just a glitch, but it adds to the weirdness of the plant. Unfortunately, this is another one of those plants where if you stack loads of them, it becomes a bit of a visual and especially audio mess. And that does hold it back from being higher on this list, but I do love how weird the Daffodil is. My main issue of the Moonflower is that it pretends the Moonflowers are gaining a benefit at the cost of needing to use the Moonflower. But like, the Moonflower is an incredible sun generator, so there is no downside. But I like the Moonflower, and by extension, I like the other moon plants. And I think I like them for maybe the lamest reason in this entire video. A couple of months back, I got really big into World of Warcraft, and I enjoyed playing a moon druid. So now I just kinda like moon themed stuff. I hate being such a simpleton. I bet a lot of you guys thought that I had forgot about Plants vs Zombies 3, and I bet even more that a lot of you already left comments. But no, I just think the plants from Plants vs Zombies 3 are all to a super high standard. Well, that's not entirely true, but I'm not including any of the plants that were added and then removed. And I'm also not including any of the plants that have leaked but not officially been revealed. Which means I'm ranking a grand total of 2 plants that are exclusive to Plants vs Zombies 3. And right now, we are ranking the bamboo shoot. Now there is very little to say about a plant this extremely simplistic, and unfortunately, I'm going to have to steal someone else's footage for this because the game's been shut down, and I've not collected the footage for it yet. For an early game plant, which is practically tutorial status, this does a fantastic job of teaching players that strong plants have long reload speeds. And I love the contrast between the standing bamboo looking fierce, while the bamboo that's being used as a bazooka looks absolutely petrified. That's a really fun dichotomy. I really like the reload animation on this thing. Not only is it pretty flashy, but it gives you a visual indication of how long this thing has left before it's going to fire again. Something that a lot of plants in this franchise are severely lacking. And there is just so much weight in every single shot this thing makes. This really feels like a hard-hitting plant. There's so much to dislike about Plants vs Zombies 3, but so far the exclusive plants are excellent. Stolia is one of my favourite instant use plants in the entire game. It's brutally simple, just a quick yet effective slow for 0 sun. It feels amazing for buying time without any investment whatsoever. Its name is a fantastic pun, and I love the sleepy looking eyes on this plant. It's so basic, but so fantastic. It's such a simple and such a basic plant, but it is so effective in what it does. You can literally never go wrong taking this plant. This is an extremely quick review, but it's so simple, there's just not much to say. Hocus Crocus is a really weird plant, and whilst I can't find anything that actually indicates this, I kinda just suspect it's bad. It's a really unique ability. It has the really unique ability to teleport a zombie to the left or rightmost column, which is a super neat ability, and I really love the combo potential in this plant, especially with the Horror Cow, but this plant just attacks far too slow, and it's only really good if you have like 20 of them. This plant food is also really underwhelming. It just zaps 3 zombies doing the same thing as its regular attacks, but I'm such a sucker for any plant that does shit differently. Of all the plants in the game that have weirdly feminine makeup and faces, I think this is the weirdest and most feminine, but I actually don't mind it this time around. I think it's because its weird makeup, which is still unnecessary, fits very well into its colour palette, being almost unnoticeable. And the colour palette for this plant is really nice. It's just a weird little unique plant that I've never seen anyone use, but I kinda dig it. The rutabaga is such a charming little fella. Based on a vegetable of the same name, just spelt differently, it functions just like a star fruit. The main difference is that it doesn't fire in a direction if there's no valid target, although this really isn't noticeable unless you're specifically looking for it. Being so functionally close to the starfruit is a bit lame, but I really like that they put a lot of effort into giving this the identity of being the flying plant. It can fly above water without a lily pad, and it can sit on the gimmick tiles in the Lost City without triggering them. This attention to detail is afforded to so few plants in the franchise, and being the flying plant is actually a really funny little niche. Overall, it just makes it feel so special, which is impressive as this is just a starfruit. The Shrinking Violet appeared to be such a nothing plant to me at first, just another cherry bomb clone, but as I looked closer, the more I kinda loved it. First of all, Shrinking Violet is an old English term for a shy person, which explains why it hides its face like that. The downside of being so small is it never really gets the chance to do much of its visual design, but I think it does just enough. But what I like most about the Shrinking Violet is the way it interacts with specific zombies. There's an insanely long list of very specific interaction, which this video has already gone on for far too long, but I'll show them on screen. But the most relevant and funny one is that any really small zombie like imps or chickens will shrink so small that they just cease to exist. That's so hilarious and so genuinely inspired. I really like this plant. The Time Warp is just so damn fun to use. This is one of my absolute favourite plants to use as it enables some really stupid combos. It's only just occurred to me right now as I'm looking at this plant that I have consumed so much time in my life, but I really don't know what time looks like until now. Warping every zombie to the start of the stage is just so broken. They tried to balance it by healing all the zombies when you time warp them, and that's an absolutely perfect way to balance it, as it simulates the idea of the plants untaking all the damage that you dealt. I think that's a really overlooked aspect of this plant. Another thing I really like about this plant is that there is quite a big delay between using the plants and all the zombies appearing at the start of the stage, and it genuinely does build up a sense of anticipation that doesn't really exist in other plants. The feeling of hovering your instant use plants of choice while you're waiting for them to spawn, that is just such a good feeling. The Meteor Flower was not a plant I was expecting to be this high up on the list at all. I was actually playing very briefly when it was introduced to the game, so I have seen it before, but I've just never seen it in action. But man, this is one awesome plant. There's a lot of plants that I've fallen in love with because their visual designs are just so great. You guys are more than aware by now that I care more about visual design than anything else. But there are so few plants that take me back purely on gameplay alone. But this plant is just madness. If you get a single row of these down on the ground, it's just absolute hellfire raining down on zombies. This is just such a sick plant. I personally find its leaves to be a little too detailed, but that's made up for by its super simple face. Just eyes and faint eyebrows. I absolutely love that the targets are chosen randomly. It has this sort of unbridled destruction sense, which I just love. And I also like that there's a 30% chance to double strike targets. This is just such a cool plant. The Impair is one of my absolute favourite designs in the second game. Doing exactly what you think it does, it turns zombies into imps, which is a pretty fun instant use plant, and at 0 sun with a kind of obnoxious 5-second cooldown, this plant is actually really broken. But I don't care about any of that, because this design is an absolute marvel. Giving a slightly mouldy looking pear the face of an imp, all twitchy and decrepit but still weirdly cute, it's just perfect. And this absolute banger might be one of the most fun designs in the entire game. If it wasn't tied to a £15 FOMO microtransaction, this might have been one of my top plants of all time. The EM Peach is the grandfather of plants that are only relevant to one world of the second game, and it does really limit how much you can enjoy this plant. But of all the obscenely niche world gimmick instant use plants, this one is probably the most flavourful. EM Peach stunning mech zombies was just perfect. When I first played through PvZ, I was the perfect Call of Duty age, and I used to love the EMP grenades in that, so this plant was always kind of special to me. And it may seem a bit needless nowadays, but back then, man, those mechs in the far future were ridiculous. You absolutely could not play the far future without the EM Peach. It was one of the star carries of every single level, as 99% of the free-to-play plants were just completely obsolete against the mechs. Original Far Future is some of my all-time favourite gaming memories, and the EM Peach is a very special part of that. It also just looks iconic, and bonus points for its weird mini adaptation in Garden Warfare. Ah man, here comes one of the all-time classics, the Cabbage Pole. I can't say exactly why, but I distinctly remember as a kid preferring the Cabbage Pole to the Peashooter. But that's probably because you unlock it pretty late into the game, so it felt very special. In the first game, catapult plants exist exclusively to play around the roof mechanic, which, if we're being real, might be the worst mechanic in the history of Plant vs Zombies. But PvZ 1 could do no wrong, and I'm not ready to address that. But in the second game, this is just a Peashooter. Like really, what is the actual difference between these two? Off the top of my head, it can go over shovel zombies. That's it. I actually needed to Google the rest of the answers, which is it can shoot over tombstones and hit snorkel zombies. So it's not a good plant in the slightest, but it is one of the most iconic plants of the whole franchise. But no one really holds it in the same regard as the other PvZ 1 plants. Why is that? Well, it's a very multifaceted question, but I think the main answer is probably that the Cabbage Pot was just kind of left out in the spin-offs, particularly Garden Warfare. I'll speak more about this when it comes to the Garden Warfare plants. I'll speak more about it when it comes up, but Garden Warfare did so much for cementing the legacy of the OG plants. The Cabbage Pot was left behind, but you can still feel its impact in the countless catapult plants that sprang off from it. Which is really weird when you think about it, since there's never been a need for catapult plants past the roof stage, but there's just so many catapult plants. The Cabbage Pot was an all-time classic and a particularly simple plant, which just lacks the same star power as most other PvZ 1 plants. The Charguard might be one of the plants that has grown on me the most out of the entire roster. Now granted, they make you use this guy all of the time in Frostbite Caves, but it's a good move because on first inspection, this is a very boring plant. The fling is good, but it only has 3 charges, which is kind of stingy for the price. But now, after using it, this thing's awesome. This is one of the absolute worst things you can say in an analysis video, but it really does just feel good to use. I don't have much of a reason why, but I just like using it. I also love using its plant food. It does a bit of damage in crowd control, but getting all the charges back just feels great. That feels like really good value. I know this is sans any real meaning, but this is just a plant that feels good to use. And I bet a lot of you inexplicably agree with me on this. It also has a really funny face, which I like. That was such a nothing review, but starting with the Charguard, we're finally in the section of plants that I fully love. We're now at the top percentile of the whole franchise. It's kind of a miracle that I like the kernel pulse so much, because I absolutely despise corn. I think it's one of the most disgusting foods you can possibly eat. I hate the feeling of not quite sweet, not quite savoury juice bursting in my mouth. It's gross and I hate it, but I do like the kernel pulp. A significantly weaker cabbage pulp with a chance to stun on hit with butter. The butter mechanic used to be so funny to me, and to this day I really like it. It's as unique and quirky as you can get with these plants while still remaining fully organic. What I never understood about this mechanic though, and this applies to all the butter plants, but why does butter actually stun? Like, butter's really slippery, it's kind of a lubricant. It never really made much sense to me, but a gargoyle with a big block of butter on its head is very funny, so I've never really cared. The kernel pulp has never changed in any of the renditions of the game, and even right now in Plant vs Zombies 2, you'd be shocked by how well this plant holds up. I guess the butter mechanic just scales with how good the plants around it are, but even in the later worlds, a row of kernel pulps are shockingly good. I was messing around with them in Neon Mixtape Tour, and they were genuinely outshining some of the premium plants I brought along. shockingly good plants even to this day. I think the escape route might be the single least intuitive plant in the entire game. You're first given this plant in modern day without any tutorial and just expected to know what to do, and upon placing it, it doesn't do anything. It's not very clear in the slightest that this thing's arming itself, and then all of a sudden you move 300 sun worth of Free Peter to the very front of the lawn as you learn that this thing can swap places on command, which is a gimmick that I will personally never be engaging with. But once I finally did learn how to use this plant, which took way too long, my face dropped when it farted out a tiny grape shot out of nowhere. And then when a few more went off and I realized this plant will detonate a random explosive, I instantly fell in love with it. This is such a silly plant, and I'd guess that it's significantly worse than just using, say, the Puffball. But this is just so much cooler. I do think it could do with a slightly larger variety of plants it can spawn, but I don't care that much. I'm just happy we have some semblance of an RNG mechanic to talk about. I'm re-recording this plant because a couple of minutes ago I just did the Rhubarbarian, and thinking on it, I think I actually prefer the Rhubarbarian. Like, design-wise at least. I don't know, just after sitting on it, I think I like it a bit more. But I am going to be keeping the starfruit higher ultimately, because as a kid I used to love the level where you had to make a star out of starfruits. I don't know why, that one used to make me so happy, so it's staying above, but design-wise I think I actually do like the Rhubarbarian more. In the Chinese version of the game there exists a pink starfruit, and why they're keeping that from us I don't know. If I was to be so daring as to talk about power creep one more time, then I would argue, above all the Peashooter shenanigans, I think the single most blatant power creep award probably has to go to the Primal Sunflower. Where the double Sunflower is doubly effective and twice the price of a regular Sunflower, the Primal Sunflower is 25% more effective, costing a quarter more. So naturally, logic would dictate that this falls somewhere in between the Sunflower and double Sunflower performance-wise, right? Well no, it absolutely blows the other two out the water. All of the Sunflowers replace themselves cost-wise, but since you start with 75 Sun, which happens to be the cost of the Primal Sunflower, it's just the most efficient way you can start every level. For this very reason, the contrarian worm in my brain tells me not to like it, but it's just impossible because this plant is just so damn cute. I love its idle animation so much, and growing up I had a Pekingese called Phoenix who had this exact toothy smile. I really miss that dog, and I just can't help but love the Primal Sunflower. Here's a little known fact about the Maybe, but despite being a really charming, almost rubber hose looking plant that wouldn't look too out of place in Cuphead, this thing is an absolute tweaker. Like, I adore how this plant looks, this really is gorgeous, but man, why is it scratching like it's not had its 12 o'clock fix yet? A lot of plants have this issue actually, where they have an otherwise really inoffensive animation that just loops way too often. Methamphetamine withdrawals aside, this is a really unique plant which will spawn little bees that will go out and attack zombies. Although the bees are kind of smackheads in their own right as they take really weird paths to everything. The Maybe also has a really weird interaction with electric plants, where if the bees pass through an electric plant they get turbocharged, which is really cool, but it doesn't make too much sense. I think in some ways the fact it doesn't make sense actually makes this plant a little cooler. I spent so damn long in this video that it's now Halloween, which sucks because this should have been out weeks ago, but oh well. In the spirit of Halloween, and also this is just where he naturally lands, next up is the pumpkin. The pumpkin is one of the first luxury plants in the entire franchise. I never used this plant when playing through the original game, no one did. You use this plant almost exclusively in Survival Endless once you have the entire setup complete and run out of important things to buy, which is not a negative, it really did feel like a luxury. The Butter Boom is a pun first and a plant second, and normally I really don't like that, it just comes across as a bit forced. But unbelievably, there is a really amazing source this plant takes inspiration from. This plant species, which I'm not going to pronounce, which the Butter Boom is based on, has nothing to do with butter, but it does genuinely resemble a glass bowl. It's like translucent at the top and green at the bottom, just like the Butter Boom. That is actually a remarkably cool idea, and it gets executed on perfectly. I've said this before, but I'm just a big fan of the butter plant, so naturally I like this one, but it is worth noting this is also a really balanced instant use plant. It does much less damage than the alternatives and has a 35-second cooldown. I was incredibly surprised by this plant. Cauliflower is just really cool. I used to take the Hypno Shroom into every single level in the first and second game. It's one of my all-time faves, and I really hate when a plant I love gets power creeped so hard, but sometimes it's just necessary. It took me years to realise that the Hypno Shroom was a bad plant. I just couldn't comprehend how, because it was so cool. And the Cauliflower is a great evolution on the Hypno Shroom, acting more as a traditional plant that will randomly hypnotise zombies across the map. I've seen a lot of people take issue of the random nature of this plant and plants that function similar to it, but I actually like it a lot. Cauliflower is also responsible for the single funniest PvZ meme of all time, so major swag points awarded to it for that. Plant does unfortunately lose -1 point for each time in my life I've been forced to try cauliflower cheese. Disgraceful food. The lily pad is a really nebulous plant to rank. On one hand, it functions less of a plant and more of a tax. It's perhaps the very first wild gimmick plant in the entire franchise if you don't include the nocturnal nature of the mushrooms, which I kinda don't. And all it does is let you plant stuff on the water, but I can't help but just love it. Perhaps I'm just uber biased towards the first game, which is weird because I've never actually made a video on the first game. Visually, the lily pad changes a lot between the 3 games. The first and second iteration of the lily pad are both really nice. It's kinda hard to draw a favourite, they're too inoffensive. But in Plant vs Zombies 3, the lily pad takes on an almost amphibian look. It is almost exactly frog-like. If I had to pick a favourite iteration of the lily pad, I'd probably have to choose the first one. I love its sleepy, tired, almost mournful eyes. It's perfect for a plant that exists to get sat on. It feels kind of weird to rank such a nothing plant this high up on the list, but it's just so iconic to the franchise. Well, isn't the Blover just a charming fella? I've honestly never paid too much attention to the Blover, but someone who has is a good buddy of mine, the original Alex.
In PvZ 1, Blover is an 100 sun instant use plant that blows away all balloon zombies and fog on screen. It's one of 7 plants that can deal with balloon zombies, and one of 3 that can repel fog. In PvZ 1, Blover doesn't really escape its functionality, but it does excel at it. It can deal with an infinite number of balloon zombies at once, and so long as you have the sun supply, act as a permanent solution to fog. There's just no need for Planturn or Cactus when Blover exists. And when you take PvZ 1's endgame of survival endless and speedrunning into account, Blover will inevitably be useful. PvZ 2 is where Blover escapes its functionality. Blover is introduced in far future as a means of countering flying zombies, such as jetpack and disco jetpack zombies. However, PvZ 2's definition of flying is loose. So long as a zombie is airborne, even for a second, Blover could blow it away. In fact, 8 of PvZ 2's 11 worlds have airborne zombies that Blover could blow away. Pair that with a 50% sun reduction from PvZ 1 to PvZ 2, and you've got a ridiculously good utility plant. Now let's see how Blover is in PvZ 3. Oh. We've got to have money. Blover in PvZ 3 is nothing more than a power-up / perk plant. You're given the option of Blover when a zombie reaches your house, and for the cost of 900 coins, you can blow away all zombies on screen. It's interesting how Blover becomes more powerful with each game, but this might be overkill. Thankfully, Blover's character traits have remained consistent throughout the years. Blover's name is based on the plant it's designed from, a 3-leaf clover, and I think it's perfect. It's as simple in design as it is mechanically. Also check out my channel, I make content on anything. Okay, bye. Also, thank you!
The Spore Shroom is one of those plants that you read the description and just assume that it's absolutely broken, but as soon as you use it, you realize it's kind of naff. Lucky for the Spore Shroom, I don't care that it's bad, because it's cool as balls. Whenever this mushroom kills a zombie, it spawns a new copy of itself on top of the slain zombie. That's so fresh and so original, it's just awesome. The fatal flaw in its gameplay, however, is that the mushrooms will spawn exclusively on top of a swarm of zombies and die almost instantly, but it does act as a pseudo wall plant. This plant gets absolutely mogged in the Chinese version of the game though. The Chinese Spore Shroom will spawn random mushrooms upon killing a zombie, and that's a lot cooler. That definitely would have been one of my favourite plants in the game. Just when I thought I was finally done with this project, which took about 2 months to make, I'd forgot about the Boing Setter. The Boing Setter is an instant use plant, cosplaying as a regular plant. This thing will knock back every zombie on the map a whopping total of 1.17 tiles, which is a really weird distinction, but I'm sure it's that way for a reason. It will also slow every zombie, which is very helpful. But then it sticks around and has its own little attacks, but they have a 25-second delay. That's nothing. This is just an instant use plant. The Boing Setter is based on the Poinsettia, which is quite a fun pun given the knockback. I like that a lot. This plant also kind of has the gimmick of destroying objects, which is like, okay, that's such a nothing gimmick, but it doesn't take away from what it does do good. Overall, I like the Boing Setter a lot. It's very cute visually. It looks like it has huge floppy hair. I like that. Does the Marigold even count as a plant? It doesn't do anything other than generate gold, but I feel inclined to include it, and not just include it, put it really high up on the list. Mostly because I love niche useless plants, but I do have really fond memories of farming gold and trying to max out the Tree of Wisdom or whatever it was called. I don't think I ever actually finished that. The primal potato mine has no right to be this powerful, but I kinda respect it for that reason. As you know by now, I'm very partial to the super powerful free-to-play plants, because it's just nice for the players that do care about power and struggle with harder stages so they don't have to feel like they need to gamble on seed packs. I love that its plant food is the same as the regular potato mine, but because this one's AoE, it becomes brutally strong. And I do really like that the plant food spawns on random tiles, so you have a chance of blowing up the entire field or to double dip on one unlucky brown coat. It's just an amped up potato mine and that's fine. If I had to vote for the single cutest plant in this franchise, my money would probably be on the Shadow Shroom. The way it blows big stupid raspberries every few seconds reminds me a lot of seals, and they're a very funny animal. This is another one of them low cost, medium impact instant use plants, which, first of all, very hard to say. Second of all, it only has a 10-second cooldown, which is kinda nuts. There's a really funny little juxtaposition at play with this plant. On one hand, it's a really cute silly little baby mushroom, and on the other hand, this thing's plant food is Armageddon. 900 damage to everything on the screen ignoring armor, that's just a board clear for everything but the tankiest zombies. Not only is this little rascal the cutest thing in the game, this might also be a contender for the coolest real world counterpart in the ink-capped mushroom. Look how otherworldly this mushroom is, I adore it. I absolutely love this thing, this is so cool. Mushrooms are just the coolest and this little guy's adorable. The toadstool was a fan favourite from the second it got added to the game, and for good reason, this plant fucks. It's a toad-shaped toadstool. This, to my knowledge, was the first ever spin on the chomper, and this is where my only real issue of the toadstool is. It doesn't really do anything different than the chomper. Sure, it produces sun, but at 50 sun every 30 seconds, this is sun generation just for flavor's sake, which I don't really like. It doesn't need to generate mad amounts of sun, I just wish it acted a bit different to the chomper. Like even when it attacks an unedible zombie, it attacks 4 times faster but at a quarter of the damage, so it ends up being exactly the same. Not to discredit the toadstool though, it doesn't take away from the artistic genius that went into this one. It's just a fantastic design. Out of curiosity, I looked up why mushrooms are sometimes called toadstools. The answer is no one really knows. Some say that they were first observed with toads sitting on them, and some believe that the Nords used to think that toads were poisonous, and so they labelled poisonous mushrooms toadstools. Regardless, this is a fantastic plant. I'm a real sucker for little guy designs, and I hold an extra special spot for little green guys. And the sea shroom is just that. Functionally the same as the puff shroom in practically every way, except for the ways they arbitrarily made it broken, but I'll get to that. I'll talk about its mechanics more when I get to the puff shroom, but as a kid I always thought that the sea shroom was supposed to resemble a soldier, with a little green helmet, and I still do kind of see it, but I don't think that's intended. I don't know why the thought of an aquatic mushroom was so out of the question to me. They're such tenacious organisms, it makes sense. There are a few type of guild mushrooms, so it all checks out. The only two things I don't like about this plant is one, it just has some random features stapled onto it that separates it from the puff shroom, which is fine, but they're so pointless and just strong for the sake of being strong. Like this is an AoE plant, it's 0 sun, it should not be AoE. And when you plant food it, it does the lily pad thing of replicating itself in a 3x3. Like this plant is ludicrously strong, it's difficult to lose a level when you bring it in Big Wave Beach. Even worse than that though, this thing has a terrible idle animation. It turns around like 180 degrees, which is so uncanny for this game, but they loop it far too often, like it just turns left or right constantly, especially when you play on 2x speed. It just leads to it looking a bit stupid, but like I said at the start, I just can't help but love this little guy. The sunbean is my favourite sun producing plant in the game, but I don't actually use it, and I'm pretty sure a lot of people feel this way. It's outrageously charming. He's just a little fellow with bright eyes and a dim wit and doesn't know his impending doom. My issue of the sunbean doesn't really pertain to its ability to produce sun, or its efficiency or anything like that. It's just sort of a hassle to use. Like I find it kind of tedious to scour the map looking for the highest HP target, and then you have to isolate that zombie so the other weaker zombies don't eat it at first, which is just sort of make or break for this plant. And once you've gone through all that, you need to trail the zombie and pick up all the mini suns like you're cleaning up after a senior pug. The whole thing just isn't that fun, and I don't care because it's such a creative idea and it absolutely smashes the flavor side of things. Alright guys, now this is an extremely big milestone now. We're ranking our first nut of the entire tier list. My least favorite, but still higher than like 150 other plants nut is the Primal Walnut. I love the Primal Walnut. Same as the Primal Sunflower. I really didn't expect to like them as much as I did. But it won me over with sheer utility. This thing's an absolute monster of a wall plant. At first I failed to see the use of a power crept walnut. It would die all the same to instant killing zombies or costing a bit more, but it doesn't die to instant kill zombies. It does die to most of them, but very importantly, not gargantuas. This thing can withstand 3 smashes from a garg, which is just so helpful if you don't have any premium ways to instant kill gargs. The most important feature of this nut is that it charges brutally fast. This alone makes it unmatched in stalling, at least as far as free-to-play plants are concerned. The only reason this one's at the bottom of the nut pile is because it's not the most interesting design-wise, just a caveman-esque walnut, but I do adore the way its plant food is a cave wall painting. That's genius. Now for arguably an even bigger milestone, our first garden warfare plant, the cactus. First of all, it's becoming immensely hard to rate plants now. We're left with like exclusively bangers, and to some extent these are all a bit interchangeable depending on what my current weird interests are, but I think this is the right place for the cactus. I'm not going to go over everything I want to talk about for the cactus purely for the sake of brevity, which is such a shame because there's so much to talk about this plant. I think the first thing for me to mention is this is basically the payoff for me worshipping simplistic designs all video. The cactus is a cactus. It's got a stern face, and the flower that adorns its head sort of resembles a scrunchie, which denotes the gender of this plant. No need for a full face of makeup on my vegetation. That's really all there is to this plant, and look how far PopCap took it. It's a counter to balloon zombies, no contrivance to it, it's a cactus, of course it pops balloons. In the second game it needed a power boost, but due to its visual simplicity it was a no-brainer how it was done. It pierces now, because it's a cactus, it makes sense, and if enemies walk over it they take damage, because it's a cactus. I mentioned at the start of this video that I was only ranking mainline plants, but that doesn't mean I'm not considering the other games. And it's impossible to underestimate the importance of the plants that appear in Garden Warfare. Translating a 2D tower defense game into a 3D shooter isn't an easy task, and there's a reason that the original bunch chosen are some of the most simplistic and iconic plants from the entire game. Casting the cactus as a precision sniper is perfect and just proves the power of an ultra simplistic design. I love the Tangle kelp because it does exactly what you think it would. It drags down a waterborne zombie. There is nothing else to it. It's cheap and is an absolute lifesaver in Big Wave Beach, especially for dealing with the Octo zombie. But what really solidified this as one of my favourite instant use plants is the interaction it has with the Zomboss. In the Big Wave Beach Zomboss fight, there's a phase where it sucks up all your plants, instantly killing them, but if you place a Tangleweed down, it clogs up the mech, saving the rest of your plant. That's just an unbelievably cool idea and makes an otherwise kinda forgettable instant use plant feel uber strong. That's infinitely cooler than the Edgelord Shroom just blocking Zomboss charges. I don't want to overuse this phrase too much, but the Sap Fling is an instant classic. This plant was introduced sometime in the very large gap that I wasn't playing this game. But when I started binge watching Plants vs Zombies content on YouTube, this guy was everywhere, and you know what, I totally get it. Not only is this a fun plant to use and a very powerful slowing plant, but it's just a fantastic design. It's just a little tree guy with really simple eyes that flings sap from a little acorn. It's fantastic. I would not be surprised in the slightest if we see this guy popping up in all the future Plants vs Zombies games. This plant just feels like a staple. I think one of the reasons this plant specifically is so popular though, is it's a very unintrusive form of CC. So many of the stunning plants in this game just don't interact with other plants, but the thing's just so inoffensive it works with everything. I'm going to try my hardest to refrain from this phrase, but this really is an instant classic. I somehow haven't brought this up yet, but I think the main reason I just struggle to care about so many of the premium instant use plants is that the suite of free-to-play options is just so solid. The Stunyon is a very simple but funny looking and brutally efficient instant use plants that I find it so hard to justify spending money on its alternatives. Like the Stunyon is so fun, it just sticks its little tongue out and stuns a big group of zombies for what, 25 sun? It's not the best instant use plant for a mile, but you are literally never going to be in a situation where this is bad. And I mean, look at it, it's so funny looking, it reminds me of Grumpy Cat. I don't like the overly feminine faces in Plants vs Zombies, but if you absolutely must design plants as unsubtly as possible, at least make them as cute as the buttercup. This is such a nice looking plant, but I think it's really carried by its colour palette. Lots of warm browns and yellows that do invoke the image of morning pancakes. This plant actually originates from Plants vs Zombies 3, but to my knowledge, it hasn't actually made its debut in the post-art style change, which puts this plant in the really bizarre spot of originating from the third game, but only being playable in the second. What a mess. The buttercup actually has a really interesting gameplay design as well. It's a wall plant that doesn't actually have much health, only 900, whilst only costing 25 sun, which is half a walnut, with only a quarter of the health. So instead of buying time with sheer health, it buys time by buttering anything that comes close to it, which is quite an interesting design space actually. It makes it so much less impacted by instant kill zombies, but far weaker to anything with range. It's just a really cute plant that feels warm, and I'm a huge fan. An instant use plant that makes zombies fart itself to death. 12-year-old Shagrot was obsessed with this bad boy, and on a personal level, I'm absolutely blessed to have matured to the point where I can appreciate the finer things in life now. I too love a nice walk on a dim foggy morning, the security of meeting all my financial obligations, the importance of maintaining my physical health, and the thrill of wiping till the toilet paper turns red. But despite the ceaseless march of time, I never lost touch of that child within me who really likes the bean that makes zombies fat to death. The bowling bulbs are a throwback to the best game mode in the history of this franchise, and it does a fantastic job of representing it. The bowling bulb feels very good to use, but it has a really interesting quirk due to the walnut bowling nature of it. This plant can deal insane amounts of damage for the cost. Like if it's allowed to bounce between hordes, this thing will rack up thousands of damage in seconds, but at the same time, this thing folds to a single cone head. I love that the bulbs vary in power, again another cool throwback to the OG minigame. And everyone already knows this, but only the weakest one ever grows back. And that's always bothered me so much. Like, that can't be intentional, that's surely an oversight, right? Why can't it just cycle through the three of them instead of needing to always start with the weakest? I don't know, that is really poor game design, and ultimately that's what gatekeeps this plant from being higher up. Because I really do love this plant. I also want to mention how monstrous this plant fit is. Like, this thing will clear 3 rows guaranteed. I'm surprised no one really talks about how powerful this plant fit is. The Ghost Pepper is the first ever premium plant that you can't just buy for a 5 or 100 gems that I ever encountered. I don't remember the specifics of the event outside of it being Halloween themed, but I remember logging in every single day to play some sort of pinata event, trying to unlock this plant, and I never did get it, which upset me so much as a kid. And this was quite possibly my first ever introduction to FOMO. I felt so bad that I didn't get this plant when it was out. I remember the urgency of really wanting to unlock it before it disappeared, and that's such a bad feeling. But I'm not going to let that take away from the Ghost Pepper's design, as plenty of plants have this issue. This plant is absolutely adorable. Turning the spicy Ghost Pepper into an actual ghost, that's just amazing. It has a really simple design. I think this plant is supposed to be on the weaker side of instant use plants, which makes sense, it's very old now, but it's just so damn cute, and I'm still a bit salty that I never unlocked it. I think watermelon's my favourite fruit. I think there's better tasting fruits out there. Grapes and lychee are probably my favourite tasting fruit, but I don't know if there's a food on this planet more satisfying to eat than a cold watermelon. In PvZ1, I don't think there's a more ultimate feeling plant than this. It just looks so menacing sat at the back of the map holding a watermelon. The projectile's so large, and it makes an amazingly meaty thud when it lands. This was clearly designed to be the end-all be-all plant, and it just works perfectly. In the second game, it's outshined by like 100 different plants, including itself but blue. But its legacy just can't be understated. Small little detail I bet most of you missed between games, but the melon pot got a slight visual rework. Specifically, its melon basket. In the first game, it looks more like a wooden basket, while in the second game, it's made out of more melon. I think I like the first one more as it adds a bit of contrast to the design. I wish I knew why I like the plants with no mouth so much. When it comes to the top spots, you're going to see a lot of mouthless plants, and I just don't know why, it simply looks good. But the melon pot is a prime example of a plant that's just so iconic, and it just has a pair of eyes. I love the melon pot. Plants vs Zombies 1 likes to pretend that the cob cannon is the ultimate weapon, the most expensive plant in the game and the one capable of the most destruction. But it's not. The Gloom Shroom is the final boss of Plants vs Zombies 1. I don't know if anyone actually discovered that on their own. No one actually recognized the Gloom Shroom for the powerhouse it was. You discovered how insane this plant was when you were desperate to get to wave 100 on endless mode and googled the best strategy. I'm very partial to all the plants that appeared in that strategy. You know the one I'm on about. And the Gloom Shroom is probably most central to that, single-handedly protecting the pool and your back row from the miners, as well as dealing considerable damage to the tiles around it. It almost feels like an oversight how much damage this plant does. This does not seem like it was intended to be such a monster. As a child, I never understood why this plant was called the Gloom Shroom. I just assumed they needed something that rhymed with fume. But as an adult, it's obvious. Look at the face on this plant. This is the expression of pain. I don't know why they decided to make this plant so outwardly depressed. It's kind of morbid, but it does give it its own kind of charm. I feel like everyone has their go-to sun-producing plant, and for most people that's just going to be whichever one's the best. But a lot of people have their go-to plant just for comfort or preference, and for me, that's the double sunflower. I said earlier in this video that the double sunflower was 100 sun, which would go to show you how much I actually know about this game, because even though it's my go-to sun-producing plant, I was wrong. It costs 125 sun, which actually makes this like the worst return on its investment. As not including the gimmicky sun producers like the Toadstool, it's the only sun producer that doesn't give back its full cost in one go. I'll save most of my analysis for the sunflower, but as a kid, I just preferred the double sunflower. It's just my favourite sun producer. The coffee bean is so special to me. I think this might be one of the single most nostalgia-driven entries this high up on the list, but there was something that almost felt naughty about bringing mushrooms into the day stages. Like using the coffee bean to wake up a Doom Shroom on tough levels felt like I was using some sort of exploit. It's a feeling that's so hard to replicate as it's founded in my own childhood shenanigans, but I don't know, I just love the coffee bean. I can't think of a better way to convey waking up a plant than using a coffee bean. It's just so perfect, although I personally prefer my caffeine via code Chagra. I do think it was the right decision to omit needing to wake up mushrooms for the sequel, but I think they should still bring over the coffee bean and give it a rework. If I was in charge of the coffee bean rework, I'd make it an instant use plant that buffs any plant's damage by 100% for 30 seconds, but then permanently decreases that plant's damage for 10%, sort of mimicking the surging feeling of caffeine followed by the come down, complete with the diminishing returns of repeated coffee. The coffee bean is one of the very few tax plants in the game, but to me, it never felt like a burden to bring. The Bloomerang is a contender for the weakest plant in the entire franchise. I've made a lot of new Plant vs Zombies 2 accounts for different video projects, and each time I'm reminded how terrible this plant is. The piercing damage is nice, and the boomerangs do have a fairly satisfying swing to it, but man, it just does piss all damage to the point where you can't even really use it for fun. Which is exactly why I think there needs to be more buffing plants in the game. But I just don't care about the Bloomerang's shortcomings in the slightest, as it was the very first new plant to the franchise in the second game, and that is such an irreplaceable spot to hold. I remember for years Plants vs Zombies 2 was being hyped up in gaming magazines, and after work my dad would scan through all the magazines at the corner store for any new information and pick up any magazines that mentioned the game. I remember so distinctly the Bloomerang and Bonkchoy being teased as the first brand new plants, and that was such a special time. I had waited years for more PvZ content to come out, and when I finally got to play it and the Bloomerang from the magazine was there and I got to use it, how could you not love it? That is such a core memory of mine, and I can't put the Bloomerang any lower because of it. The iceberg lettuce is here for all the same reasons as the Bloomerang, except the lettuce is actually really good. Visually, it's about as adorable as lettuce could possibly get. It's got the signature black dot eyes, except this time it takes up the entire face. It's functionally a potato mine, except it doesn't need to be armed and doesn't have any sun cost, obviously coming at the cost of not dealing any damage. But despite not doing any damage, this was one of the first power plant foods in the game. Freezing the entire screen felt so good. This is going to sound pretty wild to the tryhards out there, but I still, to this day, regularly bring the iceberg lettuce when nothing else jumps out at me. For 0 sun and with such a good plant food, it's literally never bad. The Snapdragon finishes off the trilogy of early Plant vs Zombies 2 unlocks, and whilst this one isn't unlocked as early as the others, it's here for an even more important reason. This is the first plant you unlock in Plant vs Zombies 2 that really pushes what a plant can be. Like nowadays, there isn't too much special about the Snapdragon, but a fire-breathing dragon that smoked 3 lanes at once was something that a 12-year-old gamer would only dream of. As soon as I unlocked the Snapdragon, I was bringing this to absolutely every level and it never disappointed. I still think to this day the Snapdragon has one of the most satisfying plant foods in the game. The way it flies up and breathes fire is badass, but man, that instant sizzle of everything in front of it, it still holds up today, but way back when, that was mind-blowing. This is a legendary plant, which I believe we'll be seeing in all the major spin-offs to come. Have you ever spent way too much money on food? Like when you're really hungry and you get a side as well, but then you don't end up finishing half what you bought. Your eyes were much larger than your stomach. So you end up just kind of feeling bad. That's how I normally feel when I bring the tile turnip. It's such an insane investment when you only really get a couple of plant food each level anyway. It's just a bit overkill, and 90% of the time it's kind of pointless. It's easily the most win more plant in the game. Like if you just spent that unholy amount of sun generated on plants that deal damage normally, you would have won all the same. But the tile turnip, to me at least, isn't supposed to be used like a normal plant. It represents an alternate way to play the game, which is really important to have. Right, you have 2 seconds to answer what this plant is called. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi. If you said aloe vera or aloe healer, you're incorrect. I spent so long googling this thing's name to find out what it was called, and I swear it was called the aloe healer. But no, this thing's just called the aloe, making it one of the very few plants in the game that has no pun or double entendre, or any sort of wordplay at all. At least that I can see. And whilst that did annoy me at first, at least it's kinda cool trivia. Aloe is the game's first and only healer, which may jump out at you as a bit strange at first, because it does feel like the game already has a healer. But I think that might be Garden Warfare messing around with our memory, as the sunflower is a healer in that. Which on one hand, it's weird it took the game that long to explore this kind of game design, but as soon as you use the aloe, you understand why there was never a healer. Investing 75 sun to protect, say, an Endurian does make sense on paper, until both your Endurian and aloe get torched alive on day 7 of Egypt. But fear not, dear listener, as aloe does actually have an extremely useful use case. Aloe can actually restore charges to plant with limited charges, such as the Holly Barrier or the Char Guard. That on its own takes this from a fundamentally useless plant to one that actually seems really cool. Our poor aloe does have the distinction, however, of maybe having the definitively worst plant food in the entire game. At the cost of one of your vital plant foods, you could heal all the plants in a 3x3 area. No thank you. Here's the other Plants vs Zombies free plant, the Lychee. The Lychee is functionally the same as the Endurian, except it's a bit better as the damage is AoE. I'm massively biased here as I think Lychee might be the best tasting fruit ever. GamerSupps recently sent me Lychee favoured GamerSupps, and I genuinely forgot how delicious this fruit is. Like seriously, if you've never tasted Lychee, go out and treat yourself to anything Lychee flavoured. I promise you it's delicious. Bias aside, the AoE nature of this plant is a huge quality of life change. And I love that as it takes damage, it loses its hard exterior and it gets a really cute soft face. I've already said this a bunch now, but Plants vs Zombies free art style I think is just amazing. I think the Umbrella Leaf might have the single smallest use case in the entire franchise. It functions solely against 2 zombies, the Basketball Lobber and the Bungee Zombie. So it's not surprising that it's never returned to the game. As a youngster, I never liked using this plant as it threw off the symmetry and it didn't do any damage. But man, it's just such a good looking plant. I said a bit ago that I think the Poison Mushroom was the cutest plant in the game. But no, I take it back. This is definitively the cutest plant in the game, and that's why it's so high up on this list. Its tiny, detailless face juxtaposed by the humongous leaves that mimic a large hairstyle. It's just perfect and outrageously cute. And in my mind, this is the #1 candidate other than maybe the coffee bean to get reworked for Plants vs Zombies 2. I really think it's one of the best looking plants in the entire franchise. Where the hell is the weird elitism around using the lightning reed come from? Like seriously, it's the only plant that I've ever been criticised for using. And I see a lot of comments in the community calling people noobs for using it. Like, dude, it's Plants vs Zombies, this game practically plays itself. This is a fan favourite plant for a reason. Its jumping electric attacks just feel and sound fantastic. It gets super bonus points for dealing for the peskiest zombies in the entire game, the chickens. This plant always had one of my favourite plant foods to use. I love watching it chip away at gargs. Just a fantastic plant, although I just don't know why it's so trendy to dislike this plant now. The coconut cannon saved my ass so many times in the nut challenge, it was ridiculous. And to this day, people commenting that coconuts aren't really nuts fuels my engagement, better than any call to action ever could. We're well and truly into my favourite plants of all time now, because all I can do is gush about how much I love these plants. I think the coconut cannon is carried by its sound design, because the sound of the coconut blast smacking zombies is just perfect. I love the slowed down effect of the plant food as you wait for it to go off, it's just so satisfying. There really is few feelings better in PvZ than clearing a full screen of zombies by setting off coconut cannons one at a time, as if you're sliding your finger down a piano. The coconut cannon is honestly a masterpiece. The bean pod is what happens when you design a plant to be fun instead of designing a plant to be powerful. This is fundamentally a terrible plant. It's a regular Peashooter that can be planted on itself, at a 25 sun premium. But off the top of my head, I can't name a better feeling in this game than completing a full bean pod. It's just so cool looking and so damn cute. It's an absolutely perfect plant for the Minecraft gimmick as well, which I never liked too much, but it's grown on me a lot more recently. Its plant food is pretty good, but I always used to assume that it shot 1 pea for each head it had. I think that'd be a cooler way to do it, although it is definitively worse. And this plant does not need nerfing. I think bar one other plant, the pea pod is my favourite variant of the Peashooter. The Macadamia nut was one of the most disappointing plants I've ever used, but it's not really the plant's fault. As most of you know, I had waited the entirety of my nut challenge to use this plant, and in the final world of the entire game, the opportunity finally arose. It's just a better Endurian. I get called out a lot for doing engagement bait, and I mean, come on, I'm a YouTuber, that's just the game. But I was being completely genuine when I asked my audience what this thing does. Absolutely zero about this design indicates it's a shadow plant, it's just such a weird choice. I really do like its jelly mode though, I'm a big fan of dessert imagery, but it just seems so out of place here. I tried googling it, but I can't find any sort of macadamia jelly. It just doesn't fit. But man, that plant food without a moonflower is unapologetically adorable. I can't help but absolutely love it. The magnifying glass is just perfect execution on an immaculate idea. And to explain this further to you is special guest 660 NJ. Or maybe 660 NJ, or I don't know, this guy.
Sup y'all, I'm 660 NJ. All I know about this video is that I'm supposed to talk about a plant that exists in the PvZ universe, and I chose magnifying grass. I have absolutely no idea where Shagrot is ranking this. I didn't even know this was a ranking video until like 3 weeks after he asked if I wanted to participate in this. What I do know, and you do too if you've seen any of my videos before, is that magnifying grass is arguably the best plant in Plants vs. Zombies 2. Real quick, before I get into that, I just want to say, magnifying grass is genuinely an interesting plant concept. I don't know about y'all, but I love plants that take actual effort and strategy to use. Most PvZ2 plants are very simple. You place down the tower, and then you let it do its thing for the rest of the level. That's kind of boring. At a certain point, you're not even doing anything in the game anymore. This is a contributing factor to why PvZ1's levels feel so draining. Comparatively, plants that you actually need to pay attention to make the game significantly more fun to play. You're not just watching zombies get brutally massacred, you're the one brutally massacring the zombies. I also love high-risk, high-reward plants, and guess what? That's also magnifying grass. Anyways, I believe that magnifying grass is the most game-breaking plant in PvZ2. I'm sure most of y'all would initially disagree and instead say Pakora or Ice Shroom or Mega Gatling P or whatever downright slop PopCap is pumping out for Arena. But the only thing going for these types of plants is that they all have an incredible damage output. When it comes to magnifying grass, this plant is legitimately an instant win button. The way that zombie progression works in PvZ2 is pretty simple. It's based on the collective health of the zombie wave that just spawned. When your plants damage the zombies for 50% or more of that wave's overall HP, the next wave spawns. The only case in which this isn't true is if you take longer than 20 seconds to eliminate a wave, then it'll just spawn anyway. In this regard, magnifying grass possesses a special power that virtually no other plant does. It has the ability to control the tempo of the level. As it's a manual plant, using this thing allows you to play at your own pace. Instead of letting auto-firing attackers unintentionally overwhelm your lawn, you have the freedom to do whatever, whenever. PvZ2's level design is notorious for often feeling too fast and aggressive, and magnifying grass is the perfect counter to that. Other manuals can't control the waves as proficiently because most of them have high cooldown times. As an addendum, since damage output is heavily valued by a lot of people, I want you to guess what magnifying grass's damage per second stat is. Do you know magnifying grass's cooldown? 3/10 of a second, and that's only because it needs time for the firing animation to finish. Combine this with it doing 550 damage per shot, and this behemoth of a plant has the potential to do, at most, around 1,833 damage per second. It can kill a Gargantuar in under 2 seconds. For some context, Pokra's is an average of around 214 damage per second. As far as I'm aware, the plant that comes the closest is jack-o'-lantern at 300. Magnifying grass is 6 times higher than that. Yes, it is entirely reliant on having enough sun to be successful, but stable sun production is incredibly easy to set up. Most of the time, if you're using this plant, you're probably stalling anyway, so you'll have enough sun to support the defense. Place 2 or 3 columns and be mindful of how fast you're progressing, and you'll be well off. Basically, Magnifying Grass has the potential to break the core progression in PvZ2's level design, and has the highest potential damage output out of every plant in the game. Thank you, Shagra, for having me on. Peace.
Going into this list, I had no idea what the ranking would actually look like. At first, it felt very negative as I was just talking trash on a bunch of premium plants, which can't be that entertaining, but I'm having so much fun now that I get to rank all the OG Plants vs. Zombies 2 plants this high. The laser bean was a monster back in the day. I remember 200 Sun being pretty tough at the time, and it would set you back getting the first row of these bad boys done, but once you had these guys set up, they would just obliterate hordes of zombies. It really is just one of the cleanest plants in the game. Oh, and man, that plant food, it was just unmatched. There was no better feeling than have a row stacked up, just chewed up by the laser bean's plant food. Its design is clean and simple. There's nothing to talk about. It's just a green bean with an antenna. This is a perfect plant. The far future is plagued by mechanical monsters, so what would the natural counter to this be? An EMP device would shut them down. That's perfect. Frostbite Caves renders your plants a frozen useless mess, so something hot could thaw them out. Perfect. The Jurassic Marsh is overrun with dinosaurs. How could we possibly stop dinosaurs? Well, dinosaurs were famously wiped out by a meteor, so how about a mushroom that makes them really horny? The perfume shroom is so out of place. It's the only plant you unlock in this world that isn't a primal plant. And maybe this is just my ignorance, but I don't know what perfume has to do with dinosaurs. But the perfume is just so random and funny, I can't help but adore it. I never knew that I wanted lustful pterodactyls in my game, but here they are, and this is my favourite thing about the world now. The Repeater is a Pokemon evolution. Specifically, it's War Turtle. But I mean, it is literally just a Peashooter but slightly more angry. But somehow that was just enough for people to absolutely adore this plant. I think even more than the Snappee, the Repeater paved the way for what P variants would look like. From being the very first Peashooter clone, essentially just being Peashooter twice, they took this idea in so many directions, it's unreal. And because this is kind of like the founding father of those variants, it's hard to feel anything to this plant other than respect. I remember saying to my cousin the first time we played through this game after seeing the Repeater that they should make a Freepeater that shoots thrice. And man, you would not believe how smug I was when we saw that together. Spiky Tank is such a weird niche in video games, which is weirdly common when you look into it. And I absolutely love that archetype, and the Endurian is exactly that. Unfortunately, the Endurian doesn't do much damage at all, and it dies before it can accrue much value. Not only does it get ruined by any instant killing zombie, but there's an annoyingly large set of circumstances where zombies don't get hit by its damage. I think it's just a little buggy. The final and maybe most damning reason not to like the Endurian is that the Chinese version is so vastly superior, it's just sad knowing what we could have got. But I still love the Endurian despite all its flaws, because the fantasy of Spiky Tank, enemies impaling themselves while they try to eat you, is just so fun. I find that impossible to dislike. I think the most famous example of this archetype that I keep alluding to is Rammus from League of Legends, which is extra notable because he just got a skin that turns him into a Durian. That's such a rad skin that makes me wonder if League of Legends has a Plant vs Zombies fan working behind the scenes. The Dandelion is another fantastic plant with a very simple visual design that would not look out of place in the first game in the slightest. Visually, this is a very fun plant despite being simple. Despite having a simplistic visual design, the effect is actually very interesting. I love the way that the bombs gently float down the lane. This is another plant that grew around me as a kid, and I remember picking these and blowing them to make wishes. But what sets this plant apart from the others and makes this a truly fantastic plant is its interaction with the wind plants. Any wind-themed plant like the Blover or Hurricane will make this plant blow a huge cluster of its projectiles, and it will leave it without all of its seeds. That is just so remarkably inspired. I really want to find a way to put this into a video. I absolutely adore the Dandelion. The biggest psyop I ever pulled off was convincing my audience that I hated the Spring Bean. I only said that because 1, I thought it was funny, and 2, when you do challenge runs, this little ne'er-do-well makes Pirate Seas an actual nightmare. But if you guys had used your critical thinking skills, you should have easily come to the conclusion that this little prick is impossible to dislike. It's just so pathetic and useless that it comes across as so lovable, almost like a child. And you guys know that I love little green fellas, so I'm really surprised no one ever questioned that. Everyone on the internet knows of the instant board weight combo this plant used to have, and I wouldn't have cared at all if they removed it, because it was clearly quite a nasty combo, but it just sucks that the premium plants get to keep this combo. And most of them don't even need to commit a plant food. The Bean Sprout is a pathetic little green runt who had his time in the spotlight but was forced into irrelevancy by forces outside of his control. He is literally me. I don't think the Guacamole gets nearly enough love, which is a wild thing to say because this is a universally loved plant, but I don't know, it just needs more love. It's kind of like a bad jalapeno that pretends to also be a Peashooter, but it's kind of bad at that job, so it's just an instant use plant. It's a very neat idea though. The Guacamole is mostly this high up because my girlfriend loves this plant to death. I know I've said that a couple times now, but she plays Plants vs Zombies 2 more than I do. And weirdly enough, her mum plays more than both of us combined, so I'm inclined to take her opinion on this one. I really love the banana launcher, man. I'm dying to figure out a way I can work this guy into a video. It's basically just a cob cannon that only takes up one place. All the manual plants basically do the same thing, so there isn't much you can say when comparing them, but to compare this one to the mistletoe specifically, 1, it's a free to play plant, which is really hard to argue against, and 2, it just has such a pleasant, goofy face. I really love the noises this thing makes as well. They're so random and not at all what I expected, but I adore it. It's very cute and dare I say a bit derpy looking, but I did ruin this plant for myself a tiny bit when my mind drifted and I realised it's trying a bit too hard to be a minion. But this was released in 2014 and everything needed to have a minion in it. That was like corporate law at the time. I could just never really figure out what about the beach world was really banana-y. In the UK, you're never more than half an hour from a beach, and I don't think I've ever seen anyone eat a banana at a beach. I think the one thing in video games that would get me into an autistic frenzy like no other was the illusion of infinite value. I used to love the infinite pistol in Borderlands, and I'd go bonkers for any terrible infinite combo in card games. So when I saw the infinite for the first time, it was love at first sight. This is another one of those plants that I would bring into absolutely every level. And now obviously I know its infinite gimmick is a little bit bad. The infinite value of this plant is a lot less valuable when all the plants it was supposed to be protecting are eaten because it's just kind of a mid-wall plant. It was a very pleasant surprise to learn that this plant was actually really broken, just not in the way I used it. The infinite might have one of the strongest plant food effects in the game. I never used to like it that much because it's not very flashy and it dies pretty quickly, but this thing single-handedly eliminates some of the hardest mechanics in the entire game. Octo-zombies, wizards, fishermen, troglodytes, dodos, all of them get virtually cancelled out by the infinite's plant food, which is just beyond useful. This effect being on a free-to-play plant automatically puts it high up on the list, but for me personally, it's here mostly because of how much I loved getting the value out of it. What an amazing plant. I do not care what the Nocturne does, it is irrelevant to me. I'm not even going to record gameplay for this one because I don't want to know what it does. I'm just going to stick a JPEG on screen. This plant could just be an instant use plant which, when planted, calls my mum a slag and I wouldn't care, because this is an outrageously good design. I've yapped on and on and on about details and how simple plants can be, but this plant conveys so much emotion with just eyes. Look into his poor soul. I love this plant so much it's insane. I have a criminally sleepy girlfriend and she sleeps for like 12 hours a day, and the other 12 hours she just pulls this exact face. I love it so much. This plant also has a really weird moving texture which is kind of funny. It reminds me of the characters from Chowder. This is one of the strongest visual designs in the entire game period. The Snappee is the first ever variant of the Peashooter that you unlock in Plants vs Zombies. And in the first game, it's barely any more complex than the Peashooter itself. It's a Peashooter that slows, and visually, it does not push the boat at all. It's a Peashooter, but blue, with some icicles on the back of its head. I remember liking the Snappee a lot in the first game, but never using it once you unlock some more exciting plants. It does sort of come into its own in the second game. First things first, it is ludicrously lame to make the Ice Peashooter a premium plant. That is such blatant nostalgia bait, it's actually kind of sad. But I just can't bring myself to mark down the Snappee for the sins of PopCap. At first it was just a carbon copy of the original Snappee, but I ended up giving the Snappee a bit of a rework because no one wanted to pay £5 for the Snappee. Firstly, it cost 25 sun less, and secondly, the slowing effect now had a 1x1 splash radius, which is actually quite a nice quality of life change. But most importantly, the Snappee actually has a critical hit mechanic, in which it has a very small chance of shooting a freezing pea which deals much more damage and freezes the zombie. And that's really cool, I actually enjoy that a lot. I don't know when that was added to the game, but I don't think that was in the game when I used it. I've not played through enough of the third game to not the Snappee's liking that, but I do like how it looks visually, just as I like all the plants in that game visually. Ultimately, the Snappee is a very boring upgrade on the original Peashooter. But like I said a full hour ago at this point, my nan bought this plant for me when I was young, and it's very special for that reason alone. When I was first playing through Plants vs Zombies 2, this was my go-to plant, spamming it through basically every level with the Power Lily. And for me personally, it's kind of impossible to not love because of that. If I was making this ranking video when I was like 12 years old, I think the Cob Cannon might have been number 1. And it's a pretty difficult plant to dislike. Needing to overlay 2 kernel pults for this thing is so unique, and I can't believe they never revisited that. It was such a cool idea. And turning the simple kernel pult into a weapon of mass destruction was just so awesome. The Cob Cannon single-handedly enables the strongest setup in Plants vs Zombies 1, a setup I really want to make a video about. I love its creepy tiny eyes on the outside of its body. It reminds me a lot of blue whales, which is fitting because this is the largest plant in the franchise. It's beyond wild to me that this plant hasn't returned to Plants vs Zombies 2 yet. I know it has some spiritual successors, particularly the banana launcher, but this is such an iconic plant, I can't believe it's not back yet. I owe a lot to the Explodo Nut. It's no secret that my nut series would have ended on part 4 out of 11 if it wasn't for the Explodo Nut. This plant is obnoxiously strong. This plant is so obnoxiously strong that I do think it takes away from the game experience. And I think it's hard to justify its use outside of Challenge Run, for me personally at least. But that's exactly how I used it, and it carried my ass. Admittedly, I've not played other plants much like Pakora, but I do really think the Explodo Nut is a contender for the strongest plant in the entire franchise. It's a cherry bomb that costs 50 sun with a tiny cooldown. I think I've already proven at this point that this plant can single-handedly take down the entire game. But I do think that outside of my bias, this plant is still a fantastic addition to the game. It's obviously a throwback to the greatest minigame of all time, and I do really love its expression. It certainly does carry a lot of charm to it. I love the Explodo Nut, but I do have to admit, if it didn't carry my challenge run, I probably would have rated it a bit lower. I remember being so confused as a kid as to what the squash was supposed to be. As a British kid, squash is just like a flat juice, so I genuinely thought this was supposed to be an angry pumpkin. There is a lot of instant use plants ranked very low on this list, and I think the main reason for that is none of them really live up to the amazing designs of the original instant use plants. There's just something so guttural about the squash, it feels heavy, and despite there being so many better instant use plants in the game now, extremely few feel as hard hitting as this one. I love that before it does its thing, it will dart its eyes forward at its target. That is literally more character and expression than 99% of the entire franchise. This is another one of them plants where I have no proof, but I deeply suspect this is many people's favourite plant. Again, the absolute only criticism of this plant is that why did it have to be a premium in the second game? That's just so disappointing. I wonder if PopCap had any idea that the Puff Shroom would be the strongest plant in the entire game when they first conceived it. It's such an innocent looking plant, it's just a baby mushroom with little duck lips. But this thing single-handedly makes nighttime stage baby easy. Many plants needed a rework between games to make them more appealing, but the Puff Shroom was the only one that got a rework because it was too strong for Plants vs Zombies 2. That is so wild when you really think about it. And I do think they aced its rework. You can still solo levels with the Puff Shroom, but it comes at the cost of plant food instead of sun. And its plant food is so fun that getting like 20 different Puff Shrooms to attack at once is awesome. Again, this should be no surprise by now, I'm a sucker for little guy designs. And I think PopCap aced that formula extremely early on with the Puff Shroom. Man, the potato mine just oozes charm, it's ridiculous. And from the second you get it to the very end of the game, it's just fun to use. I adore this plant. Its stupid buck teeth both make it look somewhat childish, as well as almost like a mole. Almost like Diglett from Pokemon. Needing to arm ahead of time is a really nice way to introduce players to the fact that plants can be more complicated than just shooting in straight lines. And I love the fact it has its own little onomatopoeia in Spadoo. I feel like I should be saying so much more about such an iconic plant, but these top plants are just so simple and so good, there's barely anything to talk about. This is a legendary plant for a reason, it's just fantastic. I need to know that I'm not alone in this one. Did anyone else avoid the Doomshroom as a kid? I remember being so scared of its downside of creating a temporary crater. I don't know why, it's not like I was ever going to plant anything at the very front of the lawn, but I feared it anyway. I must have eventually gotten over that fear though, because I do remember using this plant a lot. I always loved the feeling of putting a coffee bean on top of one in the day. It was like lighting the fuse on a stick of dynamite. That is such a great dynamic. Just a quick update to this section, as I am once more the victim of Mandela's ghost. I swear to God this was a full board clear, but no, it only reaches 3.5 tiles. That's the first time I've ever acknowledged half tiles, and I don't have room left in my brain to conceptualize the effect of that. The Doomshroom has made its long-awaited appearance in the second game with a bit of a rework. Its rework was a bit confusing to me at first, as it's no longer an instant use plant, it's more of a potato mine type plant. And it has a very long arming time, which is weird as you need to protect it. But I do like this, it opens up a sort of mini game of stalling out until the Doomshroom is ready to unleash a nuke on the zombies. I kinda just love how edgy the Doomshroom is. I know I complained about exactly that for the fairy mushroom, but it just works here. It's the nuclear missile mushroom, you want it to be a bit silly and edgy, otherwise it would just kinda be morbid. How do you even go about ranking something as iconic and important to the franchise as the Peashooter? The Peashooter is not actually an option you're choosing in the game. It's not something to build around, and it's not particularly fun or exciting. The Peashooter is more of a progenitor to which every other plant stems from. The Peashooter is foremost a mascot more than anything else, and it is beyond successful in doing so. The Peashooter is a masterclass for sound design, gameplay design, and art style. You can't underestimate the contribution the Peashooter made to the franchise, and maybe even go a step further than that, its contribution to gaming as a whole. I'm not going to talk too much about the Peashooter here, just because it really does deserve its own video. And this video is far too long as it is. But I think if anyone ranks the Peashooter low because it's weak or boring, they just don't have an appreciation for the classics. The Hypnoshroom may only be coming in at number 15, but this is my favourite instant use plant in the entire franchise. I would love to go on and on about my love for the Hypnoshroom to you guys, but I promised all the YouTubers in this video they could talk about their favourite plant, and once more a British person has been defrauded by an Australian.
Hypnoshroom is the greatest plant in all of Plants vs Zombies, and this is why. Hypnoshroom isn't just one plant, but dozens of plants rolled into one. When you use any other plant, you know exactly what you're gonna get. Oh wow, it's the same old Peashooter shooting peas again, so interesting. But with Hypnoshroom, the possibilities are endless. When you plant one, it could become a bucket head, a football zombie, a screen door zombie, or even a disco zombie. Sure, you might think Hypnoshroom is bottom tier, and you're probably right, but have you ever hypnotized a disco zombie? The feeling when it starts spawning more zombies for you is so euphoric it straight up feels like an out-of-body experience, which also ties into the plant's visual design. Is your favorite plant based on a psychedelic? No, I didn't think so. So next time a Hypnoshroom denier tries to tell you that it's mid or bottom tier, remind them that they just have a massive skill issue and can't use it properly. Only those who appreciate Hypnoshroom's omnipotent power and versatility can truly be enlightened. So thanks to Shagrot for giving me this opportunity to spread the word about our one and true mushroom savior. Koala out.
The Chomper isn't really an original design. It's kind of just a plant from Little Shop of Horrors. But it's become so unbelievably central to Plants vs Zombies that barely matters anymore. As I've said so many times in this video now, I love carnivorous plants, and the Chomper is the reason for that. I absolutely loved the Chomper as a kid. That was my go-to strategy in the first game. I would just spam countless walnuts and chompers. I think what I used to like about the Chomper as a kid was that it just felt so different. And despite not being the best plant, it felt powerful. It would just eat something in one go, no need to whittle it down. In Plants vs Zombies 2, the Chomper is another victim of PopCap's greed. It is criminal to make this a premium plant. Another editor's note here, the Chomper was added to the game in Big Wave Beach. That can't be correct, right? I remember this being in the game on launch. This must be that pesky Mandela again. There is no way they saved the Chomper until Big Wave Beach and didn't change it at all. And on top of that, sold it for a $5. There is no way they have the audacity to do that. They did eventually buff the Chomper, likely because who in their right mind was paying £5 for a Chomper that arrived 10 years too late? But eating 2 zombies at once isn't the most exciting thing in the world. I think where the Chomper really comes into its own is its iteration in Garden Warfare. Making the Chomper into a melee class in a shooting game and having it retain its ability to instant kill players in one bite, not only is that so fantastic, but that is so risky. There are so many ways that will just not work. It could be so unbelievably broken that players hate it, or it could just not function in the slightest, but somehow it just worked perfectly. I don't think they get enough credit for how well they aced the Chomper in Garden Warfare. The Chomper wasn't my main in Garden Warfare, but I did play it a lot, probably the second most. And actually, I think when they added the Cheeto Chomper, I think I made it my main then, because I just loved the Cheeto Chomper so much. That was so funny to me as a kid. I don't know, man. I'm just so biased. I love the classics, and the Chomper is one of my favorite plants in the entire franchise. Practically everything I said about the Peashooter also applies to the Sunflower. The truth is, I just like the Sunflower a little bit more. There's something just so aggressively pleasant about its smile. It's so simple, something you could literally draw on a stick, man, but it works. The Sunflower is just so core to the Plant vs Zombies experience that the game cannot exist without her. In fact, that exact thing happened in Plant vs Zombies 3 first beta. The game had a weird sun system that was closer to Clash Royale. And shocker, that was practically the first thing they changed, as no one wanted to use that system. I think what really puts the Sunflower above the Chomper and the Peashooter for me personally is that it was my main in Garden Warfare. I've always just enjoyed playing healers, so I picked the Sunflower. And Garden Warfare absolutely mastered the transition for the Sunflower between 2D and 3D. The way the Sunflower skips around, it's just so pleasant. And making it into a support plant with healing capability, it's just all so perfect. If you've played Garden Warfare, you know how perfect the Sunflower is there. Finishing the first game and being rewarded with a Sunflower music video is just so peak. Ranking these plants this high up almost feels lazy, but there's just no denying these plants have earned the top spot. And I did plan on putting a lot of plants above these, but when I came to breaking down the reasons, it all felt too contrived. I really was doing it for the sake of being a contrarian. The Sunflower is as simple and as clean as it can get, and we would not have our favourite franchise without it. I'm just going to assume that a lot of people are going to be very surprised that the Scaredy Shroom of all things is this high up, but it's true, I love the Scaredy Shroom. This plant's entire identity is being a weak loser, and that's just my total gem. This plant became a bit controversial when it ended up in the second game, and here comes one last Shagrot hot take, but I like it. It is very off-putting, and I can't deny it does not have the same charm as the original, but is there a better plant to get this kind of treatment than the Scaredy Shroom? This is the loser plant, of course he's going to be a bit ugly. And even more than just being ugly, it actually feels like the natural progression for this kind of plant. It was weirdly cute in how shy it was in the first game, and it kind of makes sense for it to not age very well. This is a dorky loser. Someone that might even have a stronger opinion than me on this plant, however, is my part-time channel artist and full-time diversity hire, Caramelek.
Hello, I am Caramelek and I am a very small two-dimensional person stuck in your electronic device. When talking about my favorite and least favorite plant, I had a very hard time to make up my mind about which one of the dozen of plants to pick. So I picked one. 660 NJ, God I hope I said that correctly, already has made a phenomenal video all about Scaredy Shroom. But I haven't, so I'm gonna... You see, Scary Shroom is like more of an anxious, more unstable, and most importantly of all, more desperate version of a classic Peashooter. This is why he is willing to work the night shift, for the fraction of his payment no less. Heck, he can even pull through the day shift right after if you pay him some extra. Throughout the years of workplace neglect, he has gotten socially dysfunctional, literally hiding himself from all and any zombies invading his personal space of 3x3 square tiles around him. However, he does feel relatively safe amongst other plants, therefore I assume he doesn't actually suffer from any social disorders, but rather partakes in species segregation. Base. You, as any startup company employer, thrive on the fact that you can get same results with less cost to your wallet and more cost to your employees' mental health. However, like in any startup working environment, there comes a time for improvement. As such, bad and less productive employees are being replaced with better, more profitable alternatives. This is the life of a Scary Shroom. He is a cheap and a little unreliable workforce you use when you have no better alternatives. He is an early game attacker, and he is a good one at that. Besides a free Puff Shroom who does very little to protect you in mid-game, Scary Shroom is a very safe pick to last you enough time to eventually expand your defenses further. Scary Shroom is the lowest class employee who temporarily fills the role of an attacker when the company's business is in shambles. And I think Scary Shroom doesn't get much praise for that. And if we continue with the startup workplace analogy, Puff Shroom would be like inefficient, unpaid child laborers. Yeah. Yeah. Let's go a little bit further in time. It's been 4 years since you started your company. Your business has grown and therefore you need more employees, and most importantly, better employees. The workplace environment has changed. Most workers adapted. Scary Shroom didn't. He was supposed to show up at work with other Shrooms in World 7, Dark Ages. However, again, he simply didn't. After calling a wellness check on him, Scary Shroom shows up to work late. In fact, seeing him for the first time in 4 years, now we know what he's been doing while gone. Meth. You are now a very wealthy businessman with no cash limitations whatsoever. It's not saving resources that matters to you right now, it's getting the job done, which Scary Shroom simply does not. As you employ Scary Shroom with all the tasks your company now must account for, it is simply too much for him to handle. He breaks down, hiding himself in his helplessness, unable to bear the weight of the responsibilities you've put on him. Editing Carmelic here. I also forgot to mention that Scary Shroom fucking dies. He fucking dies. How did this happen? How a good, hardworking employee became so utterly useless for your company? Well, he didn't become useless. Scary Shroom wasn't a useless employee when you employed him for the first time. He served his role perfectly. Now that your business is much more stable and profitable, Scary Shroom just doesn't have a fitting place for himself. Trying to use Scary Shroom in Plants vs Zombies 2 is like playing tennis with a golf club. You may hit the ball a couple of times, but you quickly realize that it's not really working. And it's not because the golf club is useless, it's because it has been made with a specific intent. Breaking kneecaps. Just like Scary Shroom was made with a specific intent. He had a very specific place and purpose in Plants vs Zombies 1, but in the second game his traits are just not necessary anymore. When writing the script for the first time, I really was going to bash Scary Shroom about how bad he is, but the more I looked into it, the more I realized he hasn't changed from the Plants vs Zombies 1 game. It's our expectations of a good plant that have changed. Scary Shroom is not a bad plant. It's a specific solution to a very specific problem. A problem so specific that it doesn't appear in the second game. When combining the information from the first and the second Plants vs Zombies game, at least for me, Scary Shroom is the best worst plant in the Plants vs Zombies series. Thank you very much. Also, reading the script, I realized when writing it, I made a typo, and instead of space, I typed space.
I don't think in the history of Plants vs. Zombies, I have ever been in a situation where the jalapeno has ever been a better option than the cherry bomb. But what can I say, I'm just a chili enjoyer. You can tell how fundamentally flawed the chili pepper is just by looking at the instant use plants that come after him. In the 15 years since the first game, we've had a conservative estimate of maybe 1 million cherry bomb clones and exactly 2 chili pepper clones. Here's a tiny bit more Shagrot lore for you, but I actually planned to get the PVZ jalapeno as my first ever tattoo, but just like everything else in my life, I never got around to do it. I'm not going to pretend I have some super detailed breakdown of the chili pepper to try and convince you as to why it's ranked this high. I loved the chili pepper as a kid, I love the chili pepper now. I've always just loved spicy food, that's kind of it. And I mean, it is a fantastic design visually, just look at him. It's been a long ride, but we are finally at the top 10 plants. Number 10 is the Freepeater. The Freepeater is the coolest Peashooter in the entire franchise, and if I'm being totally honest with myself, I don't think it's even remotely close. The gameplay of this plant isn't too important for me personally. I've always loved using it on the pool level, so I didn't need to waste sun on lily pads, that felt cool. But that's not really what I love this plant for. I think it's just one of the coolest looking plants in the entire game, and I really wish I had a reason why. I don't have a particular connection to hydras or even a fondness for Peashooters really, I just think this is a cool looking plant. I just looked at every plant in the entire franchise for close to 2 months now, and I just think this is one of the coolest. There is a cynical part of me that does maybe think that one forbidden image of the Freepeater has kind of inflated my love for it. And I mean, that is an extraordinarily funny image. But I'm just going to go with the much nicer answer of, I'm just a fan of triple entendres. It's a Freepeater because there's 3 heads, because it shoots into 3 lanes, and because it completes the 1-2-3 count of Peashooter, Repeater, and Freepeater. Number 9 on the list is the Garlic. The Garlic is one of the least functional plants in the history of the game, and it serves a single purpose, to direct plants into other lanes. And at worst, it just doesn't do that, it gets steamrolled by some instant killing zombie, and at best, it does what you was hoping for, and then you realise that changing the lane a zombie is in just is not worth the effort it takes. I think that's why practically everyone loves the Garlic though, there's just something so fascinating and almost lovable about its futility. Add on top of it that it's ugly as sin but in a weirdly cute way, and I don't think it's a surprise the Garlic is as popular as it is. Not in the sense that people use it, god no one uses this plant. But this is a fan favourite design, and it's important to recognise that the Garlic does enable you to play in a stupid way. And I do think it was one of the first plants that really did let you do that. The Garlic allowed you to build big death rays of spike rocks, or funnel zombies into big groups so you can blow them up with instant use plants, and it's the only reason the electrical current is even remotely functional. Not good, but functional. The Garlic is really something special, and more than any other plant in the entire franchise, it actually lets you flex your creative muscles, and I think that's important not to undervalue. Number 8 is the Gumnut. The Gumnut seems so damn innocent at first glance. It's an instant use stalling plant that packs premium power, but sits at a fair 125 sun. But once you break it down, this is one of the most uber powerful plants in the entire game. The Gumnut's gum has 8,000 health, which is the same as a tall nut, which is fair as it costs the same. But the gum has the additional fact of gaining HP based on the zombie it's stuck on. This gets nuts very quickly. I'm going to use the Gladiator Gargantua as an example because the PvZ wiki has already done the maths on it. Here's the formula. The gum starts at 8,000 health, plus the health of the Gladiator Garg, which is 5,400, times the Gumnut's innate health boost, which is 300, divided by 100 for the final health total of 24,200 health. And the Gumnut can spawn multiple of these. It's not that uncommon to be getting over 100,000 health in gum off of a single Gumnut on a Garg heavy map. You know that I don't care about plants being super powerful, but it just blew my mind using this thing in the Nut Challenge. It's also the only stalling plant that doesn't care about instant kills. Of course, its visual design is phenomenal. with these big barren eyes and this wide smile, and its pink accents which are really cool. And it's quickly become one of my all-time favourites. Number 7 is the Electric Blueberry. I love the Electric Blueberry so much. I've made this no secret as I've talked about this in multiple streams and multiple videos, but I just think the Electric Blueberry is such a cool idea. I'm a bit of a gambler at heart. I mean, I've never gambled for money, but I've been known to roll some gacha every now and again. And I'm always a huge fan of RNG mechanics in games. So I've always found the Electric Blueberry so appealing. The Electric Blueberry every 12 seconds will smite a zombie on the map, instantly killing it. The game will tell you that this is completely random, but that's not actually true. There's a 55% chance that it will target a default zombie, a 40% chance that it will target a special zombie, and a 5% chance of targeting a Gargantua. This sounds like it's just a bit rigged, but I'm fairly certain this is the Spotify effect. For those of you that don't know, in the early days of Spotify, people would complain that the random shuffle mode wasn't random, because they kept getting the same songs over and over again. But there was nothing wrong with the random mode, that's just how random this is. You'll often just get the same thing over and over again. So Spotify made a new randomized algorithm that isn't actually random. It goes out of its way to make sure all the songs are played in a slightly different order. This gives the illusion of being much more random than actual randomness, and I think that's what's going on here. I also love the visual design of the Electric Blueberry. It's so small and jittery, it really conveys that electric nature. I think the Electric Blueberry is just an amazingly fun plant, and I will never understand why so many people dislike it. Number 6. The Cattail. The Cattail is just a phenomenal plant in every single metric. This thing single-handedly carries you in the very early stages of the level, allowing you to set up for really greedy double sunflower setups. And being the only other plant to fire outside of its lane, other than the goated Freepeater and I guess kind of the Cob Cannon, made this feel so special. I don't even need to tell you about its visuals. If you have eyeballs, you love this plant. It has such a stupid fun face. I don't even know what you'd call this expression. It's not quite smiling, it's almost smug, but not really. It's just a funny looking fella. Everything about it is so fantastic. The single worst atrocity that PopCap ever committed was not bringing this plant to Plant vs Zombies 2. For a company so hellbent on making money at every corner, they are leaving piles of cash on the table by not bringing this plant over. Lastly, the Cattail has the distinction of being the only pink plant in the first game. And for some freaks of nature, getting to use a pink plant is always more important than power and strategy. Please PopCap, for the love of God, bring this plant back. Now coming down to the final 5 plants. Number 5 is the Witch Hazel. Almost completely antithetically to the Blueberry, I have never mentioned this plant in a single live stream or video I've ever made. But the Witch Hazel is one of my all-time favourite plants in Plant vs Zombies. This plant is aggressively unique, not only providing a different playstyle to anything else, but on a visual level, this plant has no parallels. The Witch Hazel might just be the most human of all plants, with foliage in a way that resembles a wizard casting spells with its hands, and hair that just oozes so much charm. I think the best designs in all of Plant vs Zombies are the ones with no mouths, so that the eyes and the rest of the design can tell you everything you need to know about the plant without overloading it with too much detail. But the Witch Hazel has a mouth and no eyes, and I think it works even better. And it just gives this again a rather human sense of clumsiness. And I've not even spoke about its ability yet. Transforming zombies into Puffshroom is just so incredible and so unique. It really does feel like vindication for every time a wizard zombie has turned my shit into a sheep. And speaking of the wizard zombie, this plant actually has lore. This plant is the biggest rival to the wizard zombie, which is a really fun little tidbit. I've not actually mentioned any of the lore for the plants because they're so minor and almost last minute additions that it doesn't change anything about the plants. But they actually give a little nod to the lore in this plant. If there's ever a wizard on the screen, this plant will always target the wizard first. That is just such a fun little detail that you'd probably never notice if you wasn't looking for it. But it's just so fun to know that's in the game. I didn't think this had a real world counterpart because this is the only plant the wiki doesn't reference an inspiration for. And when you compare it to hazel, it doesn't really look alike. But then I discovered last second that the witch hazel has a real world counterpart called the witch hazel. And that just sealed the deal. This plant really did have the chance to make it to the #1 spot, and I do love this plant so much. But the only thing that holds it back is being a seed premium. I don't think it takes away from the fantastic design of this plant in the slightest, but I just can't in good conscience rank a plant #1 if I can't even access it in the game, and that is such a shame. Number 4 is the tallnut. I spent far too long deliberating whether I preferred the walnut or the tallnut, like genuinely hours laying in bed thinking about the choice. And I think the ultimate truth is, at any given moment, I'd probably change my mind. And that kind of goes for the whole top 10. Like, these are fairly interchangeable because these are just such flawless designs. But for this ranking and analysis, at number 4, I'm putting the tallnut. I was so pleasantly surprised by how much the tallnut actually came up in my nut challenge. Like, I remember saying exactly when I unlocked it that I wasn't in a rush to be spending 125 sun on a walnut. But I had not anticipated how much of a nuisance flying zombies were going to be, and the tallnut was the perfect answer to that. I've said this before in this video, but I really think Plants vs Zombies is at its absolute best when you treat your seed selection like a toolbox. And I ended up loving the tallnut because it had such a specific role that I needed it to fulfill. I brought it out when I needed to block something the regular nuts just couldn't block. And I mean, what is there to even say about its visual design? It looks so gallant despite having such a stupid tiny mouth and face. It's just so fantastic. Maybe the biggest plot twist of this entire video, number 3 is the walnut. I bet a lot of you are shocked this isn't number 1, and truth be told, I think it probably should be. I, more than anyone on this entire planet, have a connection to the walnut, which makes it pretty hard to not put it in the top spot. Because of this stupid oval of a face, I have a career. But I've tried my hardest not to factor that in too much to this analysis. But it is impossible to completely eliminate that factor. But even still trying to ignore that, this still comes in at number 3. It is agonizingly clear by now that I care more about visual design than anything else of these plants. And with the walnut, there's not really anything to like other than its visual design. And again, I just wish I knew more about what goes into making a good visual design. All I can say is what I like looking at, and the walnut is just so nice looking. There's so much soul in its face. I think it's maybe just the shading around the eyes, but it makes it look so tired. I love the way its design degrades the more damage it takes. There's always been something so appealing to me about a plant that doesn't do anything. You pay 50 sun for the walnut to exist and nothing more. Walnut bowling is the most fun you can have in the first game, and I'm not sure anyone disagrees with that. It's hard to say much else about this without getting too sentimental. Walnut holds an extremely special place in my childhood, and somehow managed to make my adulthood even better. Coming in at second place, narrowly avoiding being my favourite plant in the entire franchise, is the bonk choy. This shouldn't be a surprise in the slightest, as I've very unsubtly alluded to it the entire video, but the bonk choy is a masterclass in plant design. For a plant you unlock so early in the game, it does crazy damage, but at the cost of needing to be protected. And to a lot of people, that right there is an instant turn off. I will never understand the mindset of not liking a plant just because it doesn't do everything it needs to do on its own. The bonk choy was the very first of its kind. I guess you can argue that the chomper does a similar thing, but I don't think they're that comparable. When Plants vs Zombies 2 just came out and you unlocked this thing so early on, this was the first plant that genuinely felt next generation to me. The rapid fire jabs just feel amazing. And off the top of my head, this is the only plant with a finishing move. For the final blow on each zombie, the bonk choy uppercuts the head off the zombie. I cannot believe that more plants don't do this. This single-handedly gives the plant more flair than basically anything else in the franchise. It just adds so much rhythm to the plant. And because of that, I just find it one of the most satisfying and fun to use plants in the entire game. And on a visual level, it's as close to flawless as I think you can get in a plant, really. It looks so much angrier than anything that came before it, which is so perfect for a sparky little fighter. Its single buck tooth invokes the idea of being young or maybe just scrappy enough that it's already lost a tooth. They perfected the melee plant first try, and it's almost sad that attempt after attempt none of them could really hit the mark like the bok choy. And I know for a fact this is a lot of people's favourite plant, including my girlfriend's. This is her favourite plant of all time. This is one of the plants they teased before the game came out, and it even appeared in the launch trailer of the game. And I always thought that was so fun as a kid. It got me so hyped to play the second game. One of my favourite memories from the entire nut challenge isn't even nut related. I remember in one of the Zomboss fights, I managed to get 3 bonk choys in front of the Zomboss, and they somehow went untouched for the entire fight. They just mowed the Zomboss down in minutes. It was so fun and so satisfying. I don't think any plant can replicate that feeling. I think the bonk choy is the best designed plant in the entire franchise, hands down. But there's just one more plant I like a teeny bit more. I didn't know what I was going to put in the #1 spot, literally until I had one plant remaining. I love the plants in this franchise so much that it felt impossible to narrow it down to just one. But as I ranked 210 plants before this one, only one remained. And it seems fitting that the #1 spot in my definitive ranking of every plant in Plants vs Zombies is the peanut. In my mind, the peanut represents everything a plant should be. It has a stupid pun. It's a pea and nut combined. It does exactly what you think it does. It's a wall plant that shoots peas. It's a remarkably simple design. Just a peanut with 2 derpy faces. And it doesn't have 2 faces for no reason either. Once it reaches a certain damage threshold, it fires half as often. Which is just so cool. And even though it has a demerit, I love that. It just feels so flavorful. But there's plenty of amazing designs in the game. It's obviously not why this is my favourite. I said for the walnut that I'd keep this as unbiased as possible. But this is ultimately a very personal ranking. And the peanut's the reason I started the nut challenge in the first place. I truthfully didn't think it was going to be possible, but I thought using the peanut I'd be able to draw it out long enough to make an interesting video, and clearly people agreed. I love that the peanut is underpowered. It's actually considered one of the worst plants in the entire game, and that's a big draw to me. I've always loved using the underdog plants. Even as a kid, I remember loving this plant. I remember watching so many adverts when the Dark Ages came out just so I could get this plant. I really wanted to have a shocking twist as my favourite plant, but as I got closer and closer to the end, I realised that the peanut was kind of the only answer. And I would just be lying to myself if I said that anything else was #1 other than the peanut. It's a fantastic design, it's quirky and underpowered, and above all, it's just kind of my plant. Well, that was the biggest project I have ever finished. It's very easy to look at the 2 months I took making this video and feel disappointed that I didn't get it done quicker, but this really was a huge feat for me. The nut project was maybe half the size of this and took 6 months to put together in all. Going forward, I really want to make more large videos like this, especially for other games, but I want to make smaller 15-minute videos at the same time, but I'm just really bad at multitasking, so we'll see what happens. Thank you very, very much for slogging through 4 hours of me rambling. I can't imagine how hard that must have been. Cheers.